Chapter 13 of Ayesha, The Return of She. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. Ayesha, The Return of She by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13 Beneath the Shadowing Wings. One by one the terrified tribesmen crept away. When the last of them were gone, the priest advanced to Leo and saluted him by placing his hand upon his forehead. "Lord," in the same corrupt Grecian dialect which was used by the courtiers of Kaloon, "I will not ask if you are hurt, since from the moment that you entered the sacred river and set foot within this land, you and your companion were protected by a power invisible and could not be harmed by man or spirit, however great may have seemed your danger. Yet vile hands have been laid upon you, and this is the command of the Mother whom I serve, that, if you desire it, every one of those men who touched you shall die before your eyes. Say, is that your will?" "Nay," answered Leo, "they were mad and blind. Let no blood be shed for us. All we ask of you, friend. But how are you called?" "Name me Oros," he answered. "Friend Oros, a good title for one who dwells upon the Mountain. All we ask is food and shelter, and to be led swiftly into the presence of her whom you name Mother, that Oracle whose wisdom we have travelled far to seek." He bowed and answered, "The food and shelter are prepared, and tomorrow, when you have rested, I am commanded to conduct you whither you desire to be. Follow me, I pray you." And he preceded us past the fiery pit to a building that stood about 50 yards away against the rock wall of the amphitheatre. It would seem that it was a guest house, or at least had been made ready to serve that purpose, as in it lamps were lit and a fire burned, for here the air was cold. The house was divided into two rooms, the second of them a sleeping place, to which he led us through the first. "Enter," he said, "for you will need to cleanse yourselves, and you," here he addressed himself to me, "to be treated for that hurt to your arm which you had from the jaws of the great hound." "How know you that?" I asked. "It matters not, if I do know and have made ready," Oros answered gravely. This second room was lighted and warmed like the first; moreover, heated water stood in basins of metal, and on the beds were laid clean linen garments and dark colored hooded robes, lined with rich fur. Also upon a little table were ointments, bandages, and splints, a marvellous thing to see, for it told me that the very nature of my heart had been divined. But I asked no more questions; I was too weary; moreover, I knew that it would be useless. Now the priest Oros helped me to remove my tattered robe, and, undoing the rough bandages upon my arm, washed it gently with warm water, in which he mixed some spirit, and examined it with the skill of a trained doctor. "The fangs ran deep," he said, "and the small bone is broken, but you will take no harm, save for the scars which must remain." Then, having treated the wounds with ointment, he wrapped the limb with such a delicate touch that it scarcely pained me, saying that by the morrow the swelling would have gone down and he would set the bone. This indeed happened. After it was done, he helped me to wash and to clothe myself in the clean garments, and put a sling about my neck to serve as a rest for my arm. Meanwhile Leo had also dressed himself, so that we left the chamber together, very different men to the foul, blood-stained wanderers who had entered there. In the outer room we found food prepared for us, of which we ate with a thankful heart and without speaking. Then, blind with weariness, we returned to the other chamber, and having removed our outer garments, flung ourselves upon the beds and were soon plunged in sleep. At some time in the night I awoke suddenly, at what hour I do not know, as certain people wake, I among them, when their room is entered, even without the slightest noise. Before I opened my eyes I felt that someone was with us in the place. Nor was I mistaken. A little lamp still burned in the chamber, a mere wick floating in oil, and by its light I saw a dim ghost like form standing near the door. Indeed, I thought almost that it was a ghost, till presently I remembered and knew it for our corpse-like guide, who appeared to be looking intently at the bed on which Leo lay, or so I thought, for the head was bent in that direction. At first she was quite still, then she moaned aloud, a low and terrible moan, which seemed to well from the very heart. So the thing was not dumb, as I have believed. Evidently it could suffer, and express its suffering in a human fashion. Look! It was wringing its padded hands as in an excess of woe. Now it would seem that Leo began to feel its influence also, for he stirred and spoke in his sleep, so low at first that I could only distinguish the tongue he used, which was Arabic. Presently I caught a few words. "Ayesha," he said, "Ayesha." The figure glided towards him and stopped. He sat up in the bed still fast asleep, for his eyes were shut. He stretched out his arms as though seeking one whom he would embrace, and spoke again in a low and passionate voice. "Ayesha, through life and death I have sought thee long. Come to me, my goddess, my desired." The figure glided yet nearer, and I could see that it was trembling, and now its arms were extended also. At the bedside she halted, and Leo laid himself down again. Now the coverings had fallen back, exposing his breast, where lay the leather satchel he always wore, that which contained the lock of Ayesha's hair. He was fast asleep, and the figure seemed to fix its eyes upon this satchel. Presently it did more, for, with surprising deftness, those white wrapped fingers opened its clasp, yes, and drew out the long tress of shining hair. Long and earnestly she gazed at it, then gently replaced the relic, closed the satchel, and for a little while seemed to weep. While she stood thus the dreaming Leo once more stretched out his arms and spoke, saying in the same passion-laden voice, "Come to me, my darling, my beautiful, my beautiful." At those words, with a little muffled scream, like that of a scared night bird, the figure turned and flitted through the doorway. When I was quite certain that she had gone, I gasped aloud. What might this mean, I wondered, in a very agony of bewilderment. This could certainly be no dream, it was real, for I was wide awake. Indeed, what did it all mean? Who was the ghastly mummy-like thing which had guided us unharmed through such terrible dangers? The messenger that all men feared, who could strike down a brawny savage with a motion of its hand. Why did it creep into the place thus at dead of night, like a spirit revisiting one beloved? Why did its presence cause me to awake and Leo to dream? Why did it draw out the tress? Indeed, how knew it that this tress was hidden there? And why, oh, why at those tender and passionate words did it flit away at last like some scared bat? The priest Horace had called our guide minister, and sword, that is, one who carries out decrees. But what if they were its own decrees? What if this thing should be she whom we sought, Ayesha herself? Why should I tremble at the thought, seeing that if so, our quest was ended, we had achieved? Oh, it must be because about this being there was something terrible, something unhuman and appalling. If Ayesha lived within those mummy clothes, then it was a different Ayesha whom we had known and worshipped. Well could I remember the white draped form of she who must be obeyed, and how, long before she revealed her glorious face to us, we guessed her beauty, and the majesty hidden beneath that veil, by which her radiant life and loveliness incarnate could not be disguised. But what of this creature? I would not pursue the thought. I was mistaken. Doubtless she was the priest Oros had said, some half supernatural being to whom certain powers were given, and doubtless she had come to spy on us in our rest, that she might make report to the giver of those powers. Comforting myself thus, I fell asleep again, for fatigue overcame even such doubts and fears. In the morning, when they were naturally less vivid, I made up my mind that, for various reasons, it would be wisest to say nothing of what I had seen to Leo. Nor indeed did I do so until some days had gone by. When I awoke the full light was pouring into the chamber, and by it I saw the priest Oros standing at my bedside. I sat up and asked him what time it was, to which he answered with a smile, but in a low voice, that it lacked but 2 hours of midday, adding that he had come to set my arm. Now I saw why he spoke low, for Leo was still fast asleep. "Let him rest on," he said, as he undid the wrappings on my arm, "for he has suffered much, and," he continued significantly, "may still have more to suffer." "What do you mean, friend Oros?" I asked sharply. "I thought you told us that we were safe upon this mountain." "I told you, friend," and he looked at me. "Holly is my name. Friend Holly, that your bodies are safe. I said nothing of all the rest of you. Man is more than flesh and blood. He is mind and spirit as well, and these can be injured also." "Who is there that would injure them?" I asked. "Friend," he answered gravely, "you and your companion have come to a haunted land, not as mere wanderers, for then you would be dead ere now, but of set purpose, seeking to lift the veil from mysteries which have been hid for ages. Well, your aim is known, and it may chance that it will be achieved. But if this veil is lifted, it may chance also that you will find what shall send your souls shivering to despair and madness. Say, are you not afraid?" "Somewhat," I answered, "yet my foster son and I have seen strange things and lived. We have seen the very light of life roll by in majesty, we have been the guests of an immortal, and watched death seem to conquer her and leave us untouched. Think you then that we would turn cowards now? Nay, we march on to fulfil our destinies." At these words Oros showed neither curiosity nor surprise. It was as though I told him only what he knew. "Good," he replied, smiling, and with a courteous bow of his shaven head. "Within an hour you shall march on, to fulfil your destinies. If I have warned you, forgive me, for I was bidden so to do, perhaps to try your mettle. It is needful that I should repeat this warning to the Lord." And again he looked at me. "Leo Vincey," I said. "Leo Vincey, yes, Leo Vincey," he repeated, as though the name were familiar to him but had slipped his mind. "But you have not answered my question. Is it needful that I should repeat the warning?" "Not in the least, but you can do so if you wish when he awakes." "Nay, I think with you that it would be but waste of words, for, forgive the comparison, what the wolf dares," and he looked at me, "the tiger does not flee from," and he nodded towards Leo. "There, see how much better are the wounds upon your arm, which is no longer swollen. Now I will bandage it, and within some few weeks the bone will be as sound again as it was before you met the Khan Rassen hunting in the plains. By the way, you will see him again soon, and his fair wife with him." "See him again? Do the dead, then, come to life upon this mountain?" "Nay, but certain of them are brought hither for burial. It is the privilege of the rulers of Kaloon; also, I think that the Khania has questions to ask of its Oracle." "Who is its Oracle?" I asked with eagerness. "The Oracle," he replied darkly, "is a voice. It was ever so, was it not?" "Yes, I have heard that from Atene, but a voice implies a speaker. Is this speaker she whom you name Mother?" "Perhaps, friend Holly." "And is this Mother a spirit?" "It is a point that has been much debated. They told you so in the plains, did they not? Also the Tribes think it on the Mountain. Indeed, the thing seems reasonable, seeing that all of us who live are flesh and spirit. But you will form your own judgment and then we can discuss the matter. There, your arm is finished. Be careful now not to strike it or to fall, and look, your companion awakes." Something over an hour later we started upon our upward journey. I was again mounted on the Khan's horse, which having been groomed and fed was somewhat rested, while to Leo a litter had been offered. This he declined, however, saying that he had now recovered and would not be carried like a woman. So he walked by the side of my horse, using his spear as a staff. We passed the fire pit, now full of dead, white ashes, among which were mixed those of the witch finder and his horrible cat, preceded by our dumb guide, at the sight of whom in her pale wrappings the people of the tribe who had returned to their village prostrated themselves, and so remained until she was gone by. One of them, however, rose again, and, breaking through our escort of priests, ran to Leo, knelt before him and kissed his hand. It was that young woman whose life he had saved, a noble looking girl, with masses of red hair, and by her was her husband, the marks of his bonds still showing on his arms. Our guide seemed to see this incident, though how she did so I do not know. At any rate, she turned and made some sign which the priest interpreted. Calling the woman to him, he asked her sternly how she dared to touch the person of this stranger with her vile lips. She answered that it was because her heart was grateful. Horace said that for this reason she was forgiven; moreover, that in reward for what they had suffered he was commanded to lift up her husband to be the ruler of that tribe during the pleasure of the Mother. He gave notice, moreover, that all should obey the new chief in his place, according to their customs, and if he did any evil, make report that he might suffer punishment. Then, waving the pair aside, without listening to their thanks or the acclamations of the crowd, he passed on. As we went down the ravine by which we had approached the village on the previous night, a sound of chanting struck our ears. Presently the path turned, and we saw a solemn procession advancing up that dismal sunless gorge. At the head of it rode none other than the beautiful Khania, followed by her great uncle, the old Shaman, and after these came a company of shaven priests in their white robes, bearing between them a bier, upon which, its face uncovered, lay the body of the Khan, draped in a black garment. Yet he looked better thus than he had ever done, for now death had touched this insane and dissolute man with something of the dignity which he lacked in life. Thus then we met. At the sight of our guide's white form, the horse which the Khania rode reared up so violently that I thought it would have thrown her, but she mastered the animal with her whip and voice, and called out "Who is this draped hag of the Mountain that stops the path of the Khania Atene and her dead lord? My guests, I find you in ill company, for it seems that you are conducted by an evil spirit to meet an evil fate. That guide of yours must surely be something hateful and hideous, for were she a wholesome woman she would not fear to show her face." Now the Shaman plucked his mistress by the sleeve, and the priest Oros, bowing to her, prayed her to be silent and cease to speak such ill-omened words into the air, which might carry them she knew not whither. But some instinctive hate seemed to bubble up in Atene, and she would not be silent, for she addressed our guide using the direct thou, a manner of speech that we found was very usual on the Mountain, though rare upon the plains. "Let the air carry them whither it will," she cried. "Sorceress, strip off thy rags, fit only for a corpse too vile to view. Show us what thou art, thou flitting night owl, who thinkest to frighten me with that livery of death, which only serves to hide the death within." "Cease, I pray, lady, cease," said Oros, stirred for once out of his imperturbable calm. "She is the minister, none other, and with her goes the power." "Then it goes not against Atene, Khania of Kaloon," she answered, "or so I think. Power, forsooth! Let her show her power. If she has any, it is not her own, but that of the Witch of the Mountain, who feigns to be a spirit, and by her sorceries has drawn away my guests," and she pointed to us, "thus bringing my husband to his death." "Niece, be silent," said the old Shaman, whose wrinkled face was white with terror, whilst Oros held up his hands as though in supplication to some unseen strength, saying "O Thou that hearest and seest, be merciful, I beseech thee, and forgive this woman her madness, lest the blood of a guest should stain the hands of thy servants, and the ancient honour of our worship be brought low in the eyes of men." Thus he prayed, but although his hands were uplifted, it seemed to me that his eyes were fixed upon our guide as ours were. While he spoke I saw her hand raised, as she had raised it when she slew or rather sentenced the witch doctor. Then she seemed to reflect, and stayed it in mid-air, so that it pointed at the Khania. She did not move, she made no sound, only she pointed, and the angry words died upon Atene's lips, the fury left her eyes, and the colour her face. Yes, she grew white and silent as the corpse upon the bier behind her. Then, cowed by that invisible power, she struck her horse so fiercely that it bounded by us onward towards the village at which the funeral company were to rest awhile. As the Shaman Simbri followed the Khania, the priest Oros cocked his horse's bridle and said to him "Magician, we have met before, for instance, when your lady's father was brought to his funeral. Warn her, then, you that know something of the truth and of her power to speak more gently of the ruler of this land. Say to her from me that had she not been the ambassadors of death, and therefore inviolate, surely ere now she would have shared her husband's bier. Farewell, tomorrow we will speak again." And, loosing the Shaman's bridle, Oros passed on. Soon we had left the melancholy procession behind us and, issuing from the gorge, turned up the mountain slope towards the edge of the bright snows that lay not far above. It was as we came out of this darksome valley, where the overhanging pine trees almost eclipsed the light, that suddenly we missed our guide. "Has she gone back to reason with the Khania?" I asked of Oros. "Nay," he answered with a slight smile. "I think that she has gone forward to give warning that the Hesia's guests draw near." "Indeed," I answered, staring hard at the bare slope of mountain, up which not a mouse could have passed without being seen. "Understand, she has gone forward," and the matter dropped. But what I did not understand was, how she had gone. As the mountain was honeycombed with caves and galleries, I suppose, however, that she entered one of them. All the rest of that day we marched upwards, gradually drawing nearer to the snow line, as we went gathering what information we could from the priest Oros. This was the sum of it. From the beginning of the world, as he expressed it, that is, from thousands and thousands of years ago, this mountain had been the home of a peculiar fire worship, of which the head hierophant was a woman. About 20 centuries before, however, the invading general named Rassen had made himself Khan of Kaloon. Rassen established a new priestess on the mountain, a worshipper of the Egyptian goddess Hes or Isis. This priestess had introduced certain modifications in the ancient doctrines, superseding the cult of fire, pure and simple, by a new faith, which, while holding to some of the old ceremonies, revered as its head the spirit of life or nature, of whom they looked upon their priestess as the earthly representative. Of this priestess Oros would only tell us that she was ever present, although we gathered that when one priestess died or was taken to the fire, as he put it, her child, whether in fact or by adoption, succeeded her and was known by the same names, those of Hes or the Hesea and Mother. We asked if we should see this Mother, to which he answered that she manifested herself very rarely. As to her appearance and attributes he would say nothing, except that the former changed from time to time, and that when she chose to use it she had all power. The priests of her college, he informed us, numbered 300, never more or less, and there were also 300 priestesses. Certain of those who desired it were allowed to marry, and from among their children were reared up the new generation of priests and priestesses. Thus they were a people apart from all others, with distinct racial characteristics. This indeed was evident, for our escort were all exceedingly like to each other, very handsome and refined in appearance, with dark eyes, clean-cut features, and olive-hued skins, such a people as might well have descended from Easterns of high blood, with a dash of that of the Egyptians and Greeks thrown in. We asked him whether the mighty looped pillar that towered from the topmost cup of the mountain was the work of man. He answered, no, the hand of nature had fashioned it, and that the light shining through it came from the fires which burned in the crater of the volcano. The first priestess, having recognized in this gigantic column the familiar symbol of life of the Egyptian worship, established her altars beneath its shadow. For the rest, the mountain with its mighty slopes and borderlands was peopled by a multitude of half-savage folk, who accepted the rule of the Hesea, bringing her tribute of all things necessary, such as food and metals. Much of the meat and grain, however, the priests raised themselves on sheltered farms, and the metals they worked with their own hands. This rule, however, was of a moral nature, since for centuries the college had sought no conquests, and the Mother contented herself with punishing crime in some such fashion as we had seen. For the petty wars between the tribes and the people of the plain, they were not responsible, and those chiefs who carried them on were deposed, unless they had themselves been attacked. All the tribes, however, were sworn to the defence of the Hesea and the college, and, however much they might quarrel amongst themselves, if need arose, were ready to die for her to the last man. That war must one day break out again between the priests of the mountain and the people of Kaloon was recognized, therefore they endeavored to be prepared for that great and final struggle. Such was the gist of his history, which, as we learned afterwards, proved to be true in every particular. Towards sundown we came to a vast cup extending over many thousand acres, situated beneath the snow line of the peak, and filled with rich soil washed down, I suppose, from above. So sheltered was the place by its configuration and the overhanging mountain that, facing southwest as it did, notwithstanding its altitude it produced corn and other temperate crops in abundance. Here the college had its farms, and very well cultivated these seemed to be. This great cup, which could not be seen from below, we entered through a kind of natural gateway that might be easily defended against a host. There were other peculiarities, but it is not necessary to describe them further than to say that I think the soil benefited by the natural heat of the volcano, and then, when this erupted, as happened occasionally, the lava streams always passed to the north and south of the cup of land. Indeed, it was these lava streams that had built up the protecting cliffs. Crossing the garden-like lands, we came to a small town, beautifully built of lava rock. Here dwelt the priests, except those who were on duty, no man of the tribes or other stranger being allowed to set foot within the place. Following the main street of this town, we arrived at the face of the precipice beyond, and found ourselves in front of a vast archway, closed with massive iron gates fantastically wrought. Here, taking my horse with them, our escort left us alone with Horace. As we drew near, the great gates swung back upon their hinges. We passed them, with what sensations I cannot describe, and groped our way down a short corridor which ended in tall iron-covered doors. These also rolled open at our approach, and next instant we staggered back amazed and half blinded by the intense blaze of light within. Imagine, you who read, the nave of the vastest cathedral with which you are acquainted, then double or treble its size, and you will have some conception of that temple in which we found ourselves. Perhaps in the beginning it had been a cave, who can say? But now its sheer walls, its multitudinous columns springing to the arched roof far above us, had all been worked on and fashioned by the labour of men long dead, doubtless the old fire worshippers of thousands of years ago. You will wonder how so great a place was lighted, but I think that never would you guess. Thus, by twisted columns of living flame. I counted 18 of them, but there may have been others. They sprang from the floor at regular intervals along the lines of what in a cathedral would be the aisles. Right to the roof they sprang, of even height and girth, so fierce was the force of the natural gas that drove them, and they were lost, I suppose, through chimneys bored in the thickness of the rock. Nor did they give off smell or smoke, or in that great cold place any heat which could be noticed, only an intense white light like that of molten iron, and a sharp hissing noise as of a million angry snakes. The huge temple was utterly deserted, and, save for this sibilant, pervading sound, utterly silent, an awesome and overpowering place. "Do these candles of yours ever go out?" asked Leo of Oros, placing his hand before his dazzled eyes. "How can they?" replied the priest in his smooth matter-of-fact voice, "seeing that they rise from the eternal fire which the builders of this hall worshipped. Thus they have burned from the beginning, and thus they will burn forever, though, if we wish it, we can shut off their light." [Footnote: This, as I ascertained afterwards, was done by thrusting a broad stone of great thickness over the apertures through which the gas or fire rushed and thus cutting off the air. These stones were worked to and fro by means of pulleys connected with iron rods. End of the footnote. Be pleased to follow me, you will see greater things. So in awed silence we followed, and oh! how small and miserable we three human beings looked alone in that vast temple illuminated by this lightning radiance. We reached the end of it at length, only to find that to right and left ran transepts on a like gigantic scale and lit in the same amazing fashion. Here Oros bade us halt, and we waited a little while till presently from either transept arose a sound of chanting, and we perceived that white-robed processions advancing towards us from their depths. On they came very slowly, and we saw that the procession to the right was a company of priests, and that to the left a company of priestesses, 100 or so of them in all. Now the men ranged themselves in front of us, while the women ranged themselves behind, and at a signal from Oros, all of them, still chanting some wild and thrilling hymn, once more we started forward, this time along a narrow gallery closed at the end with double wooden doors. As our procession reached these they opened, and before us lay the crowning wonder of this marvellous fane, a vast ellipse-shaped apse. Now we understood. The plan of the temple was the plan of the looped pillar which stood upon the brow of the peak, and as we rightly guessed, its dimensions were the same. At intervals around this ellipse the fiery columns flared, but otherwise the place was empty. No, not quite, for at the head of the apse, almost between two of the flame columns, stood a plain, square altar of the size of a small room, in front of which, as we saw when we drew nearer, were hung curtains of woven silver thread. On this altar was placed a large statue of silver that, baked as it was by the black rock, seemed to concentrate and reflect from its burnished surface the intense light of the two blazing pillars. It was a lovely thing, but to describe it is hard indeed. The figure, which was winged, represented a draped woman of mature years, and pure but gracious form, half hidden by the forward bending wings. Sheltered by these, yet shown between them, appeared the image of a male child, clasped to its bearer's breast with her left arm, while the right was raised towards the sky. A study of motherhood evidently, but how shall I write of all that was conveyed by those graven faces? To begin with the child. It was that of a sturdy boy, full of health and the joy of life. Yet he had been sleeping, and in his sleep some terror had overshadowed him with the dark shades of death and evil. There was fear in the lines of his sweet mouth and on the lips and cheeks that seemed to quiver. He had thrown his little arm about his mother's neck, and pressing close against her breast, looked up to her for safety, his right hand and outstretched finger pointing downwards and behind him, as though to indicate whence the danger came. Yet it was passing, already half forgotten, for the upturned eyes expressed confidence renewed, peace of soul attained. And the mother, she did not seem to mock or chide his fears, for her lovely face was anxious and alert, yet upon it breathed a very atmosphere of unchanging tenderness and power invincible, care for the helpless, strength to shelter it from every harm. The great, calm eyes told their story. The parted lips were whispering some tale of hope, sure and immortal; the raised hand revealed whence the hope arose. All love seemed to be concentrated in the brooding figure, so human, yet so celestial; all heaven seemed to lie an open path before those quivering wings. And see, the arching instep, the upward springing foot, suggested that thither those wings were bound, bearing their God given burden far from the horror of the earth, deep into the bosom of the changeless rest above. The statue was only that of a affrighted child in its mother's arms, its interpretation made clear even to the dullest by the simple symbolism of some genius, humanity saved by the divine. While we gazed at its enchanting beauty, the priests and priestesses, feeling a way right and left, arranged themselves alternately, first a man and then a woman, within the ring of the columns of fire that burned around the loop-shaped shrine. So great was its circumference that the whole hundred of them must stand wide apart one from another, and, to our sight, resembled little lonely children clad in gleaming garments, while their chant of worship reached us only like echoes thrown from a far precipice. In short, the effect of this holy shrine and its occupants was superb yet overwhelming; at least I know that it filled me with a feeling akin to fear. Oros waited till the last priest had reached his appointed place. Then he turned and said in his gentle, reverent tones "Draw nigh, now, O wanderers well beloved, and give greetings to the Mother," and he pointed towards the statue. "Where is she?" asked Leo in a whisper, for here we scarcely dared to speak aloud. "I see no one." "The Hesea dwells yonder," he answered, and, taking each of us by the hand, he led us forward across the great emptiness of the Apse to the altar at its head. As we drew near, the distant chant of the priests gathered in volume, assuming a glad triumphant note, and it seemed to me, though this, perhaps was fancy, that the light from the twisted columns of flame grew even brighter. At length we were there, and Oros, loosing our hands, prostrated himself thrice before the altar. Then he rose again, and falling behind us, stood in silence with bent head and folded fingers. We stood silent also, our hearts filled with mingled hope and fear, like a cup with wine. Were our labours ended? Had we found her whom we sought? Or were we, perchance, but enmeshed in the web of some marvellous mummery, and about to make acquaintance with the secret of another new and mystical worship? For years and years we had searched, enduring every hardness of flesh and spirit that man can suffer, and now we were to learn whether we had endured in vain. Yes, and Leo would learn if the promise was to be fulfilled to him, or whether she, whom he adored, had become but a departed dream to be sought for only beyond the gate of death. Little wonder that he trembled and turned white in the agony of that great suspense. Long, long was the time. Hours, years, ages, aeons, seemed to flow over us as we stood there before glittering silver curtains that hid the front of the black altar beneath the mystery of the sphinx-like face of the glorious which was its guardian, closed with that frozen smile of eternal love and pity. All the past went before us as we struggled in those dark waters of our doubt. Item by item, event by event, we rehearsed the story which began in the caves of Kôr, for our thoughts, so long attuned, were open to each other and flashed from soul to soul. Oh, now we knew, they were opened also to another soul. We could see nothing save the altar and the effigy, we could only hear the slow chant of the priests and priestesses and the snake-like hiss of the rushing fires. Yet we knew that our hearts were as an open book to one who watched beneath the Mother's shadowing wings. End of the chapter 13.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Chapter 14. The Court of Death. Now the curtains were open. Before us appeared a chamber hollowed from the thickness of the altar, and in its centre a throne, and on the throne a figure clad in waves of billowy white flowing from the head over the arms of the throne down to its marble steps. We could see no more in the comparative darkness of that place, save that beneath the folds of the drapery the oracle held in its hands a loop-shaped jewelled sceptre. Moved by some impulse we did as Horace had done, prostrating ourselves, and there remained upon our knees. At length we heard a tinkling as of little bells, and looking up, saw that the sistrum-shaped sceptre was stretched towards us by the draped arm which held it. Then a thin clear voice spoke, and I thought that it trembled a little. It spoke in Greek, but in a much purer Greek than all these people used. "I greet you, wanderers, who have journeyed so far to visit this most ancient shrine, and although doubtless of some other faith, are not ashamed to do reverence to that unworthy one who is for this time its oracle and the guardian of its mysteries. Rise now, and have no fear of me, for have I not sent my messenger and servants to conduct you to this sanctuary?" Slowly we rose and stood silent, not knowing what to say. "I greet you, wanderers," the voice repeated. "Tell me thou," and the sceptre pointed towards Leo, "how art thou named?" "I am named Leo Vincey," he answered. "Leo Vincey. I like the name, which to me well befits a man so goodly. And thou, the companion of Leo Vincey?" "I am named Horace Holly." "So? Then tell me, Leo Vincey and Horace Holly, what came ye so far to seek?" We looked at each other and I said, "The tale is long and strange. Oh, but what title must we address thee?" "By the name which I bear here, Hes." "O Hes," I said, wondering what name she bore elsewhere. "Yet I desire to hear that tale," she went on, and to me her voice sounded eager. "Nay, not all to night, for I know that you are both weary, a little of it only. In sooth, strangers, there is a sameness in this home of contemplations, and no heart can feed only on the past, if such a thing there be. Therefore I welcome a new history from the world without. Tell it me, thou, Leo, as briefly as thou wilt, so that thou tell the truth, for in the presence of which I am a minister, may nothing else be uttered." "Priestess," he said in his curt fashion, "I obey. Many years ago, when I was young, my friend and foster father and I, led by records of the past, travelled to a wild land, and there found a certain divine woman who had conquered time." "Then that woman must have been both aged and hideous." "I said, priestess, that she had conquered time, not suffered it, for the gift of immortal youth was hers. Also she was not hideous, she was beauty itself." "Therefore, stranger, thou didst worship her for her beauty's sake as a man does?" "I did not worship her, I loved her, which is another thing. The priest Horace here worships thee, whom he calls mother. I loved that immortal woman." "Then thou shouldst love her still." "Yet not so, since love is very mortal." "I love her still," he answered, "although she died." "Why, how is that? Thou saidst she was immortal." "Perchance she only seemed to die, perchance she changed. At least I lost her, and what I lost I seek, and have sought this many a year." "Why dost thou seek her in my mountain, Leo Vincey?" "Because a vision led me to ask counsel of its oracle. I am come hither to learn tidings of my lost love, since here alone these may be found." "And thou, Holly, didst thou also love an immortal woman, whose immortality, it seems, must bow to death?" "Priestess," I answered, "I am sworn to this quest, and where my foster son goes, I follow. He follows beauty that is dead, and thou dost follow him. Therefore both of you follow a beauty as men have ever done, being blind and mad. Nay, I answered. If they were blind, beauty would be naught to them who could not see it, and if they were mad, they would not know it when it was seen. Knowledge and vision belong to the wise, O Hes. Thou art quick of wit and tongue, Holly, as—" and she checked herself, then of a sudden said, "Tell me, did my servant, the Khania of Kaloon, entertain both of you hospitably in her city, and speed you on your journey hither, as I commanded her?" "We knew not that she was thy servant," I replied. "Hospitality we had and to spare, but we were sped from her court hitherward by the death-hounds of the Khan, her husband. Tell us, priestess, what thou knowest of this journey of ours." "A little," she answered carelessly. "More than 3 months ago my spies saw you upon the far mountains, and creeping very close to you at night, heard you speak together of the object of your wanderings. Then returning thence swiftly, made report to me. Thereon I bade the Khania Atene and that old magician her great uncle, who is guardian of the gate, go down to the ancient gates of Kaloon to receive you and bring you hither with all speed. Yet for men who burned to learn the answer to a riddle, you have been long in coming." "We came as fast as we might, O Hes," said Leo, "and if thy spies could visit those mountains, where no man was, and find a path down that hideous precipice, they must have been able also to tell thee the reason of our delay. Therefore I pray, ask it not of us." "Nay, I will ask it of Atene herself, and she shall surely answer me, for she stands without," replied the Hesea in a cold voice. "Oros, lead the Khania hither and be swift." The priest turned, and walking quickly to the wooden doors by which we had entered the shrine, vanished there. "Now," said Leo to me nervously, in the silence that followed, and speaking in English, "now I wish we were somewhere else, for I think that there will be trouble." "I don't think, I am sure," I answered. "But the more the better, for out of trouble may come the truth, which we need sorely." Then I stopped, reflecting that the strange woman before us said that her spies had overheard our talk upon the mountains, where we had spoken nothing but English. As it proved, I was wise, for quite quietly the Hesea repeated after me, "Thou hast experience, Holly, for out of trouble comes the truth, as out of wine." Then she was silent, and needless to say, I did not pursue the conversation. The doors swung open, and through them came a procession clad in black, followed by the Shaman Simbri, who walked in front of a bier upon which lay the body of the Khan, carried by 8 priests. Behind it was Atene, draped in a black veil from head to foot, and after her marched another company of priests. In front of the altar the bier was set down, and the priest fell back, leaving Atene and her uncle standing alone before the corpse. "What seeks my vassal the Khania of Kaloon?" asked the Hesea in a cold voice. Now Atene advanced and bent the knee, but with little graciousness. "Ancient mother, mother from old, I do reverence to thy holy office, as my forefathers have done for many a generation," and again she courtesied. "Mother, this dead man asked of thee that right of sepulchre in the fires of the holy mountain, which from the beginning has been accorded to the royal departed who went before him." "It has been accorded, as thou sayest," answered the Hesea, "by those priestesses who filled my place before me, nor shall it be refused to thy dead lord, or to thee, Atene, when thy time comes." "I thank thee, O Hes, and I pray that this decree may be written down, for the snows of age have gathered of thy venerable head, and soon thou must leave us for a while. Therefore bid thy scribes that it be written down, so that the Hesea who rules after thee may fulfil it in its season." "Cease," said the Hesea, "cease to pour out thy bitterness at that which should command thy reverence. Oh, thou foolish child, who does not know but that tomorrow the fire shall claim the frail youth and beauty which are thy boast. I bid thee cease, and tell me how did death find this lord of thine? Ask those wanderers yonder that were his guests. for his blood is on their heads and cries for vengeance at thy hands." "I killed him," said Leo, "to save my own life. He tried to hunt us down with his dogs, and there are the marks of them," and he pointed to my arm. "The priest Oros knows, for he dressed the hurts." "How did this chance?" asked the Hesea of Atene. "My lord was mad," she answered boldly, "and such was his cruel sport." "So? And was thy lord jealous also?" "Nay, keep back the falsehood I see rising to thy lips. Leo Vincey, answer thou me. Yet I will not ask thee to lay bare the secrets of a woman who has offered thee her love. Thou, Holly, speak and let it be the truth." "In this, O Hes," I answered. "Yonder lady and her uncle the Shaman Simbri saved us from death in the waters of the river that bounds the precipice of Kaloon. Afterwards we were ill and they treated us kindly. But the Khania became enamoured of my foster son." Here the figure of the priestess stirred beneath its gauzy wrappings, and the voice asked, "And did thy foster son become enamoured of the Khania, as being a man he may well have done, for without doubt she is fair?" "He can answer that question for himself, O Hes. All I know is that he strove to escape from her, and that in the end she gave him a day to choose between death and marriage with her, when her lord should be dead. So, helped by the Khan her husband, who was jealous of him, we fled towards this mountain, which we desired to reach. Then the Khan set his hounds upon us, for he was mad and false hearted. We killed him and came on in spite of this lady, his wife, and her uncle, who would have prevented us, and were met in a place of bones by a certain veiled guide who led us up the mountain and twice saved us from death. That is all the story." "Woman, what hast thou to say?" asked the Hesea in a menacing voice. "But little," Atene answered without flinching. "For years I have been bound to a madman and a brute, and if my fancy wandered towards this man, and his fancy wandered towards me, well, Nature spoke to us and that is all. Afterwards it seems that he grew afraid of the vengeance of Rassen, or this Holly whom I would that the hounds had torn bone from bone, grew afraid. So they strove to escape the land and perchance wandered to thy mountain. But I, weary of this talk, and ask thy leave to rest before tomorrow's ride." "Thou sayest, Atene," said the Hesea, "that Nature spoke to this man and to thee, and that his heart is thine, but that, fearing thy lord's vengeance, he fled from thee, he who seems no coward. Tell me, then, is that tress he hides in the satchel on his breast thy gage of love to him?" "I know nothing of what he hides in the satchel," answered the Khania sullenly. "And yet, yonder in the Gatehouse, when he lay so sick, he set the lock against thine own. Ah, dost remember now? So, O Hes, already he has told thee all our secrets, though they be such as most men hide within their breasts," and she looked contemptuously at Leo. "I told her nothing of the matter, Khania," Leo said in an angry voice. "Nay, thou toldst me nothing, Wanderer. My watching wisdom told me. Oh, didst thou think, Atene, that thou could hide the truth from the all-seeing Hesea of the Mountain? If so, spare thy breath, for I know all, and have known it from the first. I passed thy disobedience by, of thy false messages I took no heed. For my own purposes I, to whom time is not, suffered even that thou shouldst hold these, my guests, thy prisoners, whilst thou didst strive by threats and force to win a love denied." She paused, then went on coldly. "Woman, I tell thee that to complete thy sin, thou hast even dared to lie to me here in my very sanctuary." "If so, what of it?" was the bold answer. "Dost thou love the man thyself? Nay, it is monstrous. Nature would cry aloud at such a shame. Oh, tremble not with rage, Hes. I know thy evil powers, But I know also that I am thy guest, and that in this hallowed place, beneath yonder symbol of eternal love, thou mayest shed no blood more. Thou canst not harm me, Hes, who am thy equal." "Atene," replied the measured voice, "did I desire it, I could destroy thee where thou art. Yet thou art right. I shall not harm thee, thou faithless servant. Did not my writ bid thee, through yonder searcher of the stars, thy uncle, to meet these guests of mine and bring them straight to my shrine? Tell me, for I seek to know, how comes it that thou didst disobey me?" "Have then thy desire," answered Atene in a new and earnest voice, devoid now of bitterness and falsehood. "I disobeyed because that man is not thine, but mine, and no other woman's, because I love him and have loved him from old. Aye, since first our souls sprang into life I have loved him, and he has loved me. My own heart tells me so. The magic of my uncle here tells me so, though how and where and when these things have been I know not. Therefore I come to thee, Mother of Mysteries, guardian of the secrets of the past, to learn the truth. At least thou canst not lie at thine own altar, and I charge thee, by the dread name of that power to which thou also must render thy account, that thou answer now and here. Who is this man to whom my being yearns? What has he been to me? What has he to do with thee? Speak, O Oracle, and make the secret clear. Speak, I command, even though afterwards thou dost slay me, if thou canst." "Aye, speak, speak," said Leo, "for now I am in sore suspense. I also am bewildered by memories and rent with hopes and fears." And I too echoed, "Speak." "Leo Vincey," asked the Hesea, after she had thought a while, "whom dost thou believe me to be?" "I believe," he answered solemnly, "that thou art that Ayesha at whose hands I died of old in the caves of Kôr in Africa. I believe thou art that Ayesha whom not 20 years ago I found and loved in those same caves of Kôr, and there saw perish miserably, swearing that thou wouldst return again." "See now how madness can mislead a man," broke in Atene triumphantly. "Not 20 years ago," he said, "whereas I know well that more than 80 summers have gone by since my grandsire in his youth saw this same priestess sitting on the Mother's throne." "And whom dost thou believe me to be, O Holly?" the priestess asked, taking no note of the Khania's words. "What he believes, I believe," I answered. "The dead come back to life sometimes. Yet alone thou knowest the truth, and by thee only it can be revealed." "Aye," she said, as though musing, "the dead come back to life sometimes, and in strange shape, and mayhap I know the truth. Tomorrow, when yonder body is borne on high for burial, we will speak of it again. Till then rest you all and prepare to face that fearful thing, the truth." While the Hesea still spoke, the silvery curtains swung to their place as mysteriously as they had opened. Then, as though at some signal, the black robed priests advanced. Surrounding Atene they led her from the Sanctuary, accompanied by her uncle the Shaman, who, as it seemed to me, either through fatigue or fear, could scarcely stand upon his feet, but stood blinking his dim eyes as though the light dazed him. When these were gone, the priests and priestesses, who all this time had been ranged round the walls, far out of hearing of our talk, gathered themselves into their separate companies, and still chanting departed also, leaving us alone with Oros and the corpse of the Khan, which remained where it had been set down. Now the head priest, Oros, beckoned us to follow him, and we went also. Nor was I sorry to leave the place, for its death-like loneliness, enhanced strangely enough as it was by the flood of light that filled it, a loneliness which was concentrated and expressed in the awful figure stretched upon the bier, oppressed and overcame us, whose nerves were broken by all that we had undergone. Thankful enough was I when, having passed the transepts and down the length of the vast nave, we came to the iron doors, the rock passage and the other gates, which as before opened to let us through, and so at last into the sweet cold air of the night at that hour which precedes the dawn. Oros led us to a house well built and furnished, where at his bidding, like men in a dream, we drank some liquor which he gave us. I think that drink was drugged, at least after swallowing it I remembered no more till I awoke to find myself lying on a bed and feeling wonderfully strong and well. This I thought strange, for a lamp burning in the room showed me that it was still dark and therefore that I could have rested but a little time. I tried to sleep again, but was not able, so fell to thinking till I grew weary of the task. For here thoughts would not help me. Nothing could help except the truth, that fearful thing, as the veiled priestess had called it. Oh, what if she should prove not the Ayesha whom we desired, but some fearful thing? What were the meaning of the Khania's hints and of her boldness, that surely had been inspired by the strength of a hidden knowledge? What if, nay, it couldn't be. I would rise and dress my arm, or I would wake Leo and make him dress it. Anything to occupy my mind until the appointed hour, when we must learn the best or the worst. I sat up in the bed and saw a figure advancing towards me. It was Oros, who bore a lamp in his hand. "You have slept long, friend Holly," he said, "and now it is time to be up and doing." "Long?" I answered testily. "How can that be, when it is still dark?" "Because, friend, the dark is that of a new night. Many hours have gone by since you lay down upon this bed. Well, you were wise to rest you while you may, for who knows when you will sleep again. Come, let me bathe your arm." "Tell me," I broke in. "Nay, friend," he interrupted firmly, "I will tell you nothing, except that soon you must start to be present at the funeral of the Khan and, perchance, to learn the answers to your questions." 10 minutes later he led me to the eating chamber of the house, where I found Leo already dressed, for Oros had awakened him before he came to me, and bidden him to prepare himself. Oros told us that the Hesea had not suffered us to be disturbed until the night came again, since we had much to undergo that day. So presently we started. Once more we were led through the flame-lit hall till we came to the loop-shaped apse. The place was empty now, even the corpse of the Khan had gone, and no draped oracle sat in the altar shrine, for its silver curtains were drawn and we saw that it was untenanted. "The Mother has departed to do honour to the dead, according to the ancient custom," Oros explained to us. Then we passed the altar, and behind the statue found a door in the rock wall of the apse, and beyond the door a passage and a hall as of a house, for out of it opened other doors leading to chambers. These our guide told us were the dwelling places of the Hesea and her maidens. He added that they ran to the side of the mountain and had windows that opened onto gardens and let in the light and air. In this hall 6 priests were waiting, each of whom carried a bundle of torches beneath his arm and held in his hands a lighted lamp. "Our road runs through the dark," said Oros, "though were it day we might climb the outer snows. But this at night it is dangerous to do." Then taking torches he lit them at a lamp and gave one to each of us. Now our climb began. Up endless sloping galleries we went, hewn with inconceivable labour by the primeval fire worshippers from the living rock of the mountain. It seemed to me that they stretched for miles, and indeed this was so, since although the slope was always gentle, it took us more than an hour to climb them. At length we came to the foot of a great stair. "Rest a while here, my lord," Oros said, bowing to Leo with the reverence that he had shown him from the first. for this stair is steep and long. Now we stand upon the mountain's topmost lip, and are about to climb that tall looped column which soars above. So we sat down in the vault-like place and let the sharp draught of air rushing to and from the passages play upon us, for we were heated with journeying up those close galleries. As we sat thus, I heard a roaring sound and asked Oros what it might be. He answered that we were very near to the crater of the volcano, and that what we heard through the thickness of the rock was the rushing of its everlasting fires. Then the ascent commenced. It was not dangerous, though very wearisome, for there were nearly 600 of those steps. The climb of the passages had reminded me of that of the gallery of the Great Pyramid drawn out for whole furlongs. That of the pillar was like the ascent of a cathedral spire, or rather of several spires piled one upon another. Resting from time to time, we dragged ourselves up the steep steps, each of them quite a foot in height, till the pillar was climbed and only the loop remained. Up it we went also, Oros leading us, and glad was I that the stairway still ran within the substance of the rock, for I could feel the needle's mighty eye quiver in the rush of the winds which swept about its sides. At length we saw light before us, and in another 20 steps emerged upon a platform. As Leo, who went in front of me, walked from the stairway, I saw Oros and another priest seize him by the arms and call to him to ask what they were doing. "Nothing," he cried back, "except that this is a dizzy place and they feared lest I should fall. Mind how you come, Horace," and he stretched out his hand to me. Now I was clear of the tunnel, and I believe that had it not been for that hand, I should have sunk to the rock floor, for the sight before me seemed to paralyse my brain. Nor was this to be wondered at, for I doubt whether the world can show such another. We stood upon the very apex of the loop, a flat space of rock about 80 yards in length by some 30 in breadth, with a star-strewn sky above us. To the south, 20,000 feet or more below, stretched the dim plain of Kaloon, and to the east and west the snow-clad shoulders of the peak and the broad brown slope beneath. To the north was a different sight, and one more awesome. There, right under us as it seemed, for the pillar bent inwards, lay the vast crater of the volcano, and in the centre of it a wide lake of fire that broke into bubbles, and flowers of sudden flame were spouted, writhed and twisted like an angry sea. From the surface of this lake rose smoke and gases that took fire as they floated upwards, and mingling together formed a gigantic sheet of living light. Right opposite to us burned this sheet, and the flare of it, passing through the needle eye of the pillar under us, sped away in one dazzling beam across the country of Kaloon, across the mountains beyond, till it was lost on the horizon. The wind blew from south to north, being sucked in towards the hot crater of the volcano, and its fierce breath that screamed through the eye of the pillar and against its rugged surface, bent the long crest of the sheet of flame as an ocean roller is bent over by the gale, and tore from it fragments of fire that floated away to leeward like the blown out sails of a burning ship. Had it not been for this strong and steady wind indeed, no creature could have lived upon the pillar, for the vapours would have poisoned him. But its unceasing blast drew these all away towards the north. For the same reason, in the thin air of that icy place, the heat was not too great to be endured. Appalled by that terrific spectacle, which seemed more appropriate to the terrors of the pit than to this earth of ours, and fearful lest the blast should whirl me like a dead leaf into the glowing gulf beneath, I fell on to my sound hand and my knees, shouting to Leo to do likewise, and looked about me. Now I observed lines of priests wrapped in great capes, kneeling upon the face of the rock and engaged apparently in prayer, but of Hes the mother, or of Atene, or of the corpse of the dead Khan I could see nothing. Whilst I wondered where they might be, Oros, upon whose nerves this dread scene appeared to have no effect, and some of our attendant priests surrounded us and led us onwards by a path that ran perilously near to the rounded edge of the rock. A few downward steps and we found that we were under shelter for the gale. For the gale was roaring over us. 20 more paces we came to a recess, cut I suppose by man in the face of the loop, in such a fashion that a lava roof was left projecting half across its width. This recess, or rock chamber, which was large enough to shelter a great number of people, we reached safely, to discover that it was already tenanted. Seated in a chair hewn from the rock was the Hesea, wearing a broidered purple mantle above her gauzy wrappings that enveloped her from head to foot. There too, standing near to her, were the Khania Atene and her uncle the old Shaman, who looked but ill at ease, and lastly, stretched upon his funeral couch, the fiery light beating upon his dark form and face, lay the dead Khan Rassen. We advanced to the throne and bowed to her who sat thereon. The Hesea lifted her hooded head, which seemed to have been sunk upon her breast as though she were overcome by thought or care, and addressed Oros the priest. For in the shelter of those massive walls, by comparison, there was silence and folk could hear each other speak. "So thou hast brought them safely, my servant," she said, "and I am glad. For those that know it not, this road is fearful. My guests, what say you of the burying pit of the children of Hes?" "Our faith tells us of a hell, lady," answered Leo, "and I think that yonder cauldron looks like its mouth." "Nay," she answered, "there is no hell, save that which from life to life we fashion for ourselves within the circle of this little star. Leo Vincey, I tell thee that hell is here, aye, here," and she struck her hand upon her breast, while once more her head drooped forward, as though bowed down beneath some load of secret misery. Thus she stayed a while, then lifted it and spoke again, saying, "Midnight is past, and much must be done and suffered before the dawn. Aye, the darkness must be turned to light, or perchance the light to eternal darkness. Royal woman," she went on, addressing Atene, "as is his right, thou hast brought thy dead lord hither for burial in this consecrated place, where the ashes of all who went before him have become fuel for the holy fires. Oros, my priest, summon thou the accuser and him who makes defence, and let the books be opened that I may pass judgment on the dead, and call his soul to live again, or pray that from it the breath of life may be withheld. Priest, I say the court of death is open." End of chapter 14 of Ayesha, the Return of She, by H. Rider Haggard. Read by Lars Rolander. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Chapter 15. The Second Ordeal. Oros bowed and left the place, whereon the Hesea signed to us to stand upon her right and to Atene to stand upon her left. Presently from either side the hooded priests and priestesses stole into the chamber, and to the number of 50 or more ranged themselves along its walls. Then came 2 figures, draped in black and masked, who bore parchment books in their hands, and placed themselves on either side of the corpse, while Oros stood at its feet, facing the Hesea. Now she lifted the sistrum that she held, and in obedience to the signal Oros said, Let the books be opened." Thereon the masked accuser to the right broke the seal of his book and began to read its pages. It was a tale of the sins of this dead man, entered as fully as though that officer were his own conscience given life and voice. In cold and horrible detail it told of the evil doings of his childhood, of his youth, and of his riper years, and thus massed together the record was black indeed. I listened amazed, wondering what spy had been set upon the deeds of yonder man throughout his days, thinking also with a shudder of how heavy would be the tale against any one of us, if such a spy should companion him from the cradle to the grave, remembering too that full surely this count is kept by scribes even more watchful than the ministers of Hes. At length the long story drew to its close. Lastly it told of the murder of that noble upon the banks of the river. It told of the plot against our lives for no just cause. It told of our cruel hunting with the death-hounds and of its end. Then the accuser shut his book and cast it on the ground, saying, "Such is the record, O Mother. Sum it up as thou hast been given wisdom." Without speaking, the Hesea pointed with the sistrum to the defender, who thereon broke the seal of his book and began to read. Its tale spoke of all the good that the dead man had done, of every noble word that he had said, of every kind action, of plans which he had made for the welfare of his vassals, of temptations to ill that he had resisted, of the true love that he had borne to the woman who became his wife, of the prayers which he had made, and of the offerings which he had sent to the temple of Hes. Making no mention of her name, it told of how that wife of his had hated him, of how she and the magician who had fostered and educated her and was her relative and guide, had set other women to lead him astray that she might be free of him. Of how too they had driven him mad with a poisonous drink which took away his judgment, unchained all the evil in his heart, and caused him by its baneful influence to shrink unnaturally from her whose love he still desired. Also it set out that the heaviest of his crimes were inspired by this wife of his, who sought to befoul his name in the ears of the people whom she led him to oppress, and how bitter jealousy drove him to cruel acts, the last and worst of which caused him foully to violate the law of hospitality, and in attempting to bring about the death of blameless guests at their hands to find his own. Thus the defender read, and having read, closed the book and threw it on the ground, saying, "Such is the record, O Mother. Sum it up as thou hast been given wisdom." Then the Khania, who all this time had stood cold and impassive, stepped forward to speak, and with her her uncle, the Shaman Simbri. But before a word passed Atene's lips, the Hesea raised her sceptre and forbade them, saying, "Thy day of trial is not yet, nor have we aught to do with thee. When thou liest where he lies, and the books of thy deeds are read aloud to her who sits in judgment, then let thine advocate make answer for these things." "So be it," answered Atene haughtily, and fell back. Now it was the turn of the high priest Oros. "Mother," he said, "thou hast heard. Balance the writings, assess the truth, and according to thy wisdom issue thy commands. Shall we hurl him who was Rassen feet first into the fiery gulf, that he may walk again in the paths of life, or head first, in token that he is dead indeed?" Then, while all waited in a hushed expectancy, the great priestess delivered her verdict. "I hear, I balance, I assess, but judge I do not, who claim no such power. Let the Spirit who sent him forth, to whom he is returned again, pass judgment on his spirit. This dead one has sinned deeply, yet has he been more deeply sinned against. Nor against that man can be reckoned the account of his deeds of madness. Cast him then to his grave, feet first, that his name may be whitened in the ears of those unborn, and that thence he may return again at the time appointed. It is spoken." Now the accuser lifted the book of his accusations from the ground, and advancing, hurled it into the gulf in token that it was blotted out. Then he turned and vanished from the chamber, while the Advocate, taking up his book, gave it into the keeping of the priest Oros, that it might be preserved in the archives of the temple for ever. This done, the priests began a funeral chant and a solemn invocation to the great Lord of the Underworld that he would receive this spirit and acquit it there as here it had been acquitted by the Hesea, his minister. Ere their dirge ended, certain of the priests, advancing with slow steps, lifted the bier and carried it to the edge of the gulf. Then, at a sign from the Mother, hurled it feet foremost into the fiery lake below, whilst all watched to see how it struck the flame. For this they held to be an omen, since should the body turn over in its descent, it was taken as a sign that the judgment of mortal men had been refused in the place of the immortals. It did not turn. It rushed downwards straight as a plummet and plunged into the fire hundreds of feet below, and there for ever vanished. This indeed was not strange, since, as we discovered afterwards, the feet were weighted. In fact, this solemn rite was but a formula that, down to the exact words of judgment and committal, had been practised here from unknown antiquity over the bodies of the priests and priestesses of the Mountain, and of certain of the great ones of the Plain. So it was in ancient Egypt, whence without doubt this ceremony of the trial of the dead was derived. And so it continued to be in the land of Hes, for no priestess ever ventured to condemn the soul of one departed. The real interest of the custom, apart from its solemnity and awful surroundings, centred in the accurate knowledge displayed by the masked accuser and advocate of the life deeds of the deceased. It showed that although the College of Hes affected to be indifferent to the doings and politics of the people of the Plain that they once ruled, and over which, while secretly awaiting an opportunity of reconquest, they still claimed a spiritual authority, the attitude was assumed rather than real. Moreover, it suggested a system of espionage so piercing and extraordinary that it was difficult to believe it unaided by the habitual exercise of some gift of clairvoyance. The service, if I may call it so, was finished. The dead man had followed the record of his sins into that lurid sea of fire, and by now was but a handful of charred dust. But if his books had closed, ours remained opened and as its strangest chapter. We knew it, all of us, and waited. Our nerves thrilled with expectancy. The Hesea sat brooding on her rocky throne. She also knew that the hour had come. Presently she sighed, then motioned with her sceptre and spoke a word or two, dismissing the priests and priestesses who departed and were seen no more. Two of them remained, however, Oros and the head priestess, who was called Papave, a young woman of a noble countenance. "Listen, my servants," she said. "Great things are about to happen, which have to do with the coming of yonder strangers, for whom I have waited these many years, as is well known to you. Nor can I tell the issue since to me, to whom power is given so freely, foresight of the future is denied. It well may happen, therefore, that this seat will soon be empty and this frame but food for eternal fires. Nay, grieve not, for I do not die, and if so, the spirit shall return again. Hearken, Papave, thou art of the blood, and to thee alone have I opened all the doors of wisdom. If I pass now or at any time, take thou the ancient power, fill thou my place, and in all things do as I have instructed thee, that from this mountain light may shine upon the world. Further I command thee, and thee also, Oros my priest, that if I be summoned hence, you entertain these strangers hospitably until it is possible to escort them from the land, whether by the road they came or across the northern hills and deserts. Should the Khania Atene attempt to detain them against their will, then raise the tribes upon her in the name of the Hesea, depose her from her seat, conquer her land and hold it. Hear and obey." "Mother, we hear and we will obey," answered Oros and Papave as with a single voice. She waved her hand to show that this matter was finished, then after long thought spoke again, addressing herself to the Khania. "Atene, last night thou didst ask me a question, why thou dost love this man," and she pointed to Leo. "To that the answer would be easy, for is he not one who might well stir passion in the breast of a woman such as thou art? But thou didst say also that thine own heart, and the wisdom of yonder magician, thy uncle, told thee that since thy soul first sprang to life thou hadst loved him, and didst adjure me by the Power to whom I must give my account to draw the curtain from the past and let the truth be known. Woman, the hour has come, and I obey thy summons, not because thou dost command, but because it is my will. Of the beginning I can tell thee nothing, who am still human and no goddess. I know not why we three are wrapped in this coil of fate. I know not the destinies to which we journey up the ladder of 1,000 lives, with grief and pain climbing the endless stair of circumstance, or if I know, I may not say. Therefore I take up the tale where my own memory gives me light." The Hesea paused, and we saw her frame shake as though beneath some fearful inward effort of the will. "Look now behind you," she cried, throwing her arms wide. We turned, and at first saw nothing save the great curtain of fire that rose from the abyss of the volcano, whereof, as I have told, the crest was bent over by the wind like the crest of a breaking billow. But presently, as we watched, in the depth of this red veil, Nature's awful lamp flame, a picture began to form, as it forms in the seer's magic crystal. Behold! A temple set amid sands and washed by a wide, palm bordered river, and across its pyloned court processions of priests who pass to and fro with flaunting banners. The court empties. I could see the shadow of a falcon's wings that fled across its sunlit floor. A man clad in a priest's white robe, shaven-headed and barefooted, enters through the southern pylon gate and walks slowly towards a painted granite shrine, in which sits the image of a woman crowned with the double crown of Egypt, summoned by the lotus bloom, and holding in her hand the sacred sistrum. Now, as though he heard some sound, he halts and looks towards us, and by the heaven above me, his face is the face of Leo Vincey in his youth, the face too of that Kallikrates whose corpse we had seen in the caves of Kôr. "Look, look!" gasped Leo, catching me by the arm, but I only nodded my head in answer. The man walks on again, and kneeling before the goddess in the shrine, embraces her feet and makes his prayer to her. Now the gates roll open, and a procession enters, headed by a veiled, noble looking woman who bears offerings which she sets on the table before the shrine, bending her knee to the effigy of the goddess. Her oblations made, she turns to depart, and as she goes brushes her hand against the hand of the watching priest, who hesitates, then follows her. When all her company have passed the gate, she lingers alone in the shadow of the pylon, whispering to the priest and pointing to the river and the southern land beyond. He is disturbed. He reasons with her, till after one swift glance round, she lets drop her veil, bending towards him, and their lips meet. As time flies, her face is turned towards us, and lo! it is the face of Atene, and amid her dusky hair the aura is reflected in jewelled gold, the symbol of her royal rank. She looks at the shaven priest, she laughs as though in triumph, she points to the westering sun and to the river, and is gone. Aye, and that laugh of long ago is echoed by Atene at our side, for she also laughs in triumph and cries aloud to the old Shaman, "True diviners were my heart and thou. Behold how I won him in the past." Then like ice on fire fell the cold voice of the Hesea. "Be silent, woman, and see how thou didst lose him in the past." Lo! the scene changes, and on a couch a lovely shape lies sleeping. She dreams, she is afraid, and over her bends and whispers in her ears a shadowy form clad with the emblems of the goddess in the shrine, but now wearing upon her head the vulture cap. The woman wakes from her dream and looks round, and oh! the face is the face of Ayesha as it was seen of us when first she loosed her veil in the caves of Kôr. A sigh went up from us. We could not speak, who thus fearfully once more beheld her loveliness. Again she sleeps. Again the awful form bends over her and whispers. It points. The distance opens. Lo! on a stormy sea a boat, and in the boat two wrapped in each other's arms, the priest and the royal woman, while over them, like a vengeance, raw-necked and ragged-pinioned, hovers a following vulture, such a vulture as the goddess wore for head-dress. That picture fades from its burning frame, leaving the vast sheet of fire empty as the noonday sky. Then another forms. First a great smooth-walled cave carpeted with sand, a cave that we remembered well. Then lying on the sand, now no longer shaven, but golden haired, the corpse of the priest staring upwards with his glazed eyes, his white skin streaked with blood, and standing over him two women. One holds a javelin in her hand and is naked, except for her flowing hair. And beautiful, beautiful beyond imagining. The other, wrapped in a dark cloak, beats the air with her hands, casting up her eyes, as though to call the curse of heaven upon her rival's head. And those women are she into whose sleeping ear the shadow had whispered, and the royal Egyptian who had kissed her lover beneath the pylon gate. Slowly all the figures faded. It was as though the fire ate them up. For first they became thin and white as ashes, then vanished. The Hesea who had been leaning forward sank backwards in her chair, as if weary with the toil of her own magic. For a while confused pictures flitted rapidly to and fro across the vast mirror of the flame, such as might be reflected from an intelligence crowded with the memories of over 2000 years, which it was too exhausted to separate and define. Wild scenes, multitudes of people, great caves, and in them faces, amongst others our own, starting up distorted and enormous, to grow tiny in an instant and depart. Stark imaginations of forms, towering and divine, of things monstrous and inhuman, armies marching, illimitable battlefields and corpses rolled in blood, and hovering over them the spirits of the slain. These pictures died as the others had died, and the fire was blank again. Then the Hesea spoke in a voice, very faint at first, that by slow degrees grew stronger. "Is thy question answered, O Atene?" I have seen strange sights, mother, mighty limnings worthy of thy magic, but how know I that they are more than vapours of thine own brain, cast upon yonder fire to deceive and mock us? Note. Considered in the light of subsequent revelations vouchsafed to us by Ayesha herself, I am inclined to believe that Atene's shrewd surmise was accurate, and that these fearful pictures, although founded on events that had happened in the past, were in the main vapours cast upon the crater fire, visions raised in our minds to deceive and mock us. LHH. "Listen then," said the Hesea in her weary voice, "to the interpretation of the writing, and cease to trouble me with thy doubts. Many an age ago, but shortly after I began to live this last long life of mine, Isis, the great goddess of Egypt, had her holy house at Behbit near the Nile. It is a ruin now, and Isis has departed from Egypt, though still under the power that fashioned it and her. She rules the world, for she is Nature's self. Of that shrine a certain man, a Greek, Kallikrates by name, was chief priest, chosen for her service by the favour of the goddess, vowed to her eternally and to her alone, by the dreadful oath that might not be broken without punishment as eternal. In the flame thou sawest that priest, and here at thy side he stands, reborn to fulfil his destiny and ours. There lived also a daughter of Pharaoh's house, one Amenartas, who cast eyes of love upon this Kallikrates, and wrapping him in her spells, for then as now she practised witcheries, caused him to break his oath and fly with her, as thou sawest written in the flame. Thou, Atene, wast that Amenartas. Lastly, there lived a certain Arabian named Ayesha, a wise and lovely woman, who in the emptiness of her heart and the sorrow of much knowledge had sought refuge in the service of the Universal Mother, thinking there to win the true wisdom which ever fled from her. That Ayesha, as thou sawest also, the goddess visited in a dream, bidding her to follow those faithless ones, and work heaven's vengeance on them, and promising her in reward victory over death upon the earth, and beauty such as had not been known in woman. She followed far. She awaited them where they wandered, guided by a sage named Noot, one who from the beginning had been appointed to her service, and that of another. Thou, O Holly, wast that man. She found the essence in which to bathe is to outlive generations, faiths and empires, saying, I will slay these guilty ones, I will slay them presently as I am commanded. Yet Ayesha slew not, for now their sin was her sin, since she who had never loved came to desire this man. She led them to the place of life, purposing there to clothe him and herself with immortality and let the woman die. But it was not so fated, for then the goddess smote. The life was Ayesha's as had been sworn, but in its first hour, blinded with jealous rage, because he shrank from her unveiled glory to the mortal woman at his side, this Ayesha brought him to his death, and alas, alas, left herself undying. Thus did the angry goddess work woe upon her faithless ministers, giving to the priest swift doom, to the priestess Ayesha long remorse and misery, and to the royal Amenartas jealousy more bitter than life or death, and the fate of unending effort to win back that love which, defying heaven, she had dared to steal, but to be bereft thereof again. Lo, now the ages pass, and at the time appointed, to that undying Ayesha, who whilst awaiting his rebirth from century to century mourned his loss, and did bitter penance for her sins, came back the man, her heart's desire. Then, whilst all went well for her and him, again the goddess smote and robbed her of her reward. Before her lover's living eyes, sunk in utter shame and misery, the beautiful became hideous, the undying seemed to die. Yet, O Kallikrates, I tell thee that she died not. Did not Ayesha swear to thee yonder in the caves of Kôr that she would come again? For even in that awful hour this comfort kissed her soul. Thereafter, Leo Vincey, who art Kallikrates, did not her spirit lead thee in thy sleep and stand with thee upon this very pinnacle, which should be thy beacon light to guide thee back to her? And didst thou not search these many years, not knowing that she companioned thy every step and strove to guard thee in every danger, till at length in the permitted hour thou earnest back to her?" She paused and looked towards Leo as though awaiting his reply. "Of the first part of the tale, except from the writing of the sherd, I know nothing, lady," he said. "Of the rest I, or rather we, know that it is true. Yet I would ask a question, and I pray thee of thy charity, let thy answer be swift and short. Thou sayest that in the permitted hour I came back to Ayesha. Where then is Ayesha? Art thou Ayesha? And if so, why is thy voice changed? Why art thou less in stature? Oh, in the name of whatever god thou dost worship, tell me, art thou Ayesha?" "I am Ayesha," she answered solemnly, "that very Ayesha to whom thou didst pledge thyself eternally." She lies," broke in Atene. "I tell thee, husband, for such with her own lips she declares thou art to me, that yonder woman who says that she parted from thee young and beautiful less than 20 years ago, is none other than the aged priestess who for a century at least has borne rule in these halls of Hes. Let her deny it if she can." "Oros," said the Mother, "tell thou the tale of the death of that priestess of whom the Khania speaks." The priest bowed and in his usual calm voice, as though he were narrating some event of every day, said mechanically and in a fashion that carried no conviction to my mind, "18 years ago, on the 4th night of the 1st month of the winter in the year 2333 of the founding of the worship of Hes on this mountain, the priestess of whom the Khania Atene speaks, died of old age in my presence in the 108th year of her rule. 3 hours later we went to lift her from the throne on which she died, to prepare her corpse for burial in this fire according to the ancient custom. Lo, a miracle, for she lived again, the same, yet very changed. Thinking this a work of evil magic, the priests and priestesses of the college rejected her and would have driven her from the throne. Thereon the mountain blazed and thundered, the light from the fiery pillars died, and great terror fell upon the souls of men. Then from the deep darkness above the altar, where stands the statue of the Mother of Men, the voice of the living goddess spoke, saying, 'Accept ye her whom I have set to rule over you, that my judgments and my purpose may be fulfilled.' The voice ceased and the fiery torches burnt again, and we bowed the knee to the new Hesea and named her mother in the ears of all. That is the tale to which hundreds can bear witness." "Thou hearest, Atene," said the Hesea. "Dost thou still doubt?" "Aye," answered the Khania, "for I hold that Oros also lies, or if he lies not, then he dreams, or perchance that voice he heard was thine own. Now if thou art this undying woman, this Ayesha, let proof be made of it to these 2 men who knew thee in the past. Tear away those wrappings that guard thy loveliness thus jealously. Let thy shape divine, thy beauty incomparable, shine out upon our dazzled sight. Surely thy lover will not forget such charms. Surely he will know thee and bow the knee, saying, 'This is my immortal and no other woman.' Then, and not till then, I will believe that thou art, even what thou declarest thyself to be, an evil spirit, who bought undying life with murder and used thy demon loveliness to bewitch the souls of men." Now the Hesea on the throne seemed to be much troubled, for she rocked herself to and fro and wrung her white draped hands. "Kallikrates," she said in a voice that sounded like a moan, "is this thy will? For if it be, know that I must obey. Yet I pray thee command it not, for the time is not yet come. The promise unbreakable is not yet fulfilled. I am somewhat changed, Kallikrates, since I kissed thee on the brow and named thee mine, yonder in the caves of Kôr." Leo looked about him desperately, till his eyes fell upon the mocking face of Atene, who cried, "Bid her unveil, my lord. I swear to thee, I'll not be jealous." At that taunt he took fire. "Aye," he said, "I bid her unveil, that I may learn the best or worst, who otherwise must die of this suspense. Howsoever changed, if she be Ayesha I shall know her, and if she be Ayesha I shall love her." "Bold words, Kallikrates," answered the Hesea, "yet from my very heart I thank thee for them. Those sweet words of trust and faithfulness to thou knowest not what. Learn now the truth, for I may keep naught back from thee. When I unveil, it is decreed that thou must make thy choice for the last time on this earth between yonder woman, my rival from the beginning, and that Ayesha to whom thou art sworn. Thou canst reject me if thou wilt, and no ill shall come to thee, but many a blessing, as men reckon them, power and wealth and love. Only then thou must tear my memory from thy heart, for then I leave thee to follow thy fate alone, till at the last the purpose of these deeds and sufferings is made clear. Be warned, no light ordeal lies before thee. Be warned, I can promise thee naught, save such love as woman never gave to man. Love that perchance, I know not, must yet remain unsatisfied upon the earth." Then she turned to me and said, "O thou, Holly, thou true friend, thou guardian from of old, thou next to him most beloved by me, to thy clear and innocent spirit perchance wisdom may be given that is denied to us, the little children whom thine arms protect. Counsel thou him, my Holly, with the counsel that is given thee, and I will obey thy words and his, and whatever befalls will bless thee from my soul. Aye, and should he cast me off, then in the land beyond the lands, in the star appointed where all earthly passions fade, together we will dwell eternally in a friendship glorious, thou and I alone. For thou wilt not reject. Thy steel, forged in the furnace of pure truth and power, shall not lose its temper in these small fires of temptation and become a rusted chain to bind thee to another woman's breast, until it canker to her heart and thine." "Ayesha, I thank thee for thy words," I answered simply, "and by them and that promise of thine, I, thy poor friend, for more I never thought to be, am a thousandfold repaid for many sufferings. This I will add, that for my part I know that thou art she whom we have lost, since, whatever the lips that speak them, those thoughts and words are Ayesha's and hers alone." Thus I spoke, not knowing what else to say, for I was filled with a great joy, a calm and ineffable satisfaction, which broke thus feebly from my heart. For now I knew that I was dear to Ayesha as I had always been dear to Leo, the closest of friends, from whom she never would be parted. What more could I desire? We fell back, we spoke together, whilst they watched us silently. What we said I do not quite remember, but the end of it was that, as the Hesea had done, Leo bade me judge and choose. Then into my mind there came a clear command from my own conscience, or otherwise who can say? This was the command that I should bid her to unveil and let fate declare its purposes. "Decide," said Leo. "I cannot bear much more. Like that woman, whoever she may be, whatever happens, I will not blame you, Horace." Good, I answered. I have decided, and stepping forward I said, we have taken counsel, Hes, and it is our will, who would learn the truth and be at rest, that thou shouldst unveil before us here and now. I hear and obey, the priestess answered, in a voice like to that of a dying woman. Only, I beseech you both, be pitiful to me. Spare me your mockeries. Add not the coals of your hate and scorn to the fires of a soul in hell. For whatever I am, I became it for thy sake, Kallikrates. Yet I also am athirst for knowledge, for though I know all wisdom, although I wield much power, one thing remains to me to learn. What is the worth of the love of man, and if indeed it can live beyond the horrors of the grave? Then rising slowly, the Hesea walked, or rather tottered, to the unroofed open space in front of the rock chamber, and stood there quite near to the brink of the flaming gulf beneath. "Come hither, Papave, and loose these veils," she cried in a shrill, thin voice. Papave advanced and with a look of awe upon her handsome face began the task. She was not a tall woman, yet as she bent over her I noted that she seemed to tower above her mistress, the Hesea. The outer veils fell, revealing more within. These fell also, and now before us stood the mummy-like shape, although it seemed to be of less stature, of that strange being who had met us in the place of bones. So it would seem that our mysterious guide and the high priestess Hes were the same. Look, length by length the wrappings sank from her. Would they never end? How small grew the frame within! She was very short now, unnaturally short for a full-grown woman, and oh! I grew sick at heart. The last bandages uncoiled themselves like shavings from a stick. Two wrinkled hands appeared, if hands they could be called. Then the feet. Once I had seen such on the mummies of a princess of Egypt, and even now by some fantastic play of the mind I remembered that on her coffin this princess was named the Beautiful. Everything was gone now, except a shift and a last inner veil about the head. Hes waved back the priestess Papave, who fell half fainting to the ground and lay there covering her eyes with her hand. Then uttering something like a scream, she gripped this veil in her thin talons, tore it away, and with a gesture of uttermost despair turned and faced us. Oh, she was, nay, I will not describe her. I knew her at once, for thus had I seen her last before the fire of life, and strangely enough, through the mask of unutterable age, through that cloak of humanity's last decay, still shone some resemblance to the glorious and superhuman Ayesha, the shape of the face, the air of defiant pride that for an instant bore her up, I know not what. Yes, there she stood, and the fierce light of the heartless fires beat upon her, revealing every shame. There was a dreadful silence. I saw Leo's lips turn white and his knees to begin to give, but by some effort he recovered himself and stayed still and upright like a dead man held by a wire. Also I saw Atene, and this is to her credit, turn her head away. She had desired to see her rival humiliated, but that horrible sight shocked her. Some sense of their common womanhood for the moment touched her pity. Only Simbri, who I think knew what to expect, and Oros remained quite unmoved. Indeed, in that ghastly silence the latter spoke, and ever afterwards I loved him for his words. "What of the vile vessel rotted in the grave of time? What of the flesh that perishes?" he said. "Look through the ruined lamp of the eternal light which burns within. Look through its covering carrion to the inextinguishable soul." My heart applauded these noble sentiments. I was of one mind with Oros, but, oh heaven, I felt that my brain was going, and I wished that it would go, so that I might hear and see no more. That look which gathered on Ayesha's mummy face? At first there had been a little hope, but the hope died, and anguish, anguish, anguish took its place. Something must be done. This could not endure. My lips clave together, no word would come, my feet refused to move. I began to contemplate the scenery. How wonderful were that sheet of flame and the ripples which ran up and down its height. How awesome its billowy crest. It would be warm lying in yonder red gulf below with the dead Rassen. But oh, I wished that I shared his bed and had finished with these agonies. Thank heaven, Atene was speaking. She had stepped to the side of the naked headed thing and stood by it in all the pride of her rich beauty and perfect womanhood. "Leo Vincey, or Kallikrates," said Atene, "take which name thou wilt. Thou thinkest ill of me perhaps, but know that at least I scorn to mock a rival in her mortal shame. She told us a wild tale, but now, a tale true or false, but more false than true I think, of how I robbed a goddess of a votary, and how that goddess, Ayesha's self perchance, was avenged upon me for the crime of yielding to the man I loved. Well, let goddesses, if such indeed there be, take their way and work their will upon the helpless, and I, a mortal, will take mine until the clutch of doom closes round my throat and chokes out life and memory, and I too am a goddess or a clod. Meanwhile, thou man, I shame not to say it before all these witnesses, I love thee, and it seems that this woman or goddess loves thee also, and she has told us that now thou must choose between us once and for ever. She has told us too that if I sinned against Isis, whose minister be it remembered she declares herself she sinned yet more. For she would have taken thee both from a heavenly mistress and from an earthly bride, and yet snatched that guerdon of immortality which is hers today. Therefore, if I am evil, she is worse, nor does the flame that burns within the casket whereof Oros spoke shine so very pure and bright. Choose thou then, Leo Vincey, and let there be an end. I vaunt not myself, thou knowest what I have been and seest what I am. Yet I can give thee love and happiness, and, mayhap, children to follow after thee, and with them some place and power. What yonder witch can give thee thou canst guess. Tales of the past, pictures on the flame, wise maxims, and honeyed words, and after thou art dead once more, promises perhaps, of joy to come when the terrible goddess whom she serves so closely shall be appeased. I have spoken, yet I will add a word. O thou, for whom, if the Hesea's tale be true, I did once lay down my royal rank and dare the dangers of an unsailed sea. O thou, whom in ages gone I would have sheltered with my frail body from the sorceries of this cold, self-seeking witch. O thou, whom but a little while ago at my own life's risk I drew from death in yonder river, choose, choose." To all this speech, so moderate yet so cruel, so well reasoned and yet so false, because of its glosses and omissions, the huddled Ayesha seemed to listen with a fierce intentness. Yet she made no answer, not a single word, not a sign even, she who had said her say and scorned to plead her part. I looked at Leo's ashen face. He leaned towards Atene, drawn perhaps by the passion shining in her beauteous eyes, then of a sudden straightened himself, shook his head and sighed. The colour flamed to his brow and his eyes grew almost happy. "After all," he said, thinking aloud rather than speaking, I have to do not with unknowable pasts or with mystic futures, but with the things of my own life. Ayesha waited for me through 2000 years. Athene could marry a man she hated for power's sake, and then could poison him, as perhaps she would poison me when I wearied her. I know not what oath I swore to Amenartas, if such a woman lived. I remember the oath I swore to Ayesha. If I shrink from her now, why then my life is a lie and my belief is a fraud. Then love will not endure the touch of age and never can survive the grave. Nay, remembering what Ayesha was, I take her as she is, in faith and hope of what she shall be. At least love is immortal, and if it must, why let it feed on memory alone till death sets free the soul. Then stepping to where stood the dreadful shrivelled form, Leo knelt down before it and kissed her on the brow. Yes, he kissed the trembling horror of that wrinkled head, and I think it was one of the greatest, bravest acts ever done by man. "Thou hast chosen," said Atene in a cold voice, "and I tell thee, Leo Vincey, that the manner of thy choice makes me mourn my loss the more. Take now thy bride and let me hence." But Ayesha still said no word and made no sign, till presently she sank upon her bony knees and began to pray aloud. These were the words of her prayer as I heard them, though the exact power to which it was addressed is not very easy to determine, as I never discovered who or what it was that she worshipped in her heart. "O thou minister of the Almighty, wilt thou sharp sword in the hand of doom, thou inevitable law that art named Nature, thou who wast crowned as Isis to the Egyptians, but art the goddess of all climes and ages, thou that leadest the man to the maid and layest the infant on his mother's breast, that bringest our dust to its kindred dust, that givest life to death, and into the dark of death breathes the light of life again, thou who causest the abundant earth to bear, whose smile is spring, whose laugh is the ripple of the sea, whose noontide rest is drowsy summer, and whose sleep is winter's night, hear thou the supplication of thy chosen child and minister. Of old thou gavest me thine own strength with deathless days and beauty above every daughter of the star. But I sinned against thee sore, and for my sin I paid in endless centuries of solitude, in the vileness that makes me loathsome to my lover's eyes, and for its diadem of perfect power sets upon my brow this crown of naked mockery. Yet in thy breath, the swift essence that brought me light, that brought me gloom, thou didst vow to me that I, who cannot die, should once more pluck the lost flower of my immortal loveliness from this foul slime of shame. Therefore, merciful Mother that bore me, to thee I make my prayer. O let his true love atone my sin, or, if it may not be, then give me death, the last and most blessed of thy boons. End of chapter 15 of H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Read by Lars Rolander. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Chapter 16. The Change. She ceased, and there was a long, long silence. Leo and I looked at each other in dismay. We had hoped against hope that this beautiful and piteous prayer, addressed apparently to the great dumb spirit of nature, would be answered. That meant a miracle, but what of it? The prolongation of the life of Ayesha was a miracle, though it is true that some humble reptiles are said to live as long as she had done. The transference of her spirit from the caves of Kôr to this temple was a miracle, that is, to our Western minds, though the dwellers in these parts of Central Asia would not hold it so. That she should reappear with the same hideous body was a miracle. But was it the same body? Was it not the body of the last Hesea? One very ancient woman is much like another, and 18 years of the working of the soul or identity within might well wear away their trivial differences and give to the borrowed form some resemblance to that which it had left. At least the figures on that mirror of the flame were a miracle. Nay, why so? 100 clairvoyants in 100 cities can produce or see their like in water and in crystal, the difference being only one of size. They were but reflections of scenes familiar to the mind of Ayesha, or perhaps not so much as that. Perhaps they were only phantasms called up in our mind by her mesmeric force. Nay, none of these things were true miracles, since all, however strange, might be capable of explanation. What right then had we to expect a marvel now? Such thoughts as these rose in our minds as the endless minutes were born and died and nothing happened. Yes, at last one thing did happen. The light from the sheet of flame died gradually away as the flame itself sank downwards into the abysses of the pit. But about this in itself there was nothing wonderful, for as we had seen with our own eyes from afar, this fire varied much, and indeed it was customary for it to die down at the approach of dawn, which now drew very near. Still, that onward creeping darkness added to the terrors of the scene. By the last rays of the lurid light we saw Ayesha rise and advance some few paces to that little tongue of rock at the edge of the pit of which the body of Rassen had been hurled. Saw her standing on it, also looking like some black misshapen imp against the smoky glow which still rose from the depths beneath. Leo would have gone forward to her, for he believed that she was about to hurl herself to doom, which indeed I thought was her design. But the priest Oros and the priestess Papave, obeying, I suppose, some secret command that reached them I know not how, sprang to him and seizing his arms held him back. Then it became quite dark, and through the darkness we could hear Ayesha chanting a dirge-like hymn in some secret holy tongue which was unknown to us. A great flake of fire floated through the gloom, rocking to and fro like some vast bird upon its pinions. We had seen many such that night, torn by the gale from the crest of the blazing curtain as I have described. But Horace, whispered Leo through his chattering teeth, that flame is coming up against the wind. Perhaps the wind has changed, I answered, though I knew well that it had not, that it blew stronger than ever from the south. Nearer and nearer sailed the rocking flame. 2 enormous wings was the shape of it, with something dark between them. It reached the little promontory. The wings appeared to fold themselves about the dwarfed figure that stood thereon, illuminating it for a moment. Then the light went out of them, and they vanished. Everything vanished. A while passed, it may have been 1 minute or 10, when suddenly the priestess Papave, in obedience to some summons which we could not hear, crept by me. I knew that it was she, because her woman's garments touched me as she went. Another space of silence and of deep darkness, during which I heard Papave return, breathing in short, sobbing gasps like one who is very frightened. Ah, I thought, Ayesha has cast herself into the pit. The tragedy is finished. Then it was that the wondrous music came. Of course it may have been only the sound of priests chanting beyond us, but I do not think so, since its quality was quite different to any that I heard in the temple before or afterwards, to any indeed that ever I heard upon the earth. I cannot describe it, but it was awful to listen to, yet most entrancing. From the black smoke-veiled pit where the fire had burned, it welled and echoed, now a single heavenly voice, now a sweet chorus, and now an air-shaking thunder as of 100 organs played to time. That diverse and majestic harmony seemed to include, to express every human emotion, and I have often thought since then that in its all-embracing scope and range, this, the song of pain or her rebirth, was symbolical of the infinite variety of Ayesha's spirit. Yet like that spirit it had its master notes: power, passion, suffering, mystery and loveliness. Also there could be no doubt as to the general significance of the chant by whomsoever it was sung. It was the changeful story of a mighty soul. It was worship, worship, worship of a queen divine. Like slow clouds of incense fading to the bannered roof of some high choir, the bursts of unearthly melodies grew faint. In the far distance of the hollow pit they wailed themselves away. Look! From the east a single ray of upward springing light. "Behold the dawn," said the quiet voice of Oros. That ray pierced the heavens above our heads, a very sword of flame. It sank downwards swiftly. Suddenly it fell, not upon us, for as yet the rocky walls of our chamber warded it away, but on to the little promontory at its edge. Oh! And there, a glory covered with a single garment, stood a shape celestial. It seemed to be asleep, since the eyes were shut. Or was it dead? For at first that face was a face of death. Look! The sunlight played upon her. Shining through the thin veil, the dark eyes opened like the eyes of a wondering child. The blood of life flowed up the ivory bosom into the pallid cheeks. The raiment of black and curling tresses wavered in the wind. The head of the jewelled snake that held them sparkled beneath her breast. Was it an illusion? Or was this Ayesha as she had been when she entered the rolling flame in the caverns of Kôr? Our knees gave way beneath us, and down our arms about each other's necks. Leo and I sank till we lay upon the ground. Then a voice, sweeter than honey, softer than the whisper of twilight breeze among the reeds, spoke near to us, and these were the words it said: "Come hither to me, Kallikrates, who would pay thee back the redeeming kiss of faith and love thou gavest me but now." Leo struggled to his feet. Like a drunken man he staggered to where Ayesha stood, then overcome, sank before her on his knees. "Arise," she said. "It is I who should kneel to thee," and she stretched out her hand to raise him, whispering in his ear the while. Still he would not or could not rise, so very slowly she bent over him and touched him with her lips upon the brow. Next she beckoned to me. I came and would have knelt also, but she suffered it not. "Nay," she said in her rich, remembered voice, "thou art no suitor. It shall not be. Of lovers and of worshippers henceforth as before, I can find a plenty if I will, or even if I will it not. But where shall I find another friend like to thee, O Holly, whom thus I greet?" And leaning towards me, with her lips she touched me also on the brow, just touched me and no more. Fragrant was Ayesha's breath as roses. The odour of roses clung to her lovely hair. Her sweet body gleamed like some white sea pearl. A faint but palpable radiance crowned her head. No sculpture ever fashioned such a marvel as the arm with which she held her veil about her. No stars in heaven ever shone more purely bright than did her calm, entranced eyes. Yet it is true, even with her lips upon me, all I felt for her was a love divine into which no human passion entered. Once, I acknowledge to my shame, it was otherwise, but I am an old man now and have done with such frailties. Moreover, had not Ayesha named me guardian, protector, friend, and sworn to me that with her and Leo I should ever dwell where all earthly passions fail? I repeat, what more could I desire? Taking Leo by the hand, Ayesha returned with him into the shelter of the rock-hewn chamber, and when she entered its shadows, shivered a little as though with cold. I rejoiced at this, I remember, for it seemed to show me that she still was human, divine as she might appear. Here her priest and priestess prostrated themselves before her new-born splendour, but she motioned to them to rise, laying a hand upon the head of each as though in blessing. "I am cold," she said, "give me my mantle," and Papave threw the purple-broidered garment upon her shoulders, whence now it hung royally like a coronation robe. "Nay," she went on, "it is not this long-lost shape of mine, which in his kiss my lord gave back to me, that shivers in the icy wind. It is my spirit, self-bared to the bitter breath of destiny. Oh my love, my love! Offended powers are not easily appeased, even when they appear to pardon. And though I shall no more be made a mockery in thy sight, how long is given us together upon the world I know not, but a little hour perchance. Well, ere we pass otherwhere, we will make it glorious, drinking as deeply of the cup of joy as we have drunk of those sorrows and of shame. This place is hateful to me, for here I have suffered more than ever woman did on earth, or phantom in the deepest hell. It is hateful, it is ill-omened. I pray that never again may I behold it. Say, what is it passes in thy mind, magician?" And of a sudden she turned fiercely upon the Shaman Simbri who stood near, his arms crossed upon his breast. "Only thou, beautiful," he answered, "a dim shadow of things to come. I have what thou dost lack with all thy wisdom, the gift of foresight. And here I see a dead man lying." "Another word," she broke in with a fury born of some dark fear, "and thou shalt be that man. Fool, put me not in mind that now I have strength again to rid of the ancient foes I hate, lest I should use a sword thou thrustest to my hand." And her eyes that had been so calm and happy blazed upon him like fire. The old wizard felt their fearsome might and shrank from it till the wall stayed him. "Great One, now as ever I salute thee. Yes, now as at the first beginning whereof we know alone," he stammered. "I had no more to say. The face of that dead man was not revealed to me. I saw only that some crowned Khan of Kaloon to be shall lie here, as he whom the flame has taken lay an hour ago." "Doubtless many a Khan of Kaloon will lie here," she answered coldly. "Fear not, Shaman, my wrath is past. Yet be wise, mine enemy, and prophesy no more evil to the great. Come, let us hence." So, still led by Leo, she passed from that chamber and stood presently upon the apex of the soaring pillar. The sun was up now, flooding the mountain flanks, the plains of Kaloon far beneath, and the distant, misty peaks with a sheen of gold. Ayesha stood considering the mighty prospect. Then, addressing Leo, she said, "The world is very fair. I give it all to thee." Now Atene spoke for the first time. "Dost thou mean, Hes, if thou art still the Hesea and not a demon arisen from the pit, that thou offerest my territories to this man as a love gift? If so, I tell thee that first thou must conquer them." Ungentle are thy words and mien, answered Ayesha. Yet I forgive them, both for I also can scorn to mock a rival in my hour of victory. When thou wast the fairer, thou didst proffer him these very lands. But say, who is the fairer now? Look at us, all of you, and judge. And she stood by Athene and smiled. The Khania was a lovely woman. Never to my knowledge have I seen one lovelier. But oh, how coarse and poor she showed beside the wild, ethereal beauty of Ayesha born again. For that beauty was not altogether human, far less so indeed than it had been in the caves of Kor. Now it was the beauty of a spirit. The little light that always shone upon Ayesha's brow, the wide-set maddening eyes, which were filled sometimes with the fire of the stars, and sometimes with the blue darkness of the heavens wherein they float, the curved lips, so wistful, yet so proud, the tresses fine and glossy silk that still spread and rippled as though with a separate life, the general air, not so much of majesty as of some secret power hard to be restrained, which strove in that delicate body and proclaimed its presence to the most careless, that flame of the soul within whereof Horace had spoken, shining now through no vile vessel, but in a vase of alabaster and of pearl. None of these things and qualities were altogether human. I felt it and was afraid, and Athene felt it also, for she answered, I am but a woman. What thou art, thou knowest best. Still a taper cannot shine midst yonder fires, or a glow-worm against a fallen star. Nor can my mortal flesh compare with the glory thou hast earned from hell in payment for thy gifts and homage to the Lord of Ill. Yet as a woman I am thy equal, and as spirit I shall be thy mistress. When robbed of these borrowed beauties thou, Ayesha, standest naked and ashamed before the Judge of all whom thou hast deserted and defied. Yes, as thou stoodst but now upon yonder brink above the burning pit, where thou yet shalt wander, wailing thy lost love. For this I know, mine enemy, that man and spirit cannot mate. And Athene ceased, choking in her bitter rage and jealousy. Now, watching Ayesha, I saw her wince a little beneath these evil omened words, saw also a tinge of grey touch the carmine of her lips, and her deep eyes grew dark and troubled. But in a moment her fears had gone, and she was asking in a voice that rang clear as silver bells, why ravest thou, Athene, like some short-lived summer torrent against the barrier of a seamless cliff? Dost think, poor creature of an hour, to sweep away the rock of my eternal strength with foam and bursting bubbles? Have done and listen. I do not seek thy petty rule, who, if I will it, can take the empire of the world. Yet learn, thou holdest it of my hand. More, I purpose soon to visit thee in thy city. Choose thou if it shall be in peace or war. Therefore, Khania, purge thy court and amend thy laws, that when I come I may find contentment in the land which now it lacks, and confirm thee in thy government. My counsel to thee also is that thou choose some worthy man to husband. Let him be whom thou wilt, if only he is just and upright, and one upon whom thou mayst rest, needing wise guidance as thou dost, Athene. Come now, my guests, let us hence. And she walked past the Khania, stepping fearlessly upon the very edge of the wind-swept rounded peak. In a second the attempt had been made and failed, so quickly indeed that it was not until Leo and I compared our impressions afterwards that we could be sure of what had happened. As Ayesha passed her, the maddened Khania drew a hidden dagger and struck with all her force at her rival's back. I saw the knife vanish to the hilt in her body, as I thought. But this cannot have been so, since it fell to the ground, and she who should have been dead took no hurt at all. Feeling that she had failed, With a movement like a sudden lurch of a ship, Atene thrust at Ayesha, proposing to hurl her to destruction in the depths beneath. Lo! her outstretched arms went past her, although Ayesha never seemed to stir. Yes, it was Atene who would have fallen. Atene who already fell, had not Ayesha put out her hand and caught her by the wrist, bearing all her backward swaying weight as easily as though she were but an infant, and without effort drawing her to safety. "Foolish woman," she said in pitying tones, "wast thou so vexed that thou wouldst strip thyself of the pleasant shape which Heaven has given thee? Surely this is madness, Atene, for how knowest thou in what likeness thou mightst be sent to tread the earth again? As no queen perhaps, but as a peasant's child, deformed, unsightly. For such reward, it is said, is given to those that achieve self-murder, or even, as many think, shaped like a beast, a snake, a cat, a tigress. Why, see!" And she picked up the dagger from the ground and cast it into the air. "That point was poisoned. Had it but pricked thee now," and she smiled at her and shook her head. But Atene could bear no more of this mockery, more venomed than her own steel. "Thou art not mortal," she wailed. "How can I prevail against thee? To Heaven I leave thy punishment." And there upon the rocky peak Atene sank down and wept. Leo stood nearest to her, and the sight of this royal woman in her misery proved too much for him to bear. Stepping to her side, he stooped and lifted her to her feet, muttering some kind words. For a moment she rested on his arm, then shook herself free of him and took the proffered hand of her old uncle Simbri. "I see," said Ayesha, "that as ever thou art courteous, my lord Leo. But it is best that her own servant should take charge of her, for she may hide more daggers. Come, the day grows, and surely we need rest." End of chapter 16 of H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Read by Lars Rolander. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Chapter 17. The Betrothal. Together we descended the multitudinous steps and passed the endless rock-hewn passages till we came to the door of the dwelling of the High Priestess and were led through it into a hall beyond. Here Ayesha parted from us, saying that she was outworn, as indeed she seemed to be, with an utter weariness, not of the body but of the spirit, for her delicate form drooped like a rain-laden lily. Her eyes grew dim as those of a person in trance, and her voice came in a soft sweet whisper, the voice of one speaking in her sleep. "Good bye," she said to us. "Oros will guard you both and lead you to me at the appointed time. Rest you well." So she went, and the priest led us into a beautiful apartment that opened on to a sheltered garden. So overcome were we also by all what we had endured and seen, that we could scarcely speak, much less discuss these marvellous events. "My brain swims," said Leo to Oros. "I desire to sleep." He bowed and conducted us to a chamber where were beds, and on these we flung ourselves down and slept dreamlessly like little children. When we awoke it was afternoon. We rose and bathed, then saying that we wished to be alone, went together into the garden, where even at this altitude, now at the end of August, the air was still mild and pleasant. Behind a rock, by a bed of campanulas and other mountain flowers and ferns, was a bench near to the banks of a little stream, on which we seated ourselves. "What have you to say, Horace?" asked Leo, laying his hand upon my arm. "Say?" I answered. "That things have come about most marvellously, that we have dreamed aright and laboured not in vain, that you are the most fortunate of men and should be the most happy." He looked at me somewhat strangely and answered, "Yes, of course, she is lovely, is she not? But," and his voice dropped to its lowest whisper, "I wish, Horace, that Ayesha were a little more human, even as human as she was in the caves of Kôr. I don't think she is quite flesh and blood. I felt it when she kissed me, if you can call it a kiss, for she barely touched my hair. Indeed, how can she be who changed thus in an hour? Flesh and blood are not born of flame, Horace." "Are you sure that she was so born?" I asked. "Like the vision on the fire, may not that hideous shape have been but an illusion of our minds? May she not be still the same Ayesha whom we knew in Kôr, not reborn, but wafted hither by some mysterious agency?" "Perhaps, Horace. We do not know. I think that we shall never know. But I admit that to me the thing is terrifying. I am drawn to her by an infinite attraction. Her eyes set my blood on fire, the touch of her hand is as that of a wand of madness laid upon my brain. And yet between us there is some wall, invisible, still present. Or perhaps it is only fancy. But Horace, I think that she is afraid of Atene. Why? In the old days the Khania would have been dead and forgotten in an hour. You remember Ustane?" "Perhaps she may have grown more gentle, Leo, who like ourselves has learned hard lessons." "Yes," he answered, "I hope that it is so. At any rate she has grown more divine. Only, Horace, what kind of a husband shall I be for that bright being, if ever I get so far?" "Why should you not get so far?" I asked angrily, for his words jarred upon my tense nerves. "I don't know," he answered, "but on general principles do you think that such a fortune would be allowed to a man? Also, what did Atene mean when she said that man and spirit cannot mate, and other things?" "She meant that she hoped they could not, I imagine. And, Leo, it is useless to trouble yourself with forebodings that are more fitted to my years than yours, and probably are based on nothing. Be a philosopher, Leo. You have striven by wonderful ways such as are unknown in the history of the world. You have attained. Take the goods the gods provide you, the glory, the love and the power, and let the future look to itself." Before he could answer, Oros appeared from round the rock, and bowing with more than his usual humility to Leo, said that the Hesea desired our presence at a service in the sanctuary. Rejoiced at the prospect of seeing her again before he had hoped to do so, Leo sprang up, and we accompanied him back to our apartment. Here priests were waiting, who somewhat against his will trimmed his hair and beard, and would have done the same for me had I not refused their offices. Then they placed gold embroidered sandals on our feet and wrapped Leo in a magnificent white robe, also richly worked with gold and purple, a somewhat similar robe, but of less ornate design, being given to me. Lastly, a silver sceptre was thrust into his hand, and into mine a plain wand. This sceptre was shaped like a crook, and the sight of it gave me some clue to the nature of the forthcoming ceremony. "The crook of Osiris," I whispered to Leo. "Look here," he answered, "I don't want to impersonate any Egyptian god, or to be mixed up in their heathen idolatries. In fact, I won't." "Better go through with it," I suggested. "Probably it is only something symbolical." But Leo, who, notwithstanding the strange circumstances connected with his life, retained the religious principles in which I had educated him, very strongly indeed, refused to move an inch until the nature of this service was made clear to him. Indeed, he expressed himself upon the subject with vigour to Oros. At first the priest seemed puzzled what to do, then explained that the forthcoming ceremony was one of betrothal. On learning this, Leo raised no further objections, asking only with some nervousness whether the Khania would be present. Oros answered no, as she had already departed to Kaloon, vowing war and vengeance. Then we were led through long passages, till finally we emerged into the gallery immediately in front of the great wooden doors of the apse. At our approach these swung open and we entered it, Oros going first, then Leo, then myself, and following us the procession of attendant priests. As soon as our eyes became accustomed to the dazzling glare of the flaming pillars, we saw that some great rite was in progress in the temple. For in front of the divine statue of Motherhood, white robed and arranged in serried ranks, stood the company of the priests to the number of over 200, and behind these the company of the priestesses. Facing this congregation, and a little in advance of the two pillars of fire that flared on either side of the shrine, Ayesha herself was seated in a raised chair so that she could be seen of all, while to her right stood a similar chair, of which I could guess the purpose. She was unveiled and gorgeously apparelled, though save for the white beneath her robes were those of a queen rather than of a priestess. About her radiant brow ran a narrow band of gold, whence rose the head of a hooded asp cut out of a single crimson jewel, beneath which in endless profusion the glorious waving hair flowed down and around, hiding even the folds of her purple cloak. This cloak, opening in front, revealed an under tunic of white silk, cut low upon her bosom and kept in place by a golden girdle, a double-headed snake, so like to that which she had worn in Kôr that it might have been the same. Her naked arms were bare of ornaments, and in her right hand she held the jewelled sistrum set with its gems and bells. No empress could have looked more royal, and no woman was ever half so lovely, for to Ayesha's human beauty was added a spiritual glory, her heritage alone. Seeing her we could see naught else. The rhythmic movement of the bodies of the worshippers, the rolling grandeur of their chant of welcome echoed from the mighty roof, the fearful torches of living flame, all these things were lost on us, for there, reborn, enthroned, her arms stretched out in gracious welcome, sat the perfect and immortal woman, the appointed bride of one of us, the friend and lady of the other, her divine presence breathing power, mystery and love. On we marched between the ranks of hierophants, till Oros and the priests left us and we stood alone face to face with Ayesha. Now she lifted her sceptre and the chant ceased. In the midst of the following silence she rose from her seat and gliding down its steps, came to where Leo stood and touched him on the forehead with her sistrum, crying in a loud, sweet voice "Behold the chosen of the Hesea!" Whereon all that audience echoed in a shout of thunder "Welcome to the chosen of the Hesea!" Then, while the echoes of that glad cry yet rang round the rocky walls, Ayesha motioned to me to stand at her side, and taking Leo by the hand, drew him towards her, so that now he faced the white-robed company. Holding him thus, she began to speak in clear and silvery tones. "Priests and priestesses of Hes, servants with her of the Mother of the World, hear me. Now for the first time I appear among you as I am, you who heretofore have looked but on a hooded shape, not knowing its form or fashion. Learn now the reason that I draw my veil. Ye see this man, whom ye believed a stranger that with his companion had wandered to our shrine. I tell you that he is no stranger, that of old, in lives forgotten, he was my lord, who now comes to seek his love again. Say, is it not so, Kallikrates?" "It is so," answered Leo. Priests and priestesses of Hes, as ye know, from the beginning it has been the right and custom of her who holds my place to choose one to be her lord. Is it not so?" "It is so, O Hes," they answered. She paused a while, then with a gesture of infinite sweetness turned to Leo, bent towards him thrice and slowly sank upon her knee. "Say thou," Ayesha said, looking up at him with her wondrous eyes, "say before these here gathered, and all those witnesses whom thou canst not see, dost thou again accept me as thy affianced bride?" "Aye, lady," he answered in a deep but shaken voice, "now and for ever." Then, while all watched, in the midst of a great silence, Ayesha rose, cast down her sistrum sceptre that rang upon the rocky floor, and stretched out her arms towards him. Leo also bent towards her, and would have kissed her upon the lips, but I who watched saw his face grow white as it drew near to hers, while the radiance crept from her brow to his, turning his bright hair to gold. I saw also that this strong man trembled like a reed and seemed as though he were about to fall. I think that Ayesha noted it too, for ere ever their lips met, she thrust him from her, and again that grey mist of fear gathered on her face. In an instant it passed. She had slipped from him, and with her hand held his hand, as though to support him. Thus they stood till his feet grew firm and his strength returned. Oros restored the sceptre to her, and lifting it she said, "O love and lord, take thou the place prepared for thee, where thou shalt sit for ever at my side, for with myself I give thee more than thou canst know or than I will tell thee now. Mount thy throne, O affianced of Hes, and receive the worship of thy priests." "Nay," he answered with a start as that word fell upon his ears. "Here and now I say it once and for all. I am but a man who know nothing of strange gods, their attributes and ceremonials. None shall bow the knee to me, and on earth, Ayesha, I bow mine to thee alone." Now at this bold speech some of those who heard it looked astonished and whispered to each other, while a voice called, "Beware thou, chosen, of the anger of the Mother." Again for a moment Ayesha looked afraid, then with a little laugh swept the thing aside, saying, "Surely with that I should be content. For me, O love, thy adoration, for thee the betrothal song, no more." So having no choice, Leo mounted the throne, where notwithstanding his splendid presence, enhanced as it was by those glittering robes, he looked ill enough at ease, as indeed must any man of his faith and race. Happily, however, if some act of semi-idolatrous homage had been proposed, Ayesha found a means to prevent its celebration, and soon all such matters were forgotten, both by the singers who sang, and us who listened to the majestic chant that followed. Of its words unfortunately we were unable to understand but little, both because of the volume of sound, and of the secret priestly language in which it was given, though its general purport could not be mistaken. The female voices began it, singing very low and conveying a strange impression of time and distance. Now followed bursts of gladness alternating with melancholy chords, suggesting sighs and tears and sorrows long endured, and at the end a joyous triumphant paean thrown to and fro between the men and women singers, terminating in one united chorus, repeated again and again, louder and yet louder, till it culminated in a veritable crash of melody, then of a sudden ceased. Ayesha rose and waved her sceptre, whereon all the company bowed thrice, then turned, and breaking into some sweet low chant that sounded like a lullaby, marched, rank after rank, across the width of the Sanctuary and through the carven doors which closed behind the last of them. When all had gone, leaving us alone, save for the priest Oros and the priestess Papave, who remained in attendance on their mistress, Ayesha, who sat gazing before her with dreaming, empty eyes, seemed to awake, for she rose and said, "A noble chant, is it not, and an ancient? It was the wedding song of the feast of Isis and Osiris at Behbit in Egypt, and there I heard it before ever I saw the darksome caves of Kôr. Often have I observed, my Holly, that music lingers longer than aught else in this changeful world, though it is rare that the very words should remain unvaried. Come, beloved, tell me, by what name shall I call thee? Thou art Kallikrates, and yet—" "Call me Leo, Ayesha," he answered, "as I was christened in the only life of which I have any knowledge. This Kallikrates seems to have been an unlucky man, and the deeds he did, if in truth he was aught other than a tool in the hand of destiny, have bred no good to the inheritors of his body or his spirit, whichever it may be, or to those women with whom his life was intertwined. Call me Leo then, for of Kallikrates I have had enough since that night when I looked upon the last of him in Kôr." "Ah, I remember," she answered, "when thou sawest thyself lying in that narrow bed, and I sang thee a song, did I not, of the past and of the future? I can recall two lines of it, the rest I have forgotten. Onward, never weary, clad with splendour for a robe, till accomplished be our fate and the night is rushing down. Yes, my Leo, now indeed we are clad with splendour for a robe, and now our fate draws near to its accomplishment. Then perchance will come the down rushing of the night," and she sighed, looked up tenderly and said, "See, I am talking to thee in Arabic. Hast thou forgotten it? No, then let it be our tongue, for I love it best of all, who lisped it at my mother's knee. Now leave me here alone awhile. I would think also," she added thoughtfully, and speaking with a strange and impressive inflection of the voice, "there are some to whom I must give audience." So we went, all of us, supposing that Ayesha was about to receive a deputation of the chiefs of the Mountain tribes who came to felicitate her upon her betrothal. End of chapter 17 of Ayesha, the Return of She by H. Rider Haggard. Read by Lars Rolander. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, the Return of She. Chapter 18. The Third Ordeal. An hour, 2 hours passed, while we strove to rest in our sleeping place, but could not, for some influence disturbed us. "Why does not Ayesha come?" asked Leo at length, pausing in his walk up and down the room. "I want to see her again. I cannot bear to be apart from her. I feel as though she were drawing me to her." "How can I tell you? Ask Oros, he is outside the door." So he went and asked him, but Oros only smiled and answered that Hesea had not entered her chamber, so doubtless she must still remain in the Sanctuary. "Then I am going to look for her. Come, Oros, and you too, Horace." Oros bowed but declined, saying that he was bidden to bide at our door, adding that we, to whom all the paths were open, could return to the Sanctuary if we thought well. "I do think well," replied Leo sharply. "Will you come, Horace, or shall I go without you?" I hesitated. The Sanctuary was a public place, it is true, but Ayesha had said that she desired to be alone there for a while. Without more words, however, Leo shrugged his shoulders and started. "You will never find your way," I said, and followed him. We went down the long passages that were dimly lighted with lamps and came to the gallery. Here we found no lamps, still we groped our way to the great wooden doors. They were shut, but Leo pushed upon them impatiently, and one of them swung open a little, so that we could squeeze ourselves between them. As we passed, it closed noiselessly behind us. Now we should have been in the sanctuary, and in the full blaze of those awful columns of living fire, but they were out, or we had strayed elsewhere. At least the darkness was intense. We tried to work our way back to the doors again, but could not. We were lost. More, something oppressed us. We did not dare to speak. We went on a few paces and stopped, for we became aware that we were not alone. Indeed, it seemed to me that we stood in the midst of a thronging multitude, but not of men and women. Beings pressed about us. We could feel their robes, yet could not touch them. We could feel their breath, but it was cold. The air stirred all round us as they passed to and fro, passed in endless numbers. It was as though we had entered a cathedral, filled with the vast congregation of all the dead who had once worshipped there. We grew afraid. My face was damp with fear. The hair stood up upon my head. We seemed to have wandered into a hall of the Shades. At length light appeared far away, and we saw that it emanated from the two pillars of fire which had burned on either side of the shrine, that of a sudden became luminous. So we were in the sanctuary, and still near to the doors. Now those pillars were not bright, they were low and lurid. The rays from them scarcely reached us standing in the dense shadow. But if we could not be seen in them, we still could see. Look, yonder sat Ayesha on a throne, and oh, she was awful in her death-like majesty. The blue light of the sunken columns played upon her, and in it she sat erect, with such a face and mien of pride as no human creature ever wore. Power seemed to flow from her, yes, it flowed from those wide-set glittering eyes like light from jewels. She seemed a queen of death receiving homage from the dead. More, she was receiving homage from the dead or living, I know not which, for as I thought it, a shadowy shape arose before the throne and bent the knee to her. Then another and another and another. As each vague being appeared and bowed its starry head, she raised her sceptre in answering salutation. We could hear the distant tinkle of the sistrum bells, the only sound in all that place, yes, and see her lips move, though no whisper reached us from them. Surely spirits were worshipping her. We gripped each other. We shrank back and found the door. It gave to our push. Now we were in the passages again, and now we had reached our room. At its entrance Oros was standing as we had left him. He greeted us with his fixed smile, taking no note of the terror written on our faces. We passed him, and entering the room stared at each other. "What is she?" gasped Leo. "An angel?" "Yes," I answered, "something of that sort." But to myself I thought that there are doubtless many kinds of angels. "And what were those shadows doing?" he asked again. "Welcoming her after her transformation, I suppose. But perhaps they were not shadows, only priests disguised and conducting some secret ceremonial." Leo shrugged his shoulders, but made no other answer. At length the door opened, and Oros, entering, said that the Hesea commanded our presence in her chamber. So, still oppressed with fear and wonder, for what we had seen was perhaps more dreadful than anything that had gone before, we went to find Ayesha seated and looking somewhat weary, but otherwise unchanged. With her was the priestess Papave, who had just unrobed her of the royal mantle which she wore in the sanctuary. Ayesha beckoned Leo to her, taking his hand and searching his face with her eyes, not without anxiety as I thought. Now I turned, purposing to leave them alone, but she saw and said to me smiling, "Why wouldst thou forsake us, Holly? To go back to the Sanctuary once more?" And she looked at me with meaning in her glance. "Hast thou questions to ask of the statue of the Mother yonder, that thou lovest the place so much? They say it speaks, telling of the future to those who dare to kneel beside it unaccompanied from night till dawn. Yet I have often done so, but to me it has never spoken, though none long to learn the future more." I made no answer, nor did she seem to expect any, for she went on at once. "Nay, bide here, and let us have done with all sad and solemn thoughts. We three will sup together as of old, and for a while forget our fears and cares, and be happy as children who know not sin and death, or that change which is death indeed. Oros, await my lord without. Papave, I will call thee later to disrobe me. Till then let none disturb us." The room that Ayesha inhabited was not very large, as we saw by the hanging lamps with which it was lighted. It was plainly though richly furnished, the rock walls being covered with tapestries, and the tables and chairs inlaid with silver. But the only token that here a woman had her home was that about it stood several bowls of flowers. One of these, I remember, was filled with the delicate harebells I had admired, dug up roots and all, and set in moss. "A poor place," said Ayesha, "yet better than that in which I dwelt those 2000 years, awaiting thy coming, Leo. For see, beyond it is a garden wherein I sit," and she sank down upon a couch by the table, motioning to us to take our places opposite to her. The meal was simple. For us, eggs boiled hard and cold venison; for her, milk, some little cakes of flour and the mountain berries. Presently Leo rose and threw off his gorgeous purple broidered robe, which he still wore, and cast upon a chair the crook-headed sceptre that Oros had again thrust into his hand. Ayesha smiled as she did so, saying, "It would seem that thou holdest these sacred emblems in but small respect." "Very small," he answered. "Thou heardest my words in the Sanctuary, Ayesha, so let us make a pact. Thy religion I do not understand, but I understand my own, and not even for thy sake will I take part in what I hold to be idolatry." Now I thought that she would be angered by this plain speaking, but she only bowed her head and answered meekly, "Thy will is mine, Leo, though it will not be easy always to explain thy absence from the ceremonies in the temple. Yet thou hast a right to thine own faith, which doubtless is mine also." "How can that be?" he asked, looking up. "Because all great faiths are the same, changed a little to suit the needs of passing times and peoples. What taught that of Egypt, which in a fashion we still follow here? That hidden in a multitude of manifestations, one power, great and good, rules all the universes; that the holy shall inherit a life eternal, and the vile eternal death; that men shall be shaped and judged by their own hearts and deeds, and here and hereafter drink of the cup which they have brewed; that their real home is not on earth, but beyond the earth, where all riddles shall be answered and all sorrows cease. Say, dost thou believe in these things as I do?" "Aye, Ayesha, but Hes or Isis is thy goddess, for hast thou not told us tales of thy dealings with her in the past, and did we not hear thee make thy prayer to her? Who then is this goddess Hes?" "Know, Leo, that she is what I named her, Nature's soul, no divinity, but the secret spirit of the world, that universal motherhood, whose symbol thou hast seen yonder, and in whose mysteries lie hid all earthly life and knowledge. Does then this merciful motherhood follow her votaries with death and evil as thou sayest she has followed thee for thy obedience, and me and another because of some unnatural vows broken long ago?" Leo asked quietly. Resting her arm upon the table, Ayesha looked at him with sombre eyes and answered, "In that faith of thine of which thou speakest, are there perchance two gods, each having many ministers, a god of good and a god of evil, an Osiris and a Set?" He nodded. "I thought it. And the god of ill is strong, is he not, and can put on the shape of good? Tell me then, Leo, in the world that is to day, whereof I know so little, hast thou ever heard of frail souls who for some earthly bribe have sold themselves to that evil one, or to his minister, and been paid their price in bitterness and anguish?" "All wicked folk do as much in this form or in that," he answered. "And if once there lived a woman who was mad with a thirst for beauty, for life, for wisdom and for love, might she not, oh, might she not perchance sell herself to the god called Set, or one of his angels? Ayesha, dost thou mean," and Leo rose, speaking in a voice that was full of fear, "that thou art such a woman? And if so," she asked, also rising and drawing slowly near to him. "If so," he answered hoarsely, "if so, I think that perhaps we had best fulfil our fates apart." "Ah!" she said with a little scream of pain, as though a knife had stabbed her. "Wouldst thou away to Atene? I tell thee that thou canst not leave me. I have power above all men, thou shouldst know it, whom once I slew. Nay, thou hast no memory, poor creature of a breath, and I remember too well. I will not hold thee dead again, I'll hold thee living. Look now upon my beauty, Leo," and she bent her swaying form towards him, compelling him with her glorious, alluring eyes, "and be gone if thou canst. Why, thou drawest nearer to me. Man, that is not the path of flight." "Nay, I will not tempt thee with these common lures. Go, Leo, if thou wilt. Go, my love, and leave me to my loneliness and my sin, now, at once. Atene will shelter thee till spring, when thou canst cross the mountains and return to thine own world again, and to those things of common life which are thy joy. See, Leo, I veil myself that thou mayest not be tempted," and she flung the corner of her cloak about her head, then asked a sudden question through it. "Didst thou not but now return to the Sanctuary with Holly, after I bade thee leave me there alone? Methought I saw the two of you standing by its doors." "Yes, we came to seek thee," he answered, "and found more than ye sought, as often chances to the bold. Is it not so? Well, I willed that ye should come and see, and protected you where others might have died." "What didst thou there upon the throne, and whose were those forms which we saw bending before thee?" he asked coldly. "I have ruled in many shapes and lands, Leo. Perchance they were ancient companions and servitors of mine, come to greet me once again and to hear my tidings. Or perchance they were but shadows of thy brain, pictures like those upon the fire, that it pleased me to summon to thy sight, to try thy strength and constancy. Leo Vincey, know now the truth, that all things are illusions, even that there exists no future and no past, that what has been and what shall be already is eternally. Know that I, Ayesha, am but a magic wreath, foul when thou seest me foul, fair when thou seest me fair, a spirit bubble reflecting 1,000 lights in the sunshine of thy smile, grey as dust and gone in the shadow of thy frown. Think of the throned queen before whom the shadowy powers bowed and worshipped, for that is I. Think of the hideous, withered thing thou sawest naked on the rock, and flee away, for that is I. Or keep me lovely and adore, knowing all evil centred in my spirit, for that is I. Now, Leo, thou hast the truth. Put me from thee for ever if thou wilt, and be safe. Or clasp me, Clasp me to thy heart, and in payment for my lips and love, take my sin upon thy head. Nay, Holly, be thou silent, for now he must judge alone." Leo turned, as I thought, at first to find the door. But it was not so, for he did but walk up and down the room a while. Then he came back to where Ayesha stood, and spoke quite simply and in a very quiet voice, such as men of his nature often assume in moments of great emotion. "Ayesha," he said, "when I saw thee as thou wast, aged and thou knowest how, I clung to thee. Now when thou hast told me the secret of this unholy pact of thine, when with my eyes, at least, I have seen thee reigning a mistress of spirits, good or ill, yet I cling to thee. Let thy sin, great or little, whatever it is, be my sin also. In truth, I feel its weight sink to my soul and become a part of me, and although I have no vision of power or prophecy, I am sure that I shall not escape its punishment. Well, though I be innocent, let me bear it for thy sake. I am content." Ayesha heard. The cloak slipped from her head, and for a moment she stood silent like one amazed, then burst into a passion of sudden tears. Down she went before him, and clinging to his garments, she bowed her stately shape until her forehead touched the ground. Yes, that proud being who was more than mortal, whose nostrils but now had drunk the incense of the homage of ghosts and spirits, humbled herself at this man's feet. With an exclamation of horror, half maddened at the piteous sight, Leo sprang to one side, then stooping, lifted and led her still weeping to the couch. "Thou knowest not what thou hast done," Ayesha said at last. "Let all thou sawest on the mountain's crest or in the sanctuary be but visions of the night. Let that tale of an offended goddess be a parable, a fable if thou wilt. This at least is true. Yet ages since I sinned for thee and against thee and another, that ages since I bought beauty and life indefinite, wherewith I might win thee and endow thee at a cost which few would dare. That I have paid interest on the debt, in mockery, utter loneliness and daily pain which scarce could be endured, until the bond fell due at last and must be satisfied. Yes, how may I not tell thee, thou and thou alone stoodst between me and the full discharge of this most dreadful debt, for know that in mercy it is given to us to redeem one another." Now he would have spoken, but with a motion of her hand she bade him be silent and continued. "See now, Leo, three great dangers has thy body passed of late upon its journey to my side, the death-hounds, the mountains and the precipice. Know that these were but types and ordained foreshadowings of the last threefold trial of thy soul. From the pursuing passions of Atene, which must have undone us both, thou hast escaped victorious. Thou hast endured the desert loneliness of the sands and snows, starving for a comfort that never came. Even when the avalanche thundered round thee, thy faith stood fast as it stood above the pit of flame. While after bitter years of doubt a rushing flood of horror swallowed up thy hopes. As thou didst descend the glaciers steep, not knowing what lay beneath that fearful path, so but now and of thine own choice, for very love of me, thou hast plunged headlong into an abyss that is deeper far, to share its terrors with my spirit. Dost thou understand at last?" "Something, not all, I think," he answered slowly. "Surely thou art wrapped in a double veil of blindness," she cried impatiently. "Listen again. Hadst thou yielded to nature's crying and rejected me but yesterday, in that foul shape, I must perchance have lingered for uncounted time, playing the poor part of priestess of a forgotten faith. This was the first temptation, the ordeal of thy flesh; nay, not the first, the second, for Athene and her luring were the first. But thou wast loyal, and in the magic of thy conquering love my beauty and my womanhood were reborn. Hadst thou rejected me tonight, when, as I was bidden to do, I showed thee that vision of the Sanctuary and confessed to thee my soul's black crime, then hopeless and helpless, unshielded by my earthly power, I must have wandered on into the deep and endless night of solitude. This was the third appointed test, the trial of thy spirit, and by thy steadfastness, Leo, thou hast loosed the hands of destiny from about my throat. Now I am regenerate in thee. Through thee may hope again for some true life beyond, which thou shalt share. And yet, if thou shouldst suffer as well my chance." "Then I suffer, and there's an end," broke in Leo serenely. "Save for a few things my mind is clear, and there must be justice for us all at last. If I have broken the bond that bound thee, if I have freed thee from some threatening spiritual ill by taking a risk upon my head, well, I have not lived, and if I need be, shall not die in vain. So let us have done with all these problems, or rather first answer thou me one. Ayesha, how wast thou changed upon that peak?" "In flame I left thee, Leo, and in flame I did return, as in flame mayhap we shall both depart. Or perhaps the change was in the eyes of all of you who watched, and not in this shape of mine. I have answered. Seek to learn no more." "One thing I do still seek to learn, Ayesha. We were betrothed tonight. When wilt thou marry me?" "Not yet, not yet," she answered hurriedly, her voice quivering as she spoke. "Leo, thou must put that hope from thy thoughts awhile, and for some few months, a year perchance, be content to play the part of friend and lover." "Why so?" he asked with bitter disappointment. "Ayesha, those parts have been mine for many a day. More, I grow no younger, and unlike thee shall soon be old. Also, life is fleeting, and sometimes I think that I near its end." "Speak no such evil omened words," she said, springing from the couch and stamping her sandalled foot upon the ground in anger born of fear. "Yet thou sayest truth. Thou art unfortified against the accidents of time and change. Oh, horrible, horrible! Thou mightest die again and leave me living." "Then give me of thy life, Ayesha." "That would I gladly, all of it, couldst thou but repay me with the boon of death to come. Oh, ye poor mortals," she went on, with a sudden burst of passion, "ye beseech your gods for the gift of many years, ignorant that ye would sow a seed within your breasts whence ye must garner 10,000 miseries. Know ye not that this world is indeed the wide house of hell, in whose chambers from time to time the spirit tarries in a little while, then, weary and aghast, speeds wailing to the peace that it has won? Think then what it is to live on here eternally, and yet be human; to age in soul, and see our beloved die and pass to lands whither we may not hope to follow; to wait while drop by drop the curse of the long centuries falls upon our imperishable being, like water slow dripping on a diamond that it cannot wear, till they be born anew forgetful of us, and again sink from our helpless arms into the void unknowable. Think what it is to see the sins we sin, the tempting look, the word idle or unkind, aye, even the selfish thought or struggle, multiplied 10,000-fold and more eternal than ourselves, spring up upon the universal bosom of the earth, to be the bane of a million destinies, whilst the everlasting finger writes its endless count, and a cold voice of justice cries in our conscience haunted solitude. O soul unshriven, behold the ripening harvest thy wanton hand did scatter, and long in vain for the waters of forgetfulness. Think what it is to have every earthly wisdom, yet to burn unsatisfied for the deeper and forbidden draught, to gather up all wealth and power and let them slip again, like children weary of a painted toy, to sweep the harp of fame, and maddened by its jangling music, to stamp it small beneath our feet, to snatch at pleasure's goblet and find its wine is sand, and at length, outworn, to cast us down and pray the pitiless gods, with whose stolen garment we have wrapped ourselves, to take it back again, and suffer us to slink naked to the grave. Such is the life thou askest, Leo. Say, wilt thou have it now?" "If it may be shared with thee," he answered. "These woes are born of loneliness, but then our perfect fellowship would turn them into joy." "Aye," she said, "while it was permitted to endure. So be it, Leo. In the spring, when the snows melt, we will journey together to Libya, and there thou shalt be bathed in the fount of life, that forbidden essence of which once thou didst fear to drink. Afterwards I will wed thee." "That place is closed for ever, Ayesha." "Not to my feet and thine," she answered. "Fear not, my love. Were this mountain heaped thereon, I would blast a path through it with mine eyes, and lay its secret bare. Oh, would that thou wast as I am, for then before tomorrow's sun we'd watch the rolling pillar thunder by, and thou shouldst taste its glory. But it may not be. Hunger or cold can starve thee, and waters drown; swords can slay thee, or sickness sap away thy strength. Had it not been for the false Atene, who disobeyed my words, as it was foredoomed that she should do, by this day we were across the mountains, or had travelled northward through the frozen desert and the rivers. Now we must await the melting of the snows, for winter is at hand, and in it, as thou knowest, no man can live upon their heights. 8 months till April before we can start, and how long to cross the mountains and all the vast distances beyond, and the seas and the swamps of Kôr. Why, all the best, Ayesha. 2 years must go before we can even find the place," and he fell to entreating her to let them be wed at once and journey afterwards. But she said nay and nay and nay, it should not be, till at length, as though fearing his pleading or that of her own heart, she rose and dismissed us. "Ah, my Holly," she said to me as we three parted, "I promised thee and myself some few hours of rest and of the happiness of quiet, and thou seest how my desire has been fulfilled. Those old Egyptians were wont to share their feasts with one grisly skeleton, but here I counted 4 tonight that you both could see, and they are named Fear, Suspense, Foreboding, and Love Denied. Doubtless also, when these are buried, others will come to haunt us, and snatch the poor morsel from our lips. So hath it ever been with me, whose feet misfortune dogs. Yet I hope on, and now many a barrier lies behind us, and Leo, thou hast been tried in the appointed triple fires, and yet proved true. Sweet be thy slumbers, O my love, and sweeter still thy dreams, for know, my soul shall share them. I vow to thee that tomorrow will be happy, aye, tomorrow without fail." "Why will she not marry me at once?" asked Leo, when we were alone in our chamber. "Because she is afraid," I answered. End of chapter 18 of Ayesha, the Return of She by H. Rider Haggard. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 19 of Ayesha, the Return of She. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ayesha, the Return of She by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 19. Leo and the Leopard. During the weeks that followed these momentous days, often and often I wondered to myself whether a more truly wretched being had ever lived than the woman or the spirit whom we knew as She, Hes, and Ayesha. Whether in fact also, or in our imagination only, she had arisen from the ashes of her hideous age into the full bloom of perpetual life and beauty inconceivable. These things at least were certain. Ayesha had achieved the secret of an existence so enduring that for all human purposes it might be called unending. Within certain limitations, such as her utter inability to foresee the future, undoubtedly also she was endued with powers that can only be described as supernatural. Her rule over the strange community amongst whom she lived was absolute. Indeed, its members regarded her as a goddess, and as such she was worshipped. After marvellous adventures, the man who was her very life, I might almost say her soul, whose being was so mysteriously intertwined with hers, whom she loved also with the intensest human passion of which woman can be capable, had sought her out in this hidden corner of the world. More, thrice he had proved his unalterable fidelity to her. First by his rejection of the royal and beautiful, if undisciplined, Atene; secondly by clinging to Ayesha when she seemed to be repulsive to every natural sense; thirdly after that homage scene in the sanctuary, though with her unutterable perfections before his eyes this did not appear to be so wonderful; by steadfastness in the face of her terrible avowal, true or false, that she had won her gifts and him through some dim, unholy pact with the powers of evil, in the unknown fruits and consequences of which he must be involved as the price of her possession. Yet Ayesha was miserable. Even in her lightest moods it was clear to me that those skeletons at the feast of which she had spoken were her continual companions. Indeed, when we were alone she would acknowledge it in dark hints and veiled allegories or allusions. Crushed though her rival, the Khania Atene, might be, also she was still jealous of her. Perhaps afraid would be a better word, for some instinct seemed to warn Ayesha that soon or late her hour would come to Atene again, and that then it would be her own turn to drink of the bitter waters of despair. What troubled her more a thousandfold, however, were her fears for Leo. As may well be understood, to stand in his intimate relationship to this half divine and marvellous being, and yet not to be allowed so much as to touch her lips, did not conduce to his physical or mental well-being, especially as he knew that the wall of separation must not be climbed for at least 2 years. Little wonder that Leo lost appetite, grew thin and pale, and could not sleep, or that he implored her continually to rescind her decree and marry him. But on this point Ayesha was immovable. Instigated thereto by Leo, and I may add my own curiosity, when we were alone I questioned her again as to the reasons of this self-denying ordinance. All she would tell me, however, was that between them rose the barrier of Leo's mortality, and that until his physical being had been impregnated with the mysterious virtue of the vapour of life, it was not wise that she should take him as a husband. I asked her why, seeing that though a long-lived one she was still a woman, whereon her face assumed a calm but terrifying smile, and she answered, "Art so sure, my Holly? Tell me, do your women wear such jewels as that set upon my brow?" And she pointed to the faint but lambent light which glowed about her forehead. More, she began slowly to stroke her abundant hair, then her breast and body. Wherever her fingers passed the mystic light was born, until in that darkened room, for the dusk was gathering, she shimmered from head to foot like the water of a phosphorescent sea, a being glorious yet fearful to behold. Then she waved her hand, and save for the gentle radiance on her brow, became as she had been. "Art so sure, my Holly?" Ayesha repeated. "Nay, shrink not. That flame will not burn thee. Mayhap thou didst but imagine it. As I have noted, thou dost imagine many things, for surely no woman could clothe herself in light and live, nor has so much as the smell of fire passed upon my garments." Then at length my patience was outworn and I grew angry. "I am sure of nothing, Ayesha," I answered, "except that thou wilt make us mad with all these tricks and changes. Say, art thou a spirit then?" "We are all spirits," she said reflectively, "and I perhaps more than some. Who can be certain?" "Not I," I answered. "Yet I implore, woman or spirit, tell me one thing. Tell me the truth. In the beginning, what wast thou to Leo and what was he to thee?" She looked at me very solemnly and answered, "Does my memory deceive me, Holly, or is it written in the first book of the law of the Hebrews, which once I used to study, that the sons of heaven came down to the daughters of men and found that they were fair?" "It is so written," I answered. "Then, Holly, might it not have chanced that once a daughter of heaven came down to a man of earth and loved him well? Might it not chance that for her great sin, she, this high fallen star, who had befouled her immortal state for him, was doomed to suffer till at length his love, made divine by pain and faithful even to a memory, was permitted to redeem her?" Now at length I saw light and sprang up eagerly, but in a cold voice she added, "Nay, Holly, cease to question me, for there are things of which I can but speak to thee in figures and in parables, not to mock and bewilder thee, but because I must. Interpret them as thou wilt. Still Atene thought me no mortal, since she told us that man and spirit may not mate, and there are matters in which I let her judgment weigh with me, as without doubt now as in other lives she and that old Shaman, her uncle, have wisdom, aye, and foresight. So bid my lord press me no more to wed him, for it gives me pain to say him nay. Oh, thou knowest not how much. Moreover, I will declare myself to thee, old friend. Whatever else I be, at least I am too womanly to listen to the pleadings of my best beloved and not myself be moved. See, I have set a curb upon desire and drawn it till my heart bleeds. But if he pursues me with continual words and looks of burning love, who knoweth but that I shall kindle in his flame and throw the reins of reason to the winds? Oh, then together we might race adown our passion's steep, together dare the torrent that rages at its foot, and there perchance be whelmed or torn asunder. Nay, nay, another space of journeying, but a little space, and we reach the bridge my wisdom found and cross it safely, and beyond forever ride on at ease through the happy meadows of our love." Then she was silent, nor would she speak more upon the matter. Also, and this was the worst of it, even now I was not sure that she told me the truth, or at any rate all of it, for to Ayesha's mind truth seemed many-coloured as are the rays of light thrown from the different faces of a cut jewel. We never could be certain which shade of it she was pleased to present, who, whether by preference or out of necessity, as she herself had said, spoke of such secrets in figures of speech and parables. It is a fact that to this hour I do not know whether Ayesha is spirit or woman, or, as I suspect, a blend of both. I do not know the limits of her powers, or if that elaborate story of the beginning of her love for Leo was true, which personally I doubt, or but a fable invented by her mind, and through it, as she had hinted, pictured on the flame for her own hidden purposes. I do not know whether when we first saw her on the mountain she was really old and hideous, or did but put on that shape in our eyes in order to test her lover. I do not know whether, as the priest Horace bore witness, which he may well have been bidden to do, her spirit passed into the body of the dead priestess of Hes, or whether when she seemed to perish there so miserably, her body and soul were wafted straight away from the caves of Kor to this Central Asian peak. I do not know why, as she was so powerful, she did not come to seek us instead of leaving us to seek her through so many weary years, though I suggest that some superior force forbade her to do more than companion us unseen, watching our every act, reading our every thought, until at length we reached the predestined place and hour. Also, as will appear, there were other things of which this is not the time to speak, whereby I am still more tortured and perplexed. In short, I know nothing, except that my existence has been intertangled with one of the great mysteries of the world, that the glorious being called Ayesha won the secret of life from whatever power holds it in its keeping, that she alleged, although of this, remember, we have no actual proof, such life was to be attained by bathing in a certain emanation, vapour, or essence, that she was possessed by a passion not easy to understand, but terrific in its force and immortal in its nature, concentrated upon one other being and one alone, that through this passion also some angry fate smote her again, and yet again, making of her countless days a burden, and leading the power and the wisdom which knew all but could foreknow nothing into abysses of anguish, suspense, and disappointment, such as Heaven be thanked we common men and women are not called upon to plumb. For the rest, should human eyes ever fall upon it, each reader must form his own opinion of this history, its true interpretation and significance. These and the exact parts played by Atene and myself in its development I hope to solve shortly, though not here. Well, as I have said, the upshot of it all was that Ayesha was devoured with anxiety about Leo. Except in this matter of marriage, his every wish was satisfied, and indeed forestalled. Thus he was never again asked to share in any of the ceremonies of the Sanctuary, though indeed, stripped of its rites and spiritual symbols, the religion of the College of Hes proved pure and harmless enough. It was but a diluted version of the Osiris and Isis worship of old Egypt, from which it had been inherited, mixed with the Central Asian belief in the transmigration or reincarnation of souls, and the possibility of drawing near to the ultimate Godhead by holiness of thought and life. In fact, the head priestess and oracle was only worshipped as a representative of the divinity, while the temporal aims of the college in practice were confined to good works, although it is true that they still sighed for their lost authority over the country of Kaloon. Thus they had hospitals, and during the long and severe winters, when the tribes of the mountain slopes were often driven to the verge of starvation, gave liberally to the destitute from their stores of food. Leo liked to be with Ayesha continually, so we spent each evening in her company, and much of the day also, until she found that this inactivity told upon him who for years had been accustomed to endure every rigour of climate in the open air. After this came home to her, although she was always haunted by terror lest any accident should befall him, Ayesha insisted upon his going out to kill the wild sheep and the ibex, which lived in numbers on the mountain ridges, placing him in the charge of the chiefs and huntsmen of the tribes, with whom thus he became well acquainted. In this exercise, however, I accompanied him but rarely, as if used too much my arms still gave me pain. Once, indeed, such an accident did happen. I was seated in the garden with Ayesha and watching her. Her head rested on her hand, and she was looking with her wide eyes, across which the swift thoughts passed like clouds over a windy sky, or dreams through the mind of a sleeper, looking out vacantly towards the mountain snows. Seen thus, her loveliness was inexpressible, amazing. Merely to gaze upon it was an intoxication. Contemplating it, I understood that, like to that of the fabled Helen, this gift of hers alone, and it was but one of many, must have caused infinite sorrows had she ever been permitted to display it to the world. It would have driven humanity to madness, the men with longings and the women with jealousy and hate. And yet in what did her surpassing beauty lie? Ayesha's face and form were perfect, it is true, but so are those of some other women. Not in these, then, did it live alone, but rather, I think, especially while what I may call her human moods were on her, in the soft mystery that dwelt upon her features and gathered and changed in her splendid eyes. Some such mystery may be seen, however faintly, on the faces of certain of the masterpieces of Greek sculptors, but Ayesha it clothed like an ever-present atmosphere, suggesting a glory that was not of earth, making her divine. As I gazed at her and wondered thus, of a sudden she became terribly agitated, and pointing to a shoulder of the mountain miles and miles away, said, "Look." I looked, but saw nothing except a sheet of distant snow. "Blind fool, canst thou not see that my lord is in danger of his life?" she cried. "Nay, I forgot, thou hast no vision. Take it now from me and look again." And laying her hand, from which a strange, numbing current seemed to flow, upon my head, she muttered some swift words. Instantly my eyes were opened, and not upon the distant mountain, but in the air before me as it were, I saw Leo rolling over and over at grips with a great snow leopard, while the chief and huntsmen with him ran round and round, seeking an opportunity to pierce the savage brute with their spears and yet leave him unharmed. Ayesha, rigid with terror, swayed to and fro at my side, till presently the end came, for I could see Leo drive his long knife into the bowels of the leopard, which at once grew limp, separated from him, and after a struggle or two in the blood-stained snow lay still, laughing and pointing to his rent garments, whilst one of the huntsmen came forward and began to bandage some wounds in his hands and thigh with strips of linen torn from his underrobe. The vision vanished suddenly as it had come, and I felt Ayesha leaning heavily upon my shoulder like any other frightened woman, and heard her gasp, "That danger also has passed by, but how many are there to follow? Oh, tormented heart, how long canst thou endure?" Then her wrath flamed up against the chief and his huntsmen, and she summoned messengers and sent them out at speed with a litter and ointments, bidding them to bear back the lord Leo and to bring his companions to her very presence. "Thou seest what days are mine, my Holly, aye, and have been these many years," she said, "but those hounds shall pay me for this agony." Nor would she suffer me to reason with her. 4 hours later Leo returned, limping after the litter in which, instead of himself for whom it was sent, lay a mountain sheep and the skin of the snow leopard that he had placed there to save the huntsmen the labour of carrying them. Ayesha was waiting for him in the hall of her dwelling, and gliding to him, I cannot say she walked, overwhelmed him with mingled solicitude and reproaches. He listened awhile, then asked, "How dost thou know anything of this matter? The leopard skin has not yet been brought to thee." "I know because I saw," she answered. "The worst hurt is above thy knee. Hast thou dressed it with the salve I sent?" "Not I," he said. "But thou hast not left this sanctuary. How didst thou see? By thy magic?" "If thou wilt. At least I saw, and Holly also saw thee rolling in the snow with that fierce brute, while those curs ran round like scared children." "I am weary of this magic," interrupted Leo crossly. "Cannot a man be left alone for an hour even with a snow leopard of the mountain? As for those brave men—" At this moment Horace entered and whispered something, bowing low. "As for those brave men, I will deal with them," said Ayesha with bitter emphasis, and covering herself, for she never appeared unveiled to the people of the mountain, she swept from the place. "Where has she gone, Horace?" asked Leo. "To one of her services in the Sanctuary?" "I don't know," I answered, "but if so, I think it will be that chief's burial service." "Will it?" he exclaimed, and instantly limped after her. A minute or two later I thought it wise to follow. In the Sanctuary a curious scene was in progress. Ayesha was seated in front of the statue. Before her, very much frightened, knelt a brawny red-haired chieftain and 5 of his followers, who still carried their hunting spears, while with folded arms and an exceedingly grim look upon his face, Leo, who as I learned afterwards had already interfered and been silenced, stood upon one side listening to what passed. At a little distance behind were a dozen or more of the temple guards, men armed with swords and picked for their strength and stature. Ayesha, in her sweetest voice, was questioning the men as to how the leopard, of which the skin lay before her, had come to attack Leo. The chief answered that they had tracked the brute to its lair between two rocks, that one of them had gone in and wounded it, whereupon it sprang upon him and struck him down, that then the lord Leo had engaged it while the man escaped, and was also struck down, after which, rolling with it on the ground, he stabbed and slew the animal. That was all. "No, not all," said Ayesha, "for you forget, cowards that you are, that keeping yourselves in safety you left my lord to the fury of this beast. Good. Drive them out onto the mountain, there to perish also at the fangs of beasts, and make it known that he who gives them food or shelter dies." Offering no prayer for pity or excuse, the chief and his followers rose, bowed, and turned to go. "Stay a moment, comrades," said Leo, "and chief, give me your arm. My scratch grows stiff, I cannot walk fast. We will finish this hunt together." "What doest thou? Art mad?" asked Ayesha. "I know not whether I am mad," he answered, "but I know that thou art wicked and unjust. Look now, than these hunters none braver ever breathed. That man," and he pointed to the one whom the leopard had struck down, "took my place and went in before me because I ordered that we should attack the creature, and thus was felled. As thou seest all, thou mightst have seen this also. Then it sprang on me, and the rest of these, my friends, ran round waiting a chance to strike, which at first they could not do unless they would have killed me with it, since I and the brute rolled over and over in the snow. As it was, one of them seized it with his bare hands. Look at the teeth marks on his arm. So if they are to perish on the mountain, I, whom the men to blame, perish with them." Now while the hunters looked at him with fervent gratitude in their eyes, Ayesha thought a little, then said cleverly enough "In truth, my lord Leo, had I known all the tale, well mightest thou have named me wicked and unjust. But I knew only what I saw, and out of their own mouths did I condemn them. My servants, my lord here has pleaded for you, and you are forgiven. More, he who rushed in upon the leopard and he who seized it with his hands shall be rewarded in advance. Go, but I warn you, if you suffer my lord to come into more danger, you shall not escape so easily again." So they bowed and went, still blessing Leo with their eyes, since death by exposure on the mountain snows was the most terrible form of punishment known to these people, and one only inflicted by the direct order of Hes upon murderers or other great criminals. When we had left the sanctuary and were alone again in the hall, the storm that I had seen gathering upon Leo's face broke in earnest. Ayesha renewed her inquiries about his wounds, and wished to call Horace, the physician, to dress them, and as he refused this, offered to do so herself. He begged that she would leave his wounds alone, and then, his great beard bristling with wrath, asked her solemnly if he was a child in arms, a query so absurd that I could not help laughing. Then he scolded her. Yes, he scolded Ayesha. Wishing to know what she meant, one, by spying upon him with her magic, an evil gift that he had always disliked and mistrusted; two, by condemning brave and excellent men, his good friends, to a death of fiendish cruelty upon such evidence, or rather out of temper on no evidence at all; and three, by giving him into the charge of them, as though he were a little boy, and telling them that they would have to answer for it if he were hurt, he who in his time had killed every sort of big game known and passed through some perils and encounters. Thus he beat her with his words, and wonderful to say, Ayesha, this being more than woman, submitted to the chastisement meekly. Yet had any other man dared to address her with roughness even, I doubt not that his speech and his life would have come to a swift and simultaneous end, for I knew that now, as of old, she could slay by the mere effort of her will. But she did not slay. She did not even threaten, only, as any other loving woman might have done, she began to cry. Yes, great tears gathered in those lovely eyes of hers, and rolling one by one down her face, fell, for her head was bent humbly forward, like heavy raindrops on the marble floor. At the sight of this touching evidence of her human, loving heart, all Leo's anger melted. Now it was he who grew penitent and prayed her pardon humbly. She gave him her hand in token of forgiveness, saying, "Let others speak to me as they will. Sorry should I have been to try it. But from thee, Leo, I cannot bear harsh words. Oh, thou art cruel, cruel! In what have I offended? Can I help it if my spirit keeps its watch upon thee, as indeed, though thou knewest it not, it has done ever since we parted yonder in the place of life? Can I help it if, like some mother who sees her little child at play upon a mountain's edge, my soul is torn with agony when I know thee in dangers that I am powerless to prevent or share? What are the lives of a few half-wild huntsmen that I should let them weigh for a single breath against thy safety, seeing that if I slew these, others would be more careful of thee, whereas if I slay them not, they or their fellows may even lead thee into perils that would bring about thy death?" And she gasped with horror at the word. "Listen, beloved," said Leo. "The life of the humblest of those men is of as much value to him as mine is to me, and thou hast no more right to kill him than thou hast to kill me. It is evil that because thou carest for me thou shouldst suffer thy love to draw thee into cruelty and crime. If thou art afraid for me, then clothe me with that immortality of thine, which, although I dread it somewhat, holding it a thing unholy and on this earth not permitted by my faith, I should still rejoice to inherit for thy dear sake, knowing that then we could never more be parted. Or if, as thou sayest, this as yet thou canst not do, then let us be wed and take what fortune gives us. All men must die, but at least before I die I shall have been happy with thee for a while. Yes, if only for a single hour." "Would that I dared," Ayesha answered, with a little piteous motion of her hand. "Oh, urge me no more, Leo, lest that at last I should take the risk and lead thee down a dreadful road. Leo, hast thou never heard of the love which slays, or of the poison that may lurk in a cup of joy too perfect?" Then, as though she feared herself, Ayesha turned from him and fled. Thus this matter ended. In itself it was not a great one, for Leo's hurts were mere scratches, and the hunters, instead of being killed, were promoted to be members of his bodyguard. Yet it told us many things. For instance, that whenever she chose to do so, Ayesha had the power of perceiving all Leo's movements from afar, and even of communicating her strength of mental vision to others, although to help him in any predicament she appeared to have no power, which of course accounted for the hideous and ever-present might of her anxiety. Think what it would be to any one of us were we mysteriously acquainted with every open danger, every risk of sickness, every secret peril through which our best beloved must pass. To see the rock trembling to its fall and they loitering beneath it, to see them drink of water and know it full of foulest poison, to see them embark upon a ship and be aware that it was doomed to sink, but not to be able to warn them or to prevent them. Surely no mortal brain could endure such constant terrors, since hour by hour the arrows of death flit unseen and unheard past the breasts of each of us, till at length one finds its home there. What then must Ayesha have suffered, watching with her spirit's eyes all the hairbreadth escapes of our journeyings? When, for instance, in the beginning she saw Leo at my house in Cumberland about to kill himself in his madness and despair, and by some mighty effort of her superhuman will wrung from whatever power it was that held her in its fearful thraldom the strength to hurl her soul across the world, and thereby in his sleep reveal to him the secret of the hiding place where he would find her. Or to take one more example out of many, when she saw him hanging by that slender thread of yak's hide from the face of the waterfall of ice, and herself remained unable to save him, or even to look forward for a single moment and learn whether or no he was about to meet a hideous death, in which event she must live on alone until in some dim age he was born again. Nor can her sorrows have ended with these more material fears, since others as piercing must have haunted her. Imagine, for instance, the agonies of her jealous heart when she knew her lover to be exposed to the temptations incident to his solitary existence, and more especially to those of her ancient rival Atene, who by Ayesha's own account had once been his wife. Imagine also her fears lest time and human change should do their natural work on him, so that by degrees the memory of her wisdom and her strength, and the image of her loveliness faded from his thought, and with them his desire for her company, thus leaving her who had endured so long forgotten and alone at last. Truly the power that limited our perceptions did so in purest mercy, for were it otherwise with us, our race would go mad and perish raving in its terrors. Thus it would seem that Ayesha, great tormented soul, thinking to win life and love eternal and most glorious, was in truth but another blind Pandora. From her stolen casket of beauty and superhuman power had leapt into her bosom, there to dwell unceasingly, 100 torturing demons, of whose wings some immortal kind do but feel the far-off icy shadowing. Yes, and that the parallel might be complete, hope alone still lingered in that rifled chest. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Ayesha, the Return of She. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ayesha, the Return of She by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 20. Ayesha's Alchemy. It was shortly after this incident of the snow leopard that one of these demon familiars of Ayesha's, her infinite ambition, made its formidable appearance. When we had dined with her in the evening, Ayesha's habit was to discuss plans for our mighty and unending future, that awful inheritance which she had promised to us. Here I must explain, if I have not done so already, that she had graciously informed me that notwithstanding my refusal in past years of such a priceless opportunity, I also was to be allowed to bathe my superannuated self in the vital fires, though in what guise I should emerge from them, like Herodotus when he treats of the mysteries of old Egypt, if she knew, she did not think it lawful to reveal. Secretly I hoped that my outward man might change for the better, as the prospect of being fixed for ever in the shape of my present and somewhat unpleasing personality did not appeal to me as attractive. In truth, so far as I was concerned, the matter had an academic rather than an actual interest, such as we take in a fairy tale, since I did not believe that I should ever put on this kind of immortality. Nor, may I add, now as before, was I at all certain that I wished to do so. These plans of Ayesha's were far-reaching and indeed terrific. Her acquaintance with the modern world, its political and social developments, was still strictly limited, for if she had the power to follow its growth and activities, certainly it was one of which she made no use. In practice her knowledge seemed to be confined to what she had gathered during the few brief talks which took place between us upon this subject in past time at Kor. Now her thirst for information proved insatiable, although it is true that ours was scarcely up to date, seeing that ever since we lost touch with the civilized peoples, namely for the last 15 years or so, we had been as much buried as she was herself. Still we were able to describe to her the condition of the nations and their affairs as they were at the period when we bade them farewell, and more or less incorrectly to draw maps of the various countries and their boundaries, over which she pondered long. The Chinese were the people in whom she proved to be most interested, perhaps because she was acquainted with the Mongolian type, and like ourselves understood a good many of their dialects. Also she had a motive for her studies, which one night she revealed to us in the most matter-of-fact fashion. Those who have read the first part of her history, which I left in England to be published, may remember that when we found her at Kor, She horrified us by expressing a determination to possess herself of Great Britain, for the simple reason that we belonged to that country. Now, however, like her powers, her ideas had grown, for she purposed to make Leo the absolute monarch of the world. In vain did he assure her most earnestly that he desired no such empire. She merely laughed at him and said, "If I arise amidst the peoples, I must rule the peoples, for how can Ayesha take a second place among mortal men? And thou, my Leo, rulest me. Yes, mark the truth, thou art my master. Therefore it is plain that thou wilt be the master of this earth, aye, and perchance of others which do not yet appear, for of these also I know something, and I think can reach them if I will, though hitherto I have had no mind that way. My true life has not yet begun. Its little space within this world has been filled with thought and care for thee, in waiting till thou wast born again, and during these last years of separation until thou didst return. But now a few more months and the days of preparation past, endowed with energy eternal, with all the wisdom of the ages, and with a strength that can bend the mountains or turn the ocean from its bed, and we begin to be. Oh, how I sicken for that hour when first, like twin stars new to the firmament of heaven, we break in our immortal splendour upon the astonished sight of men. It will please me, I tell thee, Leo, it will please me to see powers, principalities, and dominions, marshalled by their kings and governors, bow themselves before our thrones, and humbly crave the liberty to do our will. At least," she added, "it will please me for a little time, until we seek higher things." So she spoke, while the radiance upon her brow increased and spread itself, gleaming above her like a golden fan, and her slumbrous eyes took fire from it till to my thought they became glowing mirrors, in which I saw pomp enthroned and suppliant peoples pass. "And how," asked Leo with something like a groan, for this vision of universal rule viewed from afar did not seem to charm him, "how, Ayesha, wilt thou bring these things about?" "How, my Leo? Why, easily enough. For many nights I have listened to the wise discourses of our Holly here, at least he thinks them wise who still has so much to learn, and pored over his crooked maps, comparing them with those that are written in my memory, who of late have had no time for the study of such little matters. Also I have weighed and pondered your reports of the races of this world, their various follies, their futile struggling for wealth and small supremacies, and I have determined that it would be wise and kind to weld them to one whole, setting ourselves at the head of them to direct their destinies, and cause wars, sickness, and poverty to cease, so that these creatures of a little day, ephemeridae was the word she used, may live happy from the cradle to the grave. Now were it not because of thy strange shrinking from bloodshed, however politic and needful, for my Leo, as yet thou art no true philosopher, this were quickly done, since I can command a weapon which would crush their armories and whelm their navies in the deep. Yes, I, whom even the lightnings and nature's elemental powers must obey. But thou shrinkest from the sight of death, and thou believest that heaven would be displeased because I make myself, or am chosen, the instrument of heaven. Well, so let it be, for thy will is mine, and therefore we will tread a gentler path. And how wilt thou persuade the kings of the earth to place their crowns upon thy head?" I asked, astonished. "By causing their peoples to offer them to us," she answered suavely. "Oh, Holly, Holly, how narrow is thy mind, how strained the quality of thine imagination! Set its poor gates ajar, I pray, and bethink thee. When we appear among men, scattering gold to satisfy their want, clad in terrifying power, in dazzling beauty, and in immortality of days, will they not cry, 'Be ye our monarchs and rule over us'?" "Perhaps," I answered dubiously, "but where wilt thou appear?" She took a map of the Eastern Hemisphere which I had drawn, and placing her finger upon Pekin, said, "There is the place that shall be our home for some few centuries, say 3 or 5 or 7, should it take so long to shape this people to my liking and our purposes." I have chosen these Chinese because thou tellest me that their numbers are uncountable, that they are brave, subtle, and patient, and though now powerless because ill-ruled and untaught, able with their multitudes to flood the little Western nations. Therefore among them we will begin our reign, and for some few ages be at rest while they learn wisdom from us, and thou, my Holly, makest their armies unconquerable, and givest their land good government, wealth, peace, and a new religion." What the new religion was to be I did not ask. It seemed unnecessary, since I was convinced that in practice it would prove a form of Ayesha worship. Indeed, my mind was so occupied with conjectures, some of them quaint and absurd enough, as to what would happen at the first appearance of Ayesha in China, that I forgot this subsidiary development of our future rule. "And if the little Western nations will not wait to be flooded?" suggested Leo with irritation, for her contemptuous tone angered him, one of a prominent Western nation. "If they combine, for instance, and attack thee first?" "Ah," she said with a flash of her eyes, "I have thought of it, and for my part hope that it will chance. Since then thou canst not blame me if I put out my strength. Oh, then the East that has slept so long shall awake, and upon battlefield after battlefield such as history cannot tell of thou shalt see my flaming standards sweep on to victory. One by one thou shalt watch the nations fall and perish, until at length I build thy throne upon the hecatombs of their countless dead and crown thee emperor of a world regenerate in blood and fire." Leo, whom this new gospel of regeneration seemed to appall, who was in fact a hater of absolute monarchies and somewhat republican in his views and sympathies, continued the argument, but I took no further heed. The thing was grotesque in its tremendous and fantastic absurdity. Ayesha's ambitions were such as no imperial-minded madman could conceive. Yet, here came the rub, I had not the slightest doubt but that she was well able to put them into practice and carry them to some marvellous and awful conclusion. Why not? Death could not touch her, she had triumphed over death. Her beauty, that cup of madness in her eyes as she named it once to me, and her reckless will would compel the hosts of men to follow her. Her piercing intelligence would enable her to invent new weapons with which the most highly trained army could not possibly compete. Indeed, it might be as she said, and as I for one believed, with good reason it proved, that she held at her command the elemental forces of nature, such as those that lie hid in electricity, which would give all living beings to her for a prey. Ayesha was still woman enough to have worldly ambitions, and the most dread circumstance about her superhuman powers was that they appeared to be unrestrained by any responsibility to God or man. She was as we might well imagine a fallen angel to be, if indeed, as she herself once hinted, and as Atene and the old Shaman believed, this were not her true place in creation. By only two things that I was able to discover could she be moved: her love for Leo, and in a very small degree, her friendship for myself. Yet her devouring passion for this one man, inexplicable in its endurance and intensity, would, I felt sure even then, in the future as in the past, prove to be her heel of Achilles. When Ayesha was dipped in the waters of dominion and deathlessness, this human love left her heart mortal, that through it she might be rendered harmless as a child, who otherwise would have devastated the universe. I was right. Whilst I was still indulging myself in these reflections and hoping that Ayesha would not take the trouble to read them in my mind, I became aware that Horace was bowing to the earth before her. "Thy business, priest?" she asked sharply, for when she was with Leo Ayesha did not like to be disturbed. Hes the Spicer returned. "Why didst thou send them out?" she asked indifferently. "What need have I of thy spies?" "Hes, thou didst command me." "Well, their report?" "Hes, it is most grave. The people of Kaloon are desperate because of the drought which has caused their crops to fail, so that starvation stares them in the eyes, and this they lay to the charge of the strangers who came into their land and fled to thee. The Khania Atene also is mad with rage against thee and our holy college. Labouring night and day she has gathered two great armies, one of 40 and one of 20,000 men, and the latter of these she sends against the Mountain under the command of her uncle, Simbri the Shaman. In case it should be defeated, she purposes to remain with the second and greater army on the plains about Kaloon." "Tidings indeed," said Ayesha with a scornful laugh. "Has her hate made this woman mad, that she dares thus to match herself against me? My Holly, it crossed thy mind but now that it was I who am mad, boasting of what I have no power to perform. Well, within 6 days thou shalt learn. Oh, verily thou shalt learn, and though the issue be so very small, in such a fashion that thou wilt doubt no more for ever. Stay, I will look, though the effort of it wearies me, for those spies may be but victims to their own fears or to the falsehoods of Atene." Then suddenly, as was common with her when thus Ayesha threw her sight afar, which either from indolence or because, as she said, it exhausted her, she did but rarely, her lovely face grew rigid like that of a person in a trance, the light faded from her brow, and the great pupils of her eyes contracted themselves and lost their colour. In a little while, 5 minutes perhaps, she sighed like one awakening from a deep sleep, passed her hand across her forehead, and was as she had been, though somewhat languid, as though strength had left her. "It is true enough," she said, "and soon I must be stirring, lest many of my people should be killed. My lord, wouldst thou see war? Nay, thou shalt bide here in safety while I go forward, to visit Atene as I promised." "Where thou goest, I go," said Leo angrily, his face flushing to the roots of his hair with shame. "I pray thee not, I pray thee not," she answered, yet without venturing to forbid him. "We will talk of it hereafter. Oros, away! Send round the fire of Hes to every chief. 3 nights hence at the moonrise bid the tribes gather. Nay, not all. 20,000 of their best will be enough. The rest shall stay to guard the Mountain and this sanctuary. Let them bring food with them for 15 days. I join them at the following dawn. Go." He bowed and went, whereon, dismissing the matter from her mind, Ayesha began to question me again about the Chinese and their customs. It was in course of a somewhat similar conversation on the following night, of which, however, I forget the exact details, that a remark of Leo's led to another exhibition of Ayesha's marvellous powers. Leo, who had been considering her plans for conquest and again combating them as best he could, for they were entirely repugnant to his religious, social, and political views, said suddenly that after all they must break down, since they would involve the expenditure of sums of money so vast that even Ayesha herself would be unable to provide them by any known methods of taxation. She looked at him and laughed a little. "Verily, Leo," she said, "to thee, yes, and to Holly here, I must seem as some madcap girl blown to and fro by every wind of fancy, and building me a palace wherein to dwell out of dew and vapours, or from the substance of the sunset fires. Thinkest thou then that I would enter on this war, one woman against all the world?" And as she spoke her shape grew royal, and in her awful eyes there came a look that chilled my blood. "And make no preparation for its necessities? Why, since last we spoke upon this matter, foreseeing all, I have considered in my mind, and now thou shalt learn how, without cost to those we rule, and for that reason alone shall they love us dearly, I will glut the treasuries of the Empress of the Earth. Dost remember, Leo, how in Kor I found but a single pleasure during all those weary ages, that of forcing my Mother Nature one by one to yield me up her choicest secrets, I who am a student of all things which are and of the forces that cause them to be born? Now follow me, both of you, and you shall look on what mortal eyes have not yet beheld." "What are we to see?" I asked doubtfully, having a lively recollection of Ayesha's powers as a chemist. "That thou shalt learn, or shalt not learn if it pleases thee to stay behind. Come, Leo, my love, and leave this wise philosopher first to find his riddle and next to guess it." Then turning her back to me, she smiled on him so sweetly that although really he was more loath to go than I, Leo would have followed her through a furnace door, as indeed, had he but known it, he was about to do. So they started, and I accompanied them, since with Ayesha it was useless to indulge in any foolish pride, or to make oneself a victim to consistency. Also I was anxious to see her new marvel, and did not care to rely for an account of it upon Leo's descriptive skill, which at its best was never more than moderate. She took us down passages that we had not passed before, to a door which she signed to Leo to open. He obeyed, and from the cave within issued a flood of light. As we guessed at once, the place was her laboratory, for about it stood metal flasks and various strange-shaped instruments. Moreover, there was a furnace in it, one of the best conceivable, for it needed neither fuel nor stoking, whose gaseous fires, like those of the twisted columns in the sanctuary, sprang from the womb of the volcano beneath our feet. When we entered, 2 priests were at work there, one of them stirring a cauldron with an iron rod, and the other receiving its molten contents into a mould of clay. They stopped to salute Ayesha, but she bade them to continue their task, asking them if all went well. "Very well, O Hes," they answered, and we passed through that cave and sundry doors and passages to a little chamber cut in the rock. There was no lamp or flame of fire in it, and yet the place was filled with a gentle light which seemed to flow from the opposing wall. "What were those priests doing?" I said, more to break the silence than for any other reason. "Why waste breath upon foolish questions?" she replied. "Are no metals smelted in thy country, O Holly? Now hadst thou sought to know what I am doing. But that without seeing thou wouldst not believe, so doubter thou shalt see." Then she pointed to and bade us don 2 strange garments that hung upon the wall, made of a material which seemed to be half cloth and half wood, and having headpieces not unlike a diver's helmet. So under her directions Leo helped me into mine, lacing it up behind, after which, or so I gathered from the sounds, for no light came through the helmet, she did the same service for him. "I seem very much in the dark," I said presently, for now there was silence again, and beneath this extinguisher I felt alarmed and wished to be sure that I was not left alone. "Aye, Holly," I heard Ayesha's mocking voice make answer, "in the dark as thou wast ever, the thick dark of ignorance and unbelief. Well, now as ever also I will give thee light." As she spoke I heard something roll back. I suppose that it must have been a stone door. Then indeed there was light. Yes, even through the thickness of that prepared garment such light as seemed to blind me. By it I saw that the wall opposite to us had opened, and that we were all 3 of us on the threshold of another chamber. At the end of it stood something like a little altar of hard black stone, and on this altar lay a mass of substance of the size of a child's head, but fashioned, I suppose from fantasy, to the oblong shape of a human eye. Out of this eye there poured that blistering and intolerable light. It was shut round by thick, funnel-shaped screens of a material that looked like firebrick, yet it pierced them as though they were but muslin. More, the rays thus directed upwards struck full upon a lump of metal held in place above them by a massive framework. And what rays they were! If all the cut diamonds of the world were brought together and set beneath a mighty burning glass, the light flashed from them would not have been 1,000th part so brilliant. They scorched my eyes and caused the skin of my face and limbs to smart, yet Ayesha stood there unshielded from them. Aye, she even went down the length of the room and, throwing back her veil, bent over them, as it seemed a woman of molten steel in whose body the bones were visible, and examined the mass that was supported by the hanging cradle. "It is ready, and somewhat sooner than I thought," she said. Then, as though it were but a featherweight, she lifted the lump in her bare hands and glided back with it to where we stood, laughing and saying, "Tell me now, O thou well-read Holly, if thou hast ever heard of a better alchemist than this poor priestess of a forgotten faith." And she thrust the glowing substance up almost to the mask that hid my face. Then I turned and ran, or rather waddled, for in that gear I could not run, out of the chamber until the rock wall beyond stayed me, and there with my back towards her thrust my helmeted head against it, for I felt as though red-hot bradawls had been plunged into my eyes. So I stood while she laughed and mocked behind me, until at length I heard the door close and the blessed darkness came like a gift from heaven. Then Ayesha began to loose Leo from his ray-proof armour, if so it can be called, and he in turn loosed me, and there in that gentle radiance we stood blinking at each other like owls in the sunlight, while the tears streamed down our faces. "Well, art satisfied, my Holly?" she asked. "Satisfied with what?" I answered angrily, for the smarting of my eyes was unbearable. "Yes, with burnings and bedevilments I am well satisfied." "And I also," grumbled Leo, who was swearing softly but continuously to himself in the other corner of the place. But Ayesha only laughed. Oh, she laughed until she seemed the goddess of all merriment come to earth, laughed until she also wept, then said, "Why, what ingratitude is this? Thou, my Leo, didst wish to see the wonders that I work, and thou, O Holly, didst come unbidden after I bade thee stay behind, and now both of you are rude and angry, ay, and weeping like a child with a burnt finger. Here, take this," and she gave us some salve that stood upon a shelf, "and rub it on your eyes, and the smart will pass away." So we did, and the pain went from them, though for hours afterwards mine remained as red as blood. "And what are these wonders?" I asked her presently. "If thou meanest that unbearable flame—" "Nay, I mean what is born of the flame, as in thine ignorance thou dost call that mighty agent. Look now," and she pointed to the metallic lump she had brought with her, which still gleaming faintly lay upon the floor. "Nay, it has no heat. Thinkest thou that I would wish to burn my tender hands and so make them unsightly? Touch it, Holly." But I would not, who thought to myself that Ayesha might be well accustomed to the hottest fires, and feared her impish mischief. I looked, however, long and earnestly. "Well, what is it, Holly?" "Gold," I said, then corrected myself and added, "copper," for the dull red glow might have been that of either metal. "Nay, nay," she answered, "it is gold, pure gold." "The ore in this place must be rich," said Leo incredulously, for I would not speak any more. "Yes, my Leo, the iron ore is rich." "Iron ore?" and he looked at her. "Surely," she answered, "for from what mine do men dig out gold in such great masses? Iron ore, beloved, that by my alchemy I change to gold, which soon shall serve us in our need." Now Leo stared and I groaned, for I did not believe that it was gold, and still less that she could make that metal. Then, reading my thought, with one of those sudden changes of mood that were common to her, Ayesha grew very angry. "By nature's self," she cried, "wert thou not my friend, Holly, the fool whom it pleases me to cherish, I would bind that right hand of thine in those secret rays till the very bones within it were turned to gold. Nay, why should I be vexed with thee, who art both blind and deaf? Yet thou shalt be persuaded." And leaving us, she passed down the passages, called something to the priests who were labouring in the workshop, then returned to us. Presently they followed her, carrying on a kind of stretcher between them an ingot of iron ore that seemed to be as much as they could lift. "Now," she said, "how wilt thou that I mark this mass, which, as thou must admit, is only iron? With the sign of life? Good." And at her bidding the priests took cold chisels and hammers and roughly cut upon its surface the symbol of the looped cross, the crux ansata. "It is not enough," she said when they had finished. "Holly, lend me that knife of thine. Tomorrow I will return it to thee, and of more value." So I drew my hunting knife, an Indian-made thing that had a handle of plated iron, and gave it her. "Thou knowest the marks on it?" and she pointed to various dents and to the maker's name upon the blade, for though the hilt was Indian work, the steel was of Sheffield manufacture. I nodded. Then she bade the priests put on the ray-proof armour that we had discarded, and told us to go without the chamber and lie in the darkness of the passage with our faces against the floor. This we did and remained so, until a few minutes later she called us again. We rose and returned into the chamber to find the priests, who had removed the protecting garments, gasping and rubbing the salve upon their eyes, to find also that the lump of iron ore and my knife were gone. Next she commanded them to place the block of gold-coloured metal upon their stretcher and to bring it with them. They obeyed, and we noted that although those priests were both of them strong men, they groaned beneath its weight. "How came it," said Leo, "that thou, a woman, couldst carry what these men find so heavy?" "It is one of the properties of that force which thou callest fire," she answered sweetly, "to make what has been exposed to it, if for a little while only, as light as thistledown. Else how could I, who am so frail, have borne yonder block of gold?" "Quite so, I understand now," answered Leo. "Well, that was the end of it. The lump of metal was hid away in a kind of rock pit, with an iron cover, and we returned to Ayesha's apartments." "So all wealth is thine as well as all power," said Leo presently, for remembering Ayesha's awful threat I scarcely dared to open my mouth. "It seems so," she answered wearily, "since centuries ago I discovered that great secret, though until ye came I had put it to no use. Holly here, after his common fashion, believes that this is magic, but I tell thee again that there is no magic, only knowledge which I have chanced to win." "Of course," said Leo. "Looked at in the right way, that is in thy way, the thing is simple." I think he would have liked to add "as lying," but as the phrase would have involved explanations, did not. "Yet, Ayesha," he went on, "hast thou not thought that this discovery of thine will wreck the world?" "Leo," she answered, "is there then nothing that I can do which will not wreck this world, for which thou hast such tender care, who shouldst keep all thy care for me?" I smiled, but remembering in time, turned the smile into a frown at Leo, then fearing lest that also might anger her, made my countenance as blank as possible. "If so," she continued, "well, let the world be wrecked, but what meanest thou? Oh, my lord Leo, forgive me if I am so dull that I cannot always follow thy quick thought, I who have lived these many years alone, without converse with nobler minds, or even those to which mine own is equal." "It pleases thee to mock me," said Leo in a vexed voice, "and that is not too brave." Now Ayesha turned on him fiercely, and I looked towards the door, but he did not shrink, only folded his arms and stared her straight in the face. She contemplated him a little, then said, "After that great ordained reason which thou dost not know, I think, Leo, that why I love thee so madly is that thou alone art not afraid of me. Not like Holly there, who ever since I threatened to turn his bones to gold, which indeed I was minded to do," and she laughed, "trembles at my footsteps and cowers beneath my softest glance. Oh my lord, how good thou art to me, how patient with my moods and woman's weaknesses," and she made as though she were about to embrace him, then suddenly remembering herself, with a little start that somehow conveyed more than the most tragic gesture, she pointed to the couch in token that he should seat himself. When he had done so, she drew a footstool to his feet and sank upon it, looking up into his face with attentive eyes, like a child who listens for a story. "Thy reasons, Leo, give me thy reasons. Doubtless they are good, and oh, be sure I'll weigh them well." "Here they are in brief," he answered. "The world, as thou knewest in thy," and he stopped. "Thy earlier wanderings there?" she suggested. "Yes, thy earlier wanderings there, has set up gold as the standard of its wealth. On it all civilizations are founded. Make it as common as it seems thou canst, and these must fall to pieces. Credit will fail, and like their savage forefathers, men must once more take to barter to supply their needs, as they do in Kaloon to day." "Why not?" she asked. "It would be more simple and bring them closer to the time when they were good and knew not luxury and greed." "And smashed in each other's heads with stone axes," added Leo. "Who now pierce each other's hearts with steel, or those leaden missiles of which thou hast told me. Oh Leo, when the nations are beggared and their golden god is down, when the usurer and the fat merchant tremble and turn white as chalk because their hoards are but useless dross, when I have made the bankrupt exchanges of the world my mock, and laugh across the ruin of its richest markets, why then will not true worth come into its heritage again? What of it if I do discomfort those who think more of pelf than of courage and of virtue, those who, as that Hebrew prophet wrote, lay field to field and house to house, until the wretched whom they have robbed find no place left whereon to dwell? What if I proved your sagest chapmen fools, and gorge your greedy money changers with the gold that they desire, until they loathe its very sight and touch? What if I uphold the cause of the poor and the oppressed against the ravening lusts of mammon? Why will not this world of yours be happier then?" "I do not know," answered Leo. "All that I know is that it will be a different world, one shaped upon a new plan, governed by untried laws and seeking other ends. In so strange a place who can say what might or might not chance?" "That we shall learn in its season, Leo. Or rather, if it be against thy wish, we will not turn this hidden page. Since thou dost desire it, that old evil, the love of lucre, shall still hold its mastery upon the earth. Let the peoples keep their yellow king. I'll not crown another in his place as I was minded, such as that living strength thou sawest burning eternally but now, that power whereof I am the mistress, which can give health to men, or even change the character of metals, and in truth, if I so desire, obedient to my word, destroy a city or rend this mountain from its roots. But see, Holly is wearied with much wondering and needs his rest. Oh Holly, thou wast born a critic of things done, not a doer of them. I know thy tribe, for even in my day the colleges of Alexandria echoed with their wranglings, and already the winds blew thick with the dust of their forgotten bones. Holly, I tell thee that at times those who create and act are impatient of such petty doubts and cavillings. Yet fear not, old friend, nor take my anger ill. Already thy heart is gold without alloy, so what need have I to gild thy bones?" I thanked Ayesha for her compliment, and went to my bed wondering which was real, her kindness or her wrath, or if both were but assumed. Also I wondered in what way she had fallen foul of the critics of Alexandria. Perhaps once she had published a poem or a system of philosophy, and been roughly handled by them. It is quite possible, only if Ayesha had ever written poetry, I think that it would have endured, like Sappho's. In the morning I discovered that whatever else about her might be false, Ayesha was a true chemist, the very greatest, I suppose, who ever lived. For as I dressed myself, those priests whom we had seen in the laboratory staggered into the room, carrying between them a heavy burden that was covered with a cloth, and, directed by Horace, placed it upon the floor. "What is that?" I asked of Horace. "A peace offering sent by the Hesea," he said, "with whom, as I am told, you dared to quarrel yesterday." Then he withdrew the cloth, and there beneath it shone that great lump of metal which in the presence of myself and Leo had been marked with the symbol of life that still appeared upon its surface. Only now it was gold, not iron, gold so good and soft that I could write my name upon it with a nail. My knife lay with it also, and of that too the handle, though not the blade, had been changed from iron into gold. Ayesha asked to see this afterwards, and was but ill pleased with the result of her experiment. She pointed out to me that lines and blotches of gold ran for an inch or more down the substance of the steel, which she feared that they might weaken or distemper, whereas it had been her purpose that the hilt only should be altered. [Footnote: I proved in after days how real were Ayesha's alchemy and the knowledge which enabled her to solve the secret chemists have hunted for in vain, and, like nature's self, to transmute the commonest into the most precious of the metals. At the first town that I reached on the frontiers of India, I took this knife to a jeweller, a native, who was as clever as he proved dishonest, and asked him to test the handle. He did so with acids and by other means, and told me that it was of very pure gold, 24 carats, I think he said. Also he pointed out that this gold became gradually merged into the steel of the blade in a way which was quite inexplicable to him, and asked me to clear up the matter. Of course I could not, but at his request I left the knife in his shop to give him an opportunity of examining it further. The next day I was taken ill with one of the heart attacks to which I have been liable of late, and when I became able to move about again a while afterwards, I found that the jeweller had gone, none knew whither. So had my knife. End of footnote. Often since that time I have marvelled how Ayesha performed this miracle, and from what substances she gathered or compounded the lightning-like material which was her servant in the work. Also whether or no it had been impregnated with the immortalizing fire of life that burned in the caves of Kor. Yet to this hour I have found no answer to the problem, for it is beyond my guessing. I suppose that in preparation for her conquest of the inhabitants of this globe, to which indeed it would have sufficed unaided by any other power, the manufacture of gold from iron went on in the cave unceasingly. However this may be, during the few days that we remained together Ayesha never so much as spoke of it again. It seemed to have served her purpose for the while, or in the press of other and more urgent matters to have been forgotten or thrust from her mind. Still, amongst others, of which I have said nothing since it is necessary to select, I record this strange incident and our conversations concerning it at length, for the reason that it made a great impression upon me, and furnishes a striking example of Ayesha's dominion over the hidden forces of nature whereof we were soon to experience a more fearful instance. Footnote: recent discoveries would appear to suggest that this mysterious fire of life, which whatever else it may have been was evidently a force and no true fire, since it did not burn, owed its origin to the emanations from radium, or some kindred substance. Although in the year 1885 Mr. Holly would have known nothing of the properties of these marvellous rays or emanations, doubtless Ayesha was familiar with them and their enormous possibilities, of which our chemists and scientific men have at present but explored the fringe. Editor. End of footnote. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Ayesha, the Return of She. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ayesha, the Return of She by H. Rider Haggard, Chapter 21, The Prophecy of Aten. On the day following this strange experience of the iron that was turned to gold, some great service was held in the sanctuary, as we understood, to consecrate the war. We did not attend it, but that night we ate together as usual. Ayesha was moody at the meal, that is, she varied from sullenness to laughter. "Know you," she said, "that today I was an oracle, and those fools of the Mountain sent their medicine men to ask of the Hesea how the battle would go, and which of them would be slain and which gain honour. And I could not tell them, but juggled with my words so that they might take them as they would. How the battle will go I know well, for I shall direct it, but the future, ah, that I cannot read better than thou canst, my Holly, and that is ill indeed. For me the past and all the present lie bathed in light reflected from that black wall, the future." Then she fell to brooding, and looking up at length with an air of entreaty, said to Leo, "Wilt thou not hear my prayer and bide where thou art for some few days, or even go a hunting? Do so, and I will stay with thee, and send Holly and Horace to command the tribes in this petty fray." "I will not," answered Leo, trembling with indignation, for this plan of hers, that I should be sent out to war while he bided in safety in a temple, moved him, a man brave to rashness, who, although he disapproved of it in theory, loved fighting for its own sake also, to absolute rage. "I say, Ayesha, that I will not," he repeated, "and moreover that if thou leavest me here I will find my way down the mountain alone and join the battle." "Then come," she answered, "and on thine own head be it. Nay, not on thine, beloved, on mine, on mine." After this, by some strange reaction, she became like a merry girl, laughing more than I have ever seen her do, and telling us many tales of the far, far past, but none that was sad or tragic. It was very strange to sit and listen to her while she spoke of people, one or two of them known as names in history, and many others who have never been heard of, that had trod this earth and with whom she was familiar over 2000 years ago. Yet she told us anecdotes of their loves and hates, their strength or weaknesses, all of them touched with some tinge of humorous satire, or illustrating the comic vanity of human aims and aspirations. At length her talk took a deeper and more personal note. She spoke of her searchings after truth, of how, aching for wisdom, she had explored the religions of her day and refused them one by one, of how she had preached in Jerusalem and been stoned by the doctors of the law, of how also she had wandered back to Arabia, and being rejected by her own people as a reformer, had travelled on to Egypt, and at the court of the Pharaoh of that time met a famous magician, half charlatan and half seer, who, because she was far-seeing, clairvoyant we should call it, instructed her in his art so well that soon she became his master and forced him to obey her. Then, as though she were unwilling to reveal too much, suddenly Ayesha's history passed from Egypt to Kor. She spoke to Leo of his arrival there, a wanderer who was named Kallikrates, hunted by savages and accompanied by the Egyptian Amenartas, whom she appeared to have known and hated in her own country, and of how she entertained them. Yes, she even told of a supper that the three of them had eaten together on the evening before they started to discover the place of life, and of an evil prophecy that this royal Amenartas had made as to the issue of their journey. "Aye," Ayesha said, "it was such a silent night as this, and such a meal as this we ate, and Leo, not so greatly changed, save that he was beardless then and younger, was at my side. Where thou sittest, Holly, sat the royal Amenartas, a very fair woman, yes, even more beautiful than I before I dipped me in the essence. Foresighted also, though not so learned as I had grown. From the first we hated each other, and more than ever now, when she guessed how I had learned to look upon thee, her lover, Leo, for her husband thou never wast, who didst flee too fast for marriage. She knew also that the struggle between us which had begun of old and afar was for centuries and generations, and that until the end should declare itself neither of us could harm the other, who both had sinned to win thee that wast appointed by fate to be the lodestone of our souls. Then Amenartas spoke and said, Lo, to my side, Kallikrates, the wine in thy cup is turned to blood, and that knife in thy hand, O daughter of Yarab, for so she named me, drips red blood. Aye, and this place is a sepulchre, and thou, O Kallikrates, sleepest here, nor can she, thy murderess, kiss back the breath of life into those cold lips of thine. So indeed it came about as was ordained," added Ayesha reflectively, "for I slew thee in yonder place of life. Yes, in my madness I slew thee, because thou wouldst not or couldst not understand the change that had come over me, and shrankest from my loveliness like a blind bat from the splendour of flame, hiding thy face in the tresses of her dusky hair. Why, what is it now, thou Oros? Can I never be rid of thee for an hour?" "O Hes, a writing from the Khania Atene," the priest said with his deprecating bow. "Break the seal and read," she answered carelessly. "Perchance she has repented of her folly and makes submission." So he read: "To the Hesea of the College of the Mountain, known as Ayesha upon earth, and in the household of the overworld whence she has been permitted to wander, as Star that hath fallen." "A pretty sounding name, forsooth," broke in Ayesha. "Ah, but Atene set stars rise again, even from the underworld. Read on, thou Oros." "Greetings, O Ayesha. Thou who art very old hast gathered much wisdom in the passing of the centuries, and with other powers that of making thyself seem fair in the eyes of men blinded by thine arts. Yet one thing thou lackest that I have, vision of those happenings which are not yet. Know, O Ayesha, that I and my uncle, the great seer, have searched the heavenly books to learn what is written there of the issue of this war. This is written: For me death, whereat I rejoice. For thee a spear cast by thine own hand. For the land of Kaloon blood and ruin bred of thee. Atene, Khania of Kaloon. Ayesha listened in silence, but her lips did not tremble, nor her cheek pale. To Oros she said proudly "Say to the messenger of Atene that I have received her message, and ere long will answer it, face to face with her in her palace of Kaloon. Go, priest, and disturb me no more." When Oros had departed she turned to us and said, "That tale of mine of long ago was well fitted to this hour, for as Amenartas prophesied of ill, so does Atene prophesy of ill, and Amenartas and Atene are one. Well, let the spear fall if fall it must, and I will not flinch from it, who know that I shall surely triumph at the last. Perhaps the Khania does but think to frighten me with a cunning lie, but if she has read aright, then be sure, beloved, that it is still well with us, since none can escape their destiny, nor can our bond of union which was fashioned with the universe that bears us ever be undone." She paused a while, then went on with a sudden outburst of poetic thought and imagery. "I tell thee, Leo, that out of the confusions of our lives and deaths order shall yet be born. Behind the mask of cruelty shine mercy's tender eyes, and the wrongs of this rough and twisted world are but hot blinding sparks which stream from the all-righting sword of pure eternal justice. The heavy lives we see and know are only links in a golden chain that shall draw us safe to the haven of our rest. Steep and painful steps are they whereby we climb to the allotted palace of our joy. Henceforth I fear no more, and fight no more against that which must befall. For I say we are but winged seeds blown down the gales of fate and change to the appointed garden where we shall grow, filling its blessed air with the immortal fragrance of our bloom. Leave me now, Leo, and sleep awhile, for we ride at dawn." It was midday on the morrow when we moved down the mountain side with the army of the tribes, fierce and savage looking men. The scouts were out before us, then came the great body of their cavalry mounted on wiry horses, while to right and left and behind the foot soldiers marched in regiments, each under the command of its own chief. Ayesha, veiled now, for she would not show her beauty to these wild folk, rode in the midst of the horsemen on a white mare of matchless speed and shape. With her went Leo and myself, Leo on the Khan's black horse, and I on another not unlike it, though thicker built. About us were the bodyguard of armed priests and a regiment of chosen soldiers, among them those hunters that Leo had saved from Ayesha's wrath, and who were now attached to his person. We were merry, all of us, for in the crisp air of late autumn flooded with sunlight, the fears and forebodings that had haunted us in those gloomy firelit caves were forgotten. Moreover, the tramp of thousands of armed men and the excitement of coming battle thrilled our nerves. Not for many a day had I seen Leo look so vigorous and happy. Of late he had grown somewhat thin and pale, probably from causes that I have suggested, but now his cheeks were red and his eyes shone bright again. Ayesha also seemed joyous, for the moods of this strange woman were as fickle as those of nature's self, and varied as a landscape varies under the sunshine or the shadow. Now she was noon and now dark night, now dawn, now evening, and now thoughts came and went in the blue depths of her eyes like vapours wafted across the summer sky, and in the press of them her sweet face changed and shimmered as broken water shimmers beneath the beaming stars. "Too long," she said, with a little thrilling laugh, "have I been shut in the bowels of sombre mountains, accompanied only by mutes and savages or by melancholy chanting priests, and now I am glad to look upon the world again. How beautiful are the snows above and the brown slopes below, and the broad plains beyond that roll away to those bordering hills. How glorious is the sun, eternal as myself, how sweet the keen air of heaven. Believe me, Leo, more than 20 centuries have gone by since I was seated on a steed, and yet thou seest I have not forgot my horsemanship, though this beast cannot match those Arabs that I rode in the wide deserts of Arabia. Oh, I remember how at my father's side I galloped down to war amidst the marauding Bedouins, and how with my own hand I speared their chieftain and made him cry for mercy. One day I will tell thee of that father of mine, for I was his darling, and though we have been long apart, I hold his memory dear, and look forward to our meeting. See, yonder is the mouth of that gorge where lived the cat-worshipping sorcerer who would have murdered both of you because thou, Leo, didst throw his familiar to the fire. It is strange, but several of the tribes of this mountain and of the lands behind it make cats their gods or divine by means of them. I think that the first Rassen, the general of Alexander, must have brought the practice here from Egypt. Of this Macedonian Alexander I could tell thee much, for he was almost a contemporary of mine, and when I last was born the world still rang with the fame of his great deeds. It was Rassen who on the mountain supplanted the primeval fire worship whereof the flaming pillars which light the Sanctuary remain as monuments, by that of Hes or Isis, or rather blended the two in one. Doubtless among the priests in his army were some of Pasht or Sekhet the cat-headed, and these brought with them their sacred cult that to-day has dwindled down to the vulgar divinations of savage sorcerers. Indeed, I remember dimly that it was so, for I was the first Hesea of this temple, and journeyed hither with that same General Rassen, a relative of mine. Now both Leo and I looked at her wonderingly, and I could see that she was watching us through her veil. As usual, however, it was I whom she reproved, since Leo might think and do what he willed and still escape her anger. "Thou, Holly," she said quickly, "who art ever of a cavilling and suspicious mind, remembering what I said but now, believest that I lie to thee." I protested that I was only reflecting upon an apparent variation between two statements. "Play not with words," she answered. "In thy heart thou didst write me down a liar, and I take that ill. Know, foolish man, that when I said that the Macedonian Alexander lived before me, I meant before this present life of mine. In the existence that preceded it, though I outlasted him by 30 years, we were born in the same summer, and I knew him well, for I was the oracle whom he consulted most upon his wars, and to my wisdom he owed his victories. Afterwards we quarrelled, and I left him, and pushed forwards with Rassen. From that day the bright star of Alexander began to wane." At this Leo made a sound that resembled a whistle. In a very agony of apprehension, beating back the criticisms and certain recollections of the strange tale of the old abbot Kou En which would rise within me, I asked quickly, "And dost thou, Ayesha, remember well all that befell thee in this former life?" "Nay, not well," she answered meditatively, "only the greater facts, and those I have for the most part recovered by that study of secret things which thou callest vision or magic. For instance, my Holly, I recall that thou wast living in that life. Indeed, I seem to see an ugly philosopher clad in a dirty robe, and filled both with wine and the learning of others, who disputed with Alexander till he grew wroth with him and caused him to be banished, or drowned, I forget which." "I suppose that I was not called Diogenes?" I asked tartly, suspecting, perhaps not without cause, that Ayesha was amusing herself by fooling me. "No," she replied gravely, "I do not think that was thy name. The Diogenes thou speakest of was a much more famous man, one of real if crabbed wisdom. Moreover, he did not indulge in wine. I am mindful of very little of that life, however, not of more indeed than are many of the followers of the prophet Buddha, whose doctrines I have studied and of whom thou, Holly, hast spoken to me so much. Maybe we did not meet while it endured. Still I recollect that the Valley of Bones, where I found thee, my Leo, was the place where a great battle was fought between the fire priests with their vassals, the tribes of the Mountain, and the army of Rassen aided by the people of Kaloon. For between these and the Mountain, in old days as now, there was enmity, since in this present war history does but rewrite itself." "So thou thyself wast our guide?" said Leo, looking at her sharply. "Aye, Leo, who else? Though it is not wonderful that thou didst not know me beneath those deathly wrappings. I was minded to wait and receive thee in the Sanctuary, yet when I learned that at length both of you had escaped Aten and drew near, I could restrain myself no more, but came forth thus hideously disguised. Yes, I was with you even at the river's bank, and though you saw me not, there sheltered you from harm. Leo, I yearned to look upon thee and to be certain that thy heart had not changed, although until the allotted time thou mightest not hear my voice or see my face, who wert doomed to undergo that sore trial of thy faith. Of Holly also I desired to learn whether his wisdom could pierce through my disguise, and how near he stood to truth. It was for this reason that I suffered him to see me draw the lock from the satchel on thy breast, and to hear me wail over thee yonder in the rest house. Well, he did not guess so ill, but thou knewest me, in thy sleep, knewest me as I am and not as I seem to be. Yet," she added softly, "and didst say certain sweet words which I remember well." "Then beneath that shroud was thine own face?" asked Leo again, for he was very curious on this point. "The same lovely face I see to day?" "Mayhap, as thou wilt," she answered coldly. "Also it is the spirit that matters, not the outward seeming, though men in their blindness think otherwise. Perchance my face is but as thy heart fashions it, or as my will presents it to the sight and fancy of its beholders. But hark! The scouts have touched." As Ayesha spoke, a sound of distant shouting was borne upon the wind, and presently we saw a fringe of horsemen falling back slowly upon our foremost line. It was only to report, however, that the skirmishers of Atene were in full retreat. Indeed, a prisoner whom they brought with them, on being questioned by the priests, confessed at once that the Khania had no mind to meet us upon the holy mountain. She proposed to give battle on the river's farther bank, having for a defence its waters which we must ford, a decision that showed good military judgment. So it happened that on this day there was no fighting. All that afternoon we descended the slopes of the mountain, more swiftly by far than we had climbed them after our long flight from the city of Kaloon. Before sunset we came to our prepared camping ground, a wide and sloping plain that ended at the crest of the Valley of Dead Bones, where in past days we had met our mysterious guide. This, however, we did not reach through the secret mountain tunnel along which she had led us, the shortest way by miles, as Ayesha told us now, since it was unsuited to the passage of an army. Bending to the left, we circled around a number of unclimbable koppies, beneath which that tunnel passed, and so at length arrived upon the brow of the dark ravine where we could sleep safe from attack by night. Here a tent was pitched for Ayesha, but as it was the only one, Leo and I with our guard bivouacked among some rocks at a distance of a few hundred yards. When she found that this must be so, Ayesha was very angry, and spoke bitter words to the chief who had charge of the food and baggage, although he, poor man, knew nothing of tents. Also she blamed Horace, who replied meekly that he had thought us captains accustomed to war and its hardships. But most of all she was angry with herself, who had forgotten this detail, and until Leo stopped her with a laugh of vexation, went on to suggest that we should sleep in the tent, since she had no fear of the rigours of the mountain cold. The end of it was that we supped together outside, or rather Leo and I supped, for as there were guards around us, Ayesha did not even lift her veil. That evening Ayesha was disturbed and ill at ease, as though new fears which she could not overcome assailed her. At length she seemed to conquer them by some effort of her will, and announced that she was minded to sleep and thus refresh her soul, the only part of her, I think, which ever needed rest. Her last words to us were, "Sleep you also, sleep sound. But be not astonished, my Leo, if I send to summon both of you during the night, since in my slumbers I may find new counsels and need to speak of them to thee ere we break camp at dawn." Thus we parted, but little did we guess how and where the three of us would meet again. We were weary and soon fell fast asleep beside our campfire, for knowing that the whole army guarded us, we had no fear. I remember watching the bright stars which shone in the immense vault above me until they paled in the pure light of the risen moon, now somewhat past her full, and hearing Leo mutter drowsily from beneath his fur rug that Ayesha was quite right, and that it was pleasant to be in the open air again, as he was tired of caves. After that I knew no more until I was awakened by the challenge of a sentry in the distance, then after a pause a second challenge from the officer of our own guard. Another pause, and a priest stood bowing before us, the flickering light from the fire playing upon his shaven head and face, which I seemed to recognize. "I and he gave a name that was familiar to me, but which I forget. Am sent, my lords, by Horace, who commands me to say that the Hesea would speak with you both, and at once." Now Leo sat up yawning, and asked what was the matter. I told him, whereon he said he wished that Ayesha could have waited till daylight, then added, "Well, there is no help for it. Come on, Horace," and he rose to follow the messenger. The priest bowed again and said, "The commands of the Hesea are that my lords should bring their weapons and their guard." "What?" grumbled Leo. "To protect us for a walk of 100 yards through the heart of an army?" "The Hesea," explained the man, "has left her tent. She is in the gorge yonder, studying the line of advance." "How do you know that?" I asked. "I do not know it," he replied. "Horace told me so, that is all, and therefore the Hesea bade my lords bring their guard, for she is alone." "Is she mad," ejaculated Leo, "to wander about in such a place at midnight? Well, it is like her." I too thought it was like her, who did nothing that others would have done, and yet I hesitated. Then I remembered that Ayesha had said she might send for us. Also I was sure that if any trick had been intended we should not have been warned to bring an escort. So we called the guard, there were 12 of them, took our spears and swords, and started. We were challenged by both the first and second lines of sentries, and I noticed that as we gave them the password, the last picket, who of course recognized us, looked astonished. Still, if they had doubts, they did not dare express them, so we went on. Now we began to descend the sides of the ravine by a very steep path, with which the priest, our guide, seemed to be curiously familiar, for he went down it as though it were the stairway of his own house. "A strange place to take us to at night," said Leo doubtfully, when we were near the bottom and the chief of the bodyguard, that great red-bearded hunter who had been mixed up in the matter of the snow leopard, also muttered some words of remonstrance. Whilst I was trying to catch what he said, of a sudden something white walked into the patch of moonlight at the foot of the ravine, and we saw that it was the veiled figure of Ayesha herself. The chief saw her also and said contentedly, "Hes, Hes." "Look at her," grumbled Leo, "strolling about in that haunted hole as though it were Hyde Park," and on he went at a run. The figure turned and beckoned to us to follow her as she glided forward, picking her way through the skeletons which were scattered about upon the lava bed of the cleft. Thus she went on into the shadow of the opposing cliff that the moonlight did not reach. Here in the wet season a stream trickled down a path which it had cut through the rock in the course of centuries, and the grit that it had brought with it was spread about the lava floor of the ravine, so that many of the bones were almost completely buried in sand. These, I noticed as we stepped into the shadow, were more numerous than usual just here, for on all sides I saw the white crowns of skulls, or the projecting ends of ribs and thigh bones. Doubtless, I thought to myself, that streamway made a road to the plain above, and in some past battle the fighting around it was very fierce and the slaughter great. Here Ayesha had halted, and was engaged in the contemplation of this boulder-strewn path, as though she meditated making use of it that day. Now we drew near to her, and the priest who guided us fell back with our guard, leaving us to go forward alone, since they dared not approach the Hesea unbidden. Leo was somewhat in advance of me, 7 or 8 yards perhaps, and I heard him say, "Why dost thou venture into such places at night, Ayesha, unless indeed it is not possible for any harm to come to thee?" She made no answer, only turned and opened her arms wide, then let them fall to her side again. Whilst I wondered what this signal of hers might mean, from the shadows about us came a strange rustling sound. I looked, and lo! everywhere the skeletons were rising from their sandy beds. I saw their white skulls, their gleaming arm and leg bones, their hollow ribs. The long slain army had come to life again, and look! in their hands were the ghosts of spears. Of course I knew at once that this was but another manifestation of Ayesha's magic powers, which some whim of hers had drawn us from our beds to witness. Yet I confess that I felt frightened. Even the boldest of men, however free from superstition, might be excused should their nerve fail them, if when standing in a churchyard at midnight, suddenly on every side they saw the dead arising from their graves. Also our surroundings were wilder and more eerie than those of any civilized burying place. "What new devilment of thine is this?" cried Leo, in a scared and angry voice, but Ayesha made no answer. I heard a noise behind me and looked round. The skeletons were springing upon our bodyguard, who for their part, poor men, paralysed with terror, had thrown down their weapons and fallen, some of them, to their knees. Now the ghosts began to stab at them with their phantom spears, and I saw that beneath the blows they rolled over. The veiled figure above me pointed with her hand at Leo and said, "Seize him, but I charge you, harm him not." I knew the voice. It was that of Atene. Then too late I understood the trap into which we had fallen. "Treachery!" I began to cry, but before the word was out of my lips a particularly able-bodied skeleton silenced me with a violent blow upon the head. But though I could not speak, my senses still stayed with me for a little. I saw Leo fighting furiously with a number of men who strove to pull him down, so furiously indeed that his frightful efforts caused the blood to gush out of his mouth from some burst vessel in the lungs. Then sight and hearing failed me, and thinking that this was death, I fell and remembered no more. Why I was not killed outright I do not know, unless in their hurry the disguised soldiers thought me already dead, or perhaps that my life was to be spared also. At least beyond the knock upon the head I received no injury. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Ayesha, The Return of She. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. Ayesha, The Return of She, by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 22, The Loosing of the Powers. When I came to myself again, it was daylight. I saw the calm, gentle face of Horace bending over me as he poured some strong fluid down my throat that seemed to shoot through all my body and melt a curtain in my mind. I saw also that beside him stood Ayesha. "Speak, man, speak," she said in a terrible voice. "What hast chanced here? Thou livest, then where is my lord? Where hast thou hid my lord? Tell me or die." It was the vision that I saw when my senses left me in the snow of the avalanche, fulfilled to the last detail. "Atene has taken him," I answered. "Atene has taken him, and thou art left alive?" "Do not be wroth with me," I answered. "It is no fault of mine. Little wonder we were deceived after thou hadst said that thou mightest summon us ere dawn." Then, as briefly as I could, I told the story. She listened, went to where our murdered guards lay with unstained spears, and looked at them. "Well for these that they are dead," she exclaimed. "Now, Holly, thou seest what is the fruit of mercy. The men whose lives I gave my lord have failed him at his need." Then she passed forward to the spot where Leo was captured. Here lay a broken sword, Leo's, that had been the Khan Rassen's, and 2 dead men. Both of these were clothed in some tight-fitting black garments, having their heads and faces whitened with chalk, and upon their vests a rude imitation of a human skeleton, also daubed in chalk. "A trick fit to frighten fools with," she said contemptuously. "But oh, that Atene should have dared to play the part of Ayesha, that she should have dared!" And she clenched her little hand. "See, surprised and overwhelmed, yet he fought well. Say, was he hurt, Holly? It comes upon me. No, tell me that I see amiss." "Not much, I think," I answered doubtfully. "A little blood was running from his mouth, no more. Look, there go the stains of it upon that rock." "For every drop I'll take 100 lives. By myself I swear it," Ayesha muttered with a groan. Then she cried in a ringing voice, "Back and to horse, for I have deeds to do this day. Nay, bide thou here, Holly. We go a shorter path while the army skirts the gorge. Oros, give him food and drink, and bathe that hurt upon his head. It is but a bruise, for his hood and hair are thick." So while Oros rubbed some stinging lotion on my scalp, I ate and drank as best I could, till my brain ceased to swim, for the blow, though heavy, had not fractured the bone. When I was ready they brought the horses to us, and mounting them slowly we scrambled up the steep bed of the watercourse. "See," Ayesha said, pointing to tracks and hoofprints on the plain at its head. "There was a chariot awaiting him, and harnessed to it were 4 swift horses. Atene's scheme was clever and well laid, and I, grown oversure and careless, slept through it all." On this plain the army of the tribes that had broken camp before the dawn was already gathering fast. Indeed, the cavalry, if I may call them so, were assembled there to the number of about 5,000 men, each of whom had a led horse. Ayesha summoned the chiefs and captains and addressed them. "Servants of Hes," she said, "the stranger lord, my betrothed and guest, has been tricked by a false priest, and, falling into a cunning snare, captured as a hostage. It is necessary that I follow him fast, before harm comes to him. We move down to attack the army of the Khania beyond the river. When its passage is forced, I pass on with the horsemen, for I must sleep in the city of Kaloon tonight. What sayest thou, Oros? That a second and greater army defends its walls? Man, I know it, and if there is need, that army I will destroy. Nay, stare not at me, already they are as dead. Horsemen, you accompany me. Captains of the tribes, you follow, and woe be to that man who hangs back in the hour of battle, for death and eternal shame shall be his portion, but wealth and honor to those who bear them bravely. Yes, I tell you, theirs shall be the fair land of Kaloon. You have your orders for the passing of yonder river. I, with the horsemen, take the central ford. Let the wings advance." The chiefs answered with a cheer, for they were fierce men whose ancestors had loved war for generations. Moreover, mad as seemed the enterprise, they trusted in their oracle the Hesea, and, like all hill peoples, were easily fired by the promise of rich plunder. An hour's steady march down the slopes brought the army to the edge of the marshlands. These, as it chanced, proved no obstacle to our progress, for in that season of great drought they were quite dry, and for the same reason the shrunken river was not so impassable a defence as I feared that it would be. Still, because of its rocky bottom and steep opposing banks, it looked formidable enough, while on the crests of those banks, in squadrons and companies of horse and foot, were gathered the regiments of Atene. While the wings of footmen deployed to right and left, the cavalry halted in the marshes, and let their horses fill themselves with the long grass, now a little browned by frost, that grew on this boggy soil, and afterwards drink some water. All this time Ayesha stood silent, for she also had dismounted, that the mare she rode and her 2 led horses might graze with the others. Indeed, she spoke but once, saying, "Thou thinkest this adventure mad, my Holly? Say, art afraid?" "Not with thee for captain," I answered. "Still, that second army shall melt before me like mist before the gale," she replied in a low and thrilling voice. "Holly, I tell thee thou shalt see things such as no man upon the earth has ever seen. Remember my words when I loose the powers, and thou followest the rent veil of Ayesha through the smitten squadrons of Kaloon. Only, what if Atene should dare to murder him? Oh, if she should dare!" "Be comforted," I replied, wondering what she might mean by this loosing of the powers. "I think that she loves him too well." "I bless thee for the words, Holly, yet I know he will refuse her, and then her hate for me and her jealous rage may overcome her love for him. Should this be so, what will avail my vengeance? Eat and drink again, Holly. Nay, I touch no food until I sit in the palace of Kaloon, and look well to girth and bridle, for thou ridest far and on a wild errand. Mount thee on Leo's horse, which is swift and sure. If it dies, the guards will bring the others." I obeyed her as best I could, and once more bathed my head in a pool, and with the help of Horace tied a rag soaked in the liniment on the bruise, after which I felt sound enough. Indeed, the mad excitement of those minutes of waiting, and some foreshadowing of the terrible wonders that were about to befall, made me forget my hurts. Now Ayesha was standing staring upwards, so that although I could not see her veiled face, I guessed that her eyes must be fixed on the sky above the mountain top. I was certain also that she was concentrating her fearful will upon an unknown object, for her whole frame quivered like a reed shaken in the wind. It was a very strange morning, cold and clear, yet curiously still, and with a heaviness in the air such as precedes a great fall of snow, although for much snow the season was yet too early. Once or twice, too, in that utter calm, I thought that I felt everything shudder. Not the ordinary trembling of earthquake, however, for the shuddering seemed to be of the atmosphere quite as much as of the land. It was as though all nature around us were a living creature which is very much afraid. Following Ayesha's earnest gaze, I perceived that thick, smoky clouds were gathering one by one in the clear sky above the peak, and that they were edged, each of them, with a fiery rim. Watching these fantastic and ominous clouds, I ventured to say to her that it looked as though the weather would change. Not a very original remark, but one which the circumstances suggested. "Aye," she answered, "ere night the weather will be wilder even than my heart. No longer shall they cry for water in Kaloon. Mount, Holly, mount. The advance begins." And unaided she sprang to the saddle of the mare that Oros brought her. Then in the midst of the 5,000 horsemen we moved down upon the ford. As we reached its brink I noted that the 2 divisions of tribesmen were already entering the stream half a mile to the right and left of us. Of what befell them I can tell nothing from observation, although I learned later that they forced it after great slaughter on both sides. In front of us was gathered the main body of the Khania's army, massed by regiments upon the further bank, while hundreds of picked men stood up to their middles in the water, waiting to spear or hamstring our horses as we advanced. Now, uttering their wild whistling cry, our leading companies dashed into the river, leaving us upon the bank, and soon were engaged hotly with the footmen in mid-stream. While this fray went on, Oros came to Ayesha, told her a spy had reported that Leo, bound in a two-wheeled carriage, and accompanied by Atene, Cimbri, and a guard, had passed through the enemy's camp at night, galloping furiously towards Kaloon. "Spare thy words, I know it," she answered, and he fell back behind her. Our squadrons gained the bank, having destroyed most of the men in the water, but as they set foot upon it, the enemy charged them and drove them back with loss. Thrice they returned to the attack, and thrice were repulsed in this fashion. At length Ayesha grew impatient. "They need a leader, and I will give them one," she said. "Come with me, my Holly," and, followed by the main body of the horsemen, she rode a little way into the river, and there waited until the shattered troops had fallen back upon us. Oros whispered to me, "It is madness. The Hesea will be slain." "Thinkest thou so?" I answered. "More like that we shall be slain," a saying at which he smiled a little more than usual and shrugged his shoulders, since, for all his soft ways, Oros was a brave man. Also I believe that he spoke to try me, knowing that his mistress would take no harm. Ayesha held up her hand, in which there was no weapon, and waved it forwards. A great cheer answered that signal to advance, and in the midst of it this frail white-robed woman spoke to her horse so that it plunged deep into the water. 2 minutes later, and spears and arrows were flying about us so thickly that they seemed to darken the sky. I saw men and horses fall to right and left, but nothing touched me or the white robes that floated a yard or two ahead. 5 minutes, and we were gaining the further bank, and there the worst fight began. It was fierce indeed, yet never an inch did the white robes give back, and where they went men would follow them or fall. We were up the bank, and the enemy was packed about us, but through them we passed slowly, like a boat through an adverse sea that buffets but cannot stay it. Yes, further and further, till at last the lines ahead grew thin as the living wedge of horsemen forced its path between them, grew thin, broke, and vanished. We had passed through the heart of the host, and leaving the tribesmen who followed to deal with its flying fragments, rode on 1/2 a mile or so and mustered. Many were dead, and more were hurt, but the command was issued that all sore wounded men should fall out and give their horses to replace those that had been killed. This was done, and presently we moved on, 3,000 of us now, not more, heading for Kaloon. The trot grew to a canter, and the canter to a gallop, as we rushed forward across that endless plain, till at midday, or a little after, for this route was far shorter than that taken by Leo and myself in our devious flight from Rassen and his death-hounds, we dimly saw the city of Kaloon set upon its hill. Now a halt was ordered, for here was a reservoir in which was still some water, whereof the horses drank, while the men ate of the food they carried with them, dried meat and barley meal. Here, too, more spies met us, who said that the great army of Atene was posted guarding the city bridges, and that to attack it with our little force would mean destruction. But Ayesha took no heed of their words. Indeed, she scarcely seemed to hear them. Only she ordered that all wearied horses should be abandoned, and fresh ones mounted. Forward again for hour after hour in perfect silence, save for the thunder of our horses' hoofs. No word spoke Ayesha, nor did her wild escort speak. Only from time to time they looked over their shoulders and pointed with their red spears at the red sky behind. I looked also, nor shall I forget its aspect. The dreadful fire-edged clouds had grown and gathered, so that beneath their shadows the plain lay almost black. They marched above us like an army in the heavens, while from time to time vaporous points shot forward, thin like swords, or massed like charging horse. Under them a vast stillness reigned. It was as though the earth lay dead beneath their pall. Kaloon, lit in a lurid light, grew nearer. The pickets of the foe flew homeward before us, shaking their javelins, and their mocking laughter reached us in hollow echoes. Now we saw the vast array, posted rank on rank, with silken banners drooping in that stirless air, flanked and screened by glittering regiments of horse. An embassy approached us, and at the signal of Ayesha's uplifted arm we halted. It was headed by a lord of the court whose face I knew. He pulled rein and spoke boldly. "Listen, Hes, to the words of Atene. Ere now the stranger lord, thy darling, is prisoner in her palace. Advance, and we destroy thee and thy little band. But if by any miracle thou shouldst conquer, then he dies. Get thee gone to thy mountain fastness, and the Khania gives thee peace, and thy people their lives. What answer to the words of the Khania?" Ayesha whispered to Oros, who called aloud, "There is no answer. Go if ye love life, for death draws near to you." So they went fast as their swift steeds would carry them, but for a little while Ayesha still sat lost in thought. Presently she turned, and through her thin veil I saw that her face was white and terrible, and that the eyes in it glowed like those of a lioness at night. She said to me, hissing the words between her clenched teeth, "Holly, prepare thyself to look into the mouth of hell. I desired to spare them if I could, I swear it. But my heart bids me be bold, to put off human pity, and use all my secret might if I would see Leo living. Holly, I tell thee, they are about to murder him." Then she cried aloud, "Fear nothing, captains. Ye are but few, yet with you goes the strength of 10,000,000. Now follow the Hesea, and whate'er ye meet, be not dismayed. Repeat it to the soldiers that, fearing nothing, they follow the Hesea through yonder host, and across the bridge, and into the city of Kaloon." So the chiefs rode hither and thither, crying out her words, and the savage tribesmen answered, "Aye, we who followed through the water will follow across the plain. Onward, Hes, for darkness swallows us." Now some orders were given, and the companies fell into a formation that resembled a great wedge, Ayesha herself being its very point and apex. For though Oros and I rode on either side of her, spur as we would, our horses' heads never passed her saddle-bow. In front of that dark mass she shone, a single spot of white, one snowy feather on a black torrent's breast. A screaming bugle note, and, like giant arms from the shelter of some groves of poplar trees, curved horns of cavalry shot out to surround us, while the broad bosom of the opposing army, shimmering with spears, rolled forward as a wave rolls, crowned with sunlit foam, and behind it, line upon line, uncountable, lay a surging sea of men. Our end was near. We were lost, or so it seemed. Ayesha tore off her veil and held it on high, flowing from her like a pennon, and lo, upon her brow blazed that wide and mystic diadem of light which once only I had seen before. Denser and denser grew the rushing clouds above, brighter and brighter gleamed the unearthly star of light beneath. Louder and louder beat the sound of the falling hoofs of 10,000 horses. From the mountain peak behind us went up sudden sheets of flame. It spouted fire as a whale spouts foam. The scene was dreadful. In front, the towers of Kaloon lurid in a monstrous sunset. Above, a gloom as of an eclipse. Around, the darkling sunburnt plain. On it Atene's advancing army, and our rushing wedge of horsemen, destined, it would appear, to inevitable doom. Ayesha let fall her rein. She tossed her arms, waving the torn white veil, as though it were a signal cast to heaven. Instantly from the churning jaws of the unholy night above belched a blaze of answering flame, that also wavered like a rent and shaken veil in the grasp of a black hand of cloud. Then did Ayesha roll the thunder of her might upon the children of Kaloon. Then she called, and the terror came, such as men had never seen, and perchance never more will see. Awful bursts of wind tore past us, lifting the very stones and soil before them, and with the wind went hail and level hissing rain, made visible by the arrows of perpetual lightnings that leapt downwards from the sky and upwards from the earth. It was as she had warned me. It was as though hell had broken loose upon the world, yet through that hell we rushed on unharmed. For always these furies passed before us. No arrow flew, no javelin was stained. The jagged hail was a herald of our coming. The levens that smote and stabbed were our sword and spear, while ever the hurricane roared and screamed with a million separate voices which blended to one yell of sound, hideous and indescribable. As for the hosts about us, they melted and were gone. Now the darkness was dense, like to that of thickest night, yet in the fierce flares of the lightnings I saw them run this way and that, and amidst the volleying elemental voices I heard their shouts of horror and of agony. I saw horses and riders roll confused upon the ground. Like storm-drifted leaves I saw their footmen piled in high and whirling heaps, while the brands of heaven struck and struck them till they sank together and grew still. I saw the groves of trees bend, shrivel up, and vanish. I saw the high walls of Kaloon blown in and flee away, while the houses within the walls took fire, to go out beneath the torrents of the driving rain, and again take fire. I saw blackness sweep over us with great wings, and when I looked, lo, those wide wings were flame, floods of pulsing flame that flew upon the tormented air. Blackness, utter blackness, turmoil, doom, dismay. Beneath me the labouring horse, at my side the steady crest of light which sat on Ayesha's brow, and through the tumult a clear exultant voice that sang, "I promised thee wild weather. Now, Holly, dost thou believe that I can loose the prisoned powers of the world?" Lo, all was past and gone, and above us shone the quiet evening sky, and before us lay the empty bridge, and beyond it the flaming city of Kaloon. But the armies of Atene, where were they? Go, ask of those great cairns that hide their bones. Go, ask it of her widowed land. Yet of our wild company of horsemen not one was lost. After us they galloped, trembling, white-lipped, like men who face to face had fought and conquered death, but triumphant, ah, triumphant! On the high head of the bridge Ayesha wheeled her horse, and so for one proud moment stood to welcome them. At the sight of her glorious star-crowned countenance, which now her tribes beheld for the first time and the last, there went up such a shout as men have seldom heard. "The goddess!" That shout thundered. "Worship the goddess!" Then she turned her horse's head again, and they followed on through the long straight street of the burning city up to the palace on its crest. As the sun set we sped beneath its gateway. Silence in the courtyard, silence everywhere, save for the distant roar of fire and the scared howlings of the death-hounds in their kennel. Ayesha sprang from her horse, and waving back all save Horace and myself, swept through the open doors into the halls beyond. They were empty, every one. All were fled or dead. Yet she never paused or doubted, but so swiftly that we scarce could follow her, flitted up the wide stone stair that led to the topmost tower. Up, still up, until we reached the chamber where had dwelt Simbri the shaman, that same chamber whence he was wont to watch his stars, in which Atene had threatened us with death. Its door was shut and barred. Still, at Ayesha's coming, yes, before the mere breath of her presence, the iron bolts snapped like twigs, the locks flew back, and inward burst that massive portal. Now we were within the lamplit chamber, and this is what we saw. Seated in a chair, pale-faced, bound, yet proud and defiant-looking, was Leo. Over him, a dagger in his withered hand, yes, about to strike, in the very act, stood the old shaman, and on the floor hard by, gazing upward with wide-set eyes, dead and still majestic in her death, lay Atene, Khania of Kaloon. Ayesha waved her arm, and the knife fell from Simbri's hand, clattering on the marble, while in an instant he who had held it was smitten to stillness and became like a man turned to stone. She stooped, lifted the dagger, and with a swift stroke severed Leo's bonds, then, as though overcome at last, sank onto a bench in silence. Leo rose, looking about him bewildered, and said in the strained voice of one who is weak with much suffering, "But just in time, Ayesha. Another second and that murderous dog," and he pointed to the shaman, "well, it was in time. But how went the battle, and how camest thou here through that awful hurricane? And, oh, Horace, thank heaven they did not kill you after all." "The battle went ill for some," Ayesha answered, "and I came not through the hurricane, but on its wings. Tell me now what has befallen thee since we parted." "Trapped, overpowered, bound, brought here, told that I must write to thee and stop thy advance or die, refused of course, and then—" and he glanced at the dead body on the floor. "And then?" repeated Ayesha. "Then that fearful tempest, which seemed to drive me mad. Oh, if thou couldst have heard the wind howling round these battlements, tearing off their stones as though they were dry leaves! If thou hadst seen the lightnings falling thick and fast as rain! They were my messengers. I sent them to save thee," said Ayesha simply. Leo stared at her, making no comment, but after a pause, as though he were thinking the matter over, he went on, "Atene said as much. but I did not believe her. I thought the end of the world had come, that was all. Well, she returned just now, more mad even than I was, and told me that her people were destroyed, and that she could not fight against the strength of hell, but that she could send me thither, and took a knife to kill me. I said, 'Kill on,' for I knew that wherever I went thou wouldst follow, and I was sick with the loss of blood from some hurt I had in that struggle, and weary of it all. So I shut my eyes, waiting for the stroke, but instead I felt her lips pressed upon my forehead, and heard her say, 'Nay, I will not do it. Fare thee well, fulfil thou thine own destiny as I fulfil mine. For this cast the dice have fallen against me. Elsewhere it may be otherwise. I go to load them if I may.' I opened my eyes and looked. There Atene stood, a glass in her hand. See, it lies beside her. 'Defeated, yet I win,' she cried. 'For I do but pass before thee to prepare the path that thou shalt tread, and to make ready thy place in the underworld. Till we meet again, I pledge thee, for I am destroyed. Ayesha's horsemen are in my streets, and, clothed in lightnings at their head, rides Ayesha's avenging self.' So she drank and fell dead but now. Look, her breast still quivers. Afterwards that old man would have murdered me, for, being roped, I could not resist him, but the door burst in, and thou camest. Spare him, he is of her blood, and he loved her." Then Leo sank back into the chair where we had discovered him bound, and seemed to fall into a kind of torpor, for of a sudden he grew to look like an old man. "Thou art sick," said Ayesha anxiously. "Oros, thy medicine, the draught I bade thee bring. Be swift, I say." The priest bowed, and from some pocket in his ample robe produced a phial, which he opened and gave to Leo, saying, "Drink, my lord, this stuff will give thee back thy health, for it is strong." "The stronger the better," answered Leo, rousing himself, and with something like his old cheerful laugh. "I am thirsty, who have touched nothing since last night, and have fought hard and been carried far, yes, and lived through that hellish storm." Then he took the draught and emptied it. There must have been virtue in that potion, at least the change which it produced in him was wonderful. Within a minute his eyes grew bright again, and the colour returned into his cheeks. "Thy medicines are very good, as I have learned of old," he said to Ayesha, "but the best of all of them is to see thee safe and victorious before me, and to know that I, who looked for death, yet live to greet thee, my beloved. There is food," and he pointed to a board upon which were meats. "Say, may I eat of them, for I starve?" "Aye," she answered softly, "eat. And, my Holly, eat thou also." So we fell to, yes, we fell to and ate, even in the presence of that dead woman who looked so royal in her death, of the old magician who stood there powerless, like a man petrified, and of Ayesha, the wondrous being that could destroy an army with the fearful weapons which were servant to her will. Only Oros ate nothing, but remained where he was, smiling at us benignantly, nor did Ayesha touch any food. End of chapter 22. Recording by Graham Redman.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, The Return of She. Chapter 23. The Yielding of Ayesha. When I had satisfied myself, Leo was still at his meal, for loss of blood or the effects of the tremendous nerve tonic which Ayesha ordered to be administered to him had made him ravenous. I watched his face and became aware of a curious change in it. No immediate change indeed, but one, I think, that had come upon him gradually, although I only fully appreciated it now after our short separation. In addition to the thinness of which I have spoken, his handsome countenance had grown more ethereal. His eyes were full of the shadows of things that were to come. His aspect pained me, I knew not why. It was no longer that of the Leo with whom I was familiar, the deep-chested, mighty-limbed, jovial, upright traveller, hunter and fighting man, who had chanced to love and be loved of a spiritual power incarnated in a mould of perfect womanhood and armed with all the might of nature's self. These things were still present, indeed, but the man was changed, and I felt sure that this change came from Ayesha, since the look upon his face had become exceeding like to that which often hovered upon hers at rest. She also was watching him with speculative, dreamy eyes, till presently, as some thought swept through her, I saw those eyes blaze up and the red blood pour to cheek and brow. Yes, the mighty Ayesha, whose dead, slain for him, lay strewn by the thousand on yonder plain, blushed and trembled like a maiden at her first lover's kiss. Leo rose from the table. "I would that I had been with thee in the fray," he said. "At the drift there was fighting," she answered, "afterwards none. My ministers of fire, earth and air smote, no more. I waked them from their sleep and at my command they smote for thee and saved thee." "Many lives to take for one man's safety," Leo said solemnly, as though the thought pained him. "Had they been millions and not thousands, I would have spent them every one. On my head be their death, not on thine, or rather on hers," and she pointed to the dead Atene. "Yes, on hers who made this war. At least she should thank me who have sent so royal a host to guard her through the darkness." "Yet it is terrible," said Leo, "to think of thee, beloved, red to the hair with slaughter." "What reck I?" she answered with a splendid pride. "Let their blood suffice to wash the stain of thy blood from these cruel hands that once did murder thee." "Who am I that I should blame thee?" Leo went on as though arguing with himself. "I who but yesterday killed 2 men to save myself from treachery." "Speak not of it," she exclaimed in cold rage. "I saw the place, and, Holly, thou knowest how I swore that 100 lives should pay for every drop of that dear blood of thine, and I who lie not, have kept the oath. Look now on that man who stands yonder, struck by my will to stone, dead yet living, and say again, what was he about to do thee when I entered here?" "To take vengeance on me for the doom of his queen and of her armies," answered Leo. "And Ayesha, how knowest thou that a power higher than thine own will not demand it yet?" As he spoke, a pale shadow flickered on Leo's face, such a shadow as might fall from Death's advancing wing, and in the fixed eyes of the Shaman there shone a stony smile. For a moment terror seemed to take Ayesha, then it was gone as quickly as it came. "Nay," she said, "I ordain that it shall not be, and say one who listeth not, what power reigns in this wide earth that dare defy my will?" So she spoke, and as her words of awful pride, for they were very awful, rang round that stone-built chamber, a vision came to me, Holly. I saw illimitable space peopled with shining suns, and sunk in the infinite void above them one vast countenance, clad in a calm so terrific that at its aspect my spirit sank to nothingness. Yes, and I knew that this was destiny, enthroned above the spheres. Those lips moved, and obedient worlds rushed upon their course. They moved again, and these rolling chariots of the heavens were turned or stayed, appeared or disappeared. I knew also that against this calm majesty the being, woman or spirit, at my side had dared to hurl her passion and her strength. My soul reeled. I was afraid. The dread phantasm passed, and when my mind cleared again, Ayesha was speaking in a new, triumphant tones. "Nay, nay," she cried, "past is the night of dread, dawns of the day of victory. Look!" And she pointed through the window places shattered by the hurricane, to the flaming town beneath, whence rose one continual wail of misery, the wail of women mourning their countless slain, while the fire roared through their homes like some unchained and rejoicing demon. "Look, Leo, on the smoke of the first sacrifice that I offer to thy royal state, and listen to its music. Perchance thou deemest it not. Why, then I'll give thee others. Thou lovest war. Good, we will go down to war, and the rebellious cities of the earth shall be the torches of our march." She paused a moment, her delicate nostrils quivering, and her face alight with the prescience of ungarnered splendours. Then like a swooping swallow flitted to where by dead Atene the gold circlet fallen from the Khania's hair lay upon the floor. She stooped, lifted it, and coming to Leo, held it high above his head. Slowly she let her hand fall until the glittering coronet rested for an instant on his brow. Then she spoke in her glorious voice that rolled out rich and low, a very paean of triumph and power. "By this poor earthly symbol I create thee king of earth. Yea, in its round for thee is gathered all her rule. Be thou its king, and mine." Again the coronet was held aloft, again it sank, and again she said, or rather chanted, "With this unbroken ring, token of eternity, I swear to thee the boon of endless days. Endure thou while the world endures, and be its lord and mine." A third time the coronet touched his brow. "By this golden round I do endow thee with wisdom, perfect gold uncountable. That is the talisman whereat all nature's secret paths shall open to thy feet. Victorious, victorious, tread thou her wondrous ways with me, till from her topmost peak at last she wafts us to our immortal throne, whereof the columns twain are life and death." Then Ayesha cast away the crown, and lo! it fell upon the breast of the lost Atene and rested there. "Art content with these gifts of mine, my lord?" she cried. Leo looked at her sadly and shook his head. "What more wilt thou then? Ask and I swear it shall be thine." "Thou swearest, but wilt thou keep the oath?" "Aye, by myself I swear, by myself and by the strength that bred me. If it be aught that I can grant, then if I refuse it to thee, may such destruction fall upon me as will satisfy even Atene's watching soul." I heard, and I think that another heard also. At least once more the stony smile shone in the eyes of the Shaman. "I ask of thee nothing that thou canst not give, Ayesha. I ask of thee thyself, not at some distant time when I have been bathed in a mysterious fire, but now, now, this night." She shrank back from him a little. as though dismayed. "Surely," she said slowly, "I am like that foolish philosopher who, walking abroad to read the destinies of nations in the stars, fell down a pitfall dug by idle children and broke his bones and perished there. Never did I guess that with all these glories stretched before thee like mountain top on glittering mountain top, making a stairway for thy mortal feet to the very dome of heaven, thou wouldst still clutch at thy native earth and seek of it but the common boon of woman's love. O Leo, I thought that thy soul was set upon nobler aims, that thou wouldst pray me for wider powers, for a more vast dominion, that as though they were but yonder fallen door of wood and iron, I should break for thee the bars of Hades, and like the Everidike of old fable, draw thee living down the steeps of death, or thrown thee midst of the fires of the furthest sun to watch its subject worlds at play. Or I thought that thou wouldst bid me reveal what no woman ever told, the bitter, naked truth, all my sins and sorrows, all the wandering fancies of my fickle thought, even what thou knowest not and perchance never shall know, who I am and whence I came, and how to thy charmed eyes I seem to change from foul to fair, and what is the purpose of my love for thee, and what the meaning of that tale of an angry goddess who never was except in dreams. I thought, nay, no matter what I thought, save that thou wert far other than thou art, my Leo, and in so high a moment that thou wouldst seek to pass the mystic gates my glory can throw wide and with me tread an air supernal to the hidden heart of things. Yet thy prayer is but the same that the whole world whispers beneath the silent moon, in the palace and the cottage, among the snows and on the burning desert's waste. Oh, my love, thy lips, oh, my love, be mine now, now, beneath the moon, beneath the moon. Leo, I thought better, higher of thee. Mayhap, Ayesha, thou wouldst have thought worse of me had I been content with thy suns and constellations and spiritual gifts and dominations that I neither desire nor understand. If I had said to thee, be thou my angel, not my wife, divide the ocean that I may walk its bed, pierce the firmament and show me how grow the stars, tell me the origins of being and of death and instruct me in their issues. Give up the races of mankind to my sword, and the wealth of all the earth to fill my treasuries. Teach me also how to drive the hurricane, as thou canst do, and to bend the laws of nature to my purpose. On earth make me half a god, as thou art. But, Ayesha, I am no god. I am a man, and as a man I seek the woman whom I love. Oh, divest thyself of all these wrappings of thy power, that power which streweth thy path with dead and keeps me apart from thee. If only for one short night, forget the ambition that gnaws unceasingly at thy soul. I say, forget thy greatness and be a woman and my wife." She made no answer, only looked at him and shook her head, causing her glorious hair to ripple like water beneath a gentle breeze. "Thou deniest me," he went on with gathering strength, "and that thou canst not do that thou mayst not do. For Ayesha, thou hast sworn, and I demand the fulfilment of thine oath. Hark thou, I refuse thy gifts. I will have none of thy rule who ask no Pharaoh's throne, and wish to do good to men and not to kill them, that the world may profit. I will not go with thee to Kor, nor to be bathed in the breath of life. I will leave thee and cross the mountains, or perish on them, nor with all thy strength canst thou hold me to thy side, who indeed needest me not. No longer will I endure this daily torment, the torment of thy presence and thy sweet words, thy loving looks, thy promises for next year, next year, next year. So keep thine oath, or let me be gone." Still Ayesha stood silent, only now her head drooped and her breast began to heave. Then Leo stepped forward. He seized her in his arms and kissed her. She broke from his embrace, I know not how, for though she returned it was close enough, and again stood before him, but at a little distance. "Did I not warn Holly," she whispered with a sigh, "to bid thee beware lest I should catch thy human fire? Man, I say to thee, it begins to smoulder in my heart, and should it grow to flame—" "Why then," he answered laughing, "we will be happy for a little while." "Aye, Leo, but how long? Why wert thou so lord of this loveliness of mine and not set above their harming? Night and day 100 jealous daggers would seek thy heart and find it." "How long, Ayesha? A lifetime? A year? A month? A minute? I neither know nor care. And while thou art true to me, I fear no stabs of envy." "Is it so? Wilt take the risk? I can promise thee nothing. Thou mightest, yes, in this way or in that, thou mightest die." "And if I die, what then? Shall we be separated?" "Nay, nay, Leo, that is not possible. We never can be severed. Of this I am sure. It is sworn to me. But then through other lives and other spheres, higher lives and higher spheres mayhap, our fates must force a painful path to their last goal of union." "Why, then I take the hazard, Ayesha. Shall the life that I can risk to slay a leopard or a lion in the sport of an idle hour be too great a price to offer for the splendours of thy breast? Thine oath, Ayesha, I claim thine oath." Then it was that in Ayesha there began the most mysterious and thrilling of her many changes. Yet how to describe it I know not, unless it be by simile. Once in Tibet we were imprisoned by months by snows that stretched down from the mountain slopes into the valleys and, oh, how weary did we grow of those arid, aching fields of purest white. At length rain set in, and blinding mists in which it was not safe to wander, that made the dark nights darker yet. So it was until there came a morning when, seeing the sun shine, we went to our door and looked out. Behold, a miracle! Gone were the snows that choked the valley, and in the place of them appeared vivid springing grass, starred everywhere with flowers, and murmuring brooks, and birds that sang and nested in the willows. Gone was a frowning sky, and all the blue firmament seemed one tender smile. Gone were the austerities of winter with its harsh winds, and in their place spring, companioned by the zephyrs, glided down the vale, singing her song of love and life. There in this high chamber, in the presence of the living and the dead, while the last act of the great tragedy unrolled itself before me, looking on Ayesha, that forgotten scene sprang into my mind. For on her face, just such a change had come. Hitherto, with all her loveliness, the heart of Ayesha had seemed like that winter mountain, wrapped in its unapproachable snow, and before her pure brow and icy self-command, aspiration sank abashed and desires died. She swore she loved, and her love fulfilled itself in death and many a mysterious way. Yet it was hard to believe that this passion of hers was more than a spoken part, for how can the star seek the moth, although the moth may seek the star? Though the man may worship the goddess for all her smiles divine, how can the goddess love the man? But now everything was altered. Look, Ayesha grew human. I could see her heart beat beneath her robes and hear her breath come in soft, sweet sobs, while over her upturned face and in her alluring eyes there spread itself that look which is born of love alone. Radiant and more radiant did she seem to grow, sweeter and more sweet, no longer the veiled hermit of the caves, no longer the oracle of the sanctuary, no longer the Valkyrie of the battle plain, but only the loveliest and most happy bride that ever gladdened a husband's eyes. She spoke, and it was of little things, for thus Ayesha proclaimed the conquest of herself. "Fie," she said, showing her white robes torn with spears and stained by the dust and dew of war. "Fie, my lord, what marriage garments are these in which at last I come to thee, who would have been adorned in regal gems and raiment befitting to my state and thine?" "I seek the woman, not her garment," said Leo, his burning eyes fixed upon her face. "Thou seekest the woman. Ah, there it lies. Tell me, Leo, am I woman or spirit? Say that I am woman, for now the prophecy of this dead Athene lies heavy on my soul. Athene who said that mortal and immortal may not mate. Thou must be woman, or thou wouldst not have tormented me as thou hast done these many weeks. I thank thee for the comfort of thy words. Yet was it woman whose breath wrought destruction upon yonder plain? Was it to a woman that blast and lightning bowed and said, 'We are here. Command us, we obey'? Did that dead thing," and she pointed to the shattered door, "break inward at a woman's will? Or could a woman charm this man to stone? Oh Leo, would that I were woman. I tell thee that I'd lay all my grandeur down, a wedding offering at thy feet, could I be sure that for one short year I should be naught but woman and thy happy wife. Thou sayest that I did torment thee, but it is I who have known torment, I who desired to yield and dared not. I tell thee, Leo, were I not sure that thy little stream of life is draining dry into the great ocean of my life, drawn thither as the sea draws its rivers, or as the sun draws mists, e'en now, I would not yield. But I know, for my wisdom tells it me, ere ever we could reach the shores of Libya, the ill work would be done, and thou dead of thine own longing, thou dead and I widowed who never was a wife. Therefore see, like lost Athene, I take the dice and cast them, not knowing how they shall fall, for good or ill I cast," and she made a wild motion of some desperate gamester throwing his last throw. "So," Ayesha went on, "the thing is done, and the number summed for though it be hidden from my sight. I have made an end of doubts and fears, and come death, come life, I'll meet it bravely. Say, how shall we be wed? I have it. Holly here must join our hands. Who else? He that ever was our guide shall give me unto thee, and thee to me? This burning city is our altar. The dead and living are our witnesses on earth and heaven. In place of rites and ceremonials for this first time I lay my lips on thine, and when 'tis done, for music I'll sing thee a nuptial chant of love, such as mortal poet has not written nor have mortal lovers heard. Come, Holly, do now thy part and give this maiden to this man." Like one in a dream I obeyed her and took Ayesha's outstretched hand and Leo's. As I held them thus, I tell the truth, it was as though some fire rushed through my veins from her to him, shaking and shattering me with swift waves of burning and unearthly bliss. With the fire, too, came glorious visions and sounds of mighty music, and a sense as though my brain, filled with overflowing life, must burst asunder beneath its weight. I joined their hands, I know not how. I blessed them, I know not in what words. Then I reeled back against the wall and watched. This is what I saw. With an abandonment and a passion so splendid and intense that it seemed more than human, with a murmured cry of "Husband!" Ayesha cast her arms about her lover's neck, and drawing down his head to hers so that the gold hair was mingled with her raven locks, she kissed him on the lips. Thus they clung a little while, and as they clung the gentle diadem of light from her brow spread to his brow also, and through the white wrappings of her robe became visible her perfect shape shining with faint fire. With a little happy laugh she left him, saying, "Thus, Leo, oh thus for the second time do I give myself to thee, and with this flesh and spirit all I swore to thee, there in the dim caves of Kôr and here in the palace of Kaloon. Know thou this, come what may, never, never more shall we be separate who are ordained one. Whilst thou livest, I live at thy side, and when thou diest, if die thou must, I'll follow thee through worlds and firmaments, nor shall all the doors of heaven or hell avail against my love. Where thou goest, thither I will go. When thou sleepest, with thee I will sleep, and it is my voice that thou shalt hear, murmuring through the dreams of life and death, my voice that shall summon thee to awaken in the last hour of everlasting dawn, when all this night of misery has furled her wings for aye. Listen now, while I sing to thee, and hear that song aright, for in its melody at length thou shalt learn the truth which unwed I might not tell to thee. Thou shalt learn who and what I am, and who and what thou art, and of the high purposes of our love, and this dead woman's hate, and of all that I've hid from thee in veiled, bewildering words and visions. Listen then, my love and lord, to the burden of the song of fate." She ceased speaking and gazed heavenwards with a rapt look, as though she waited for some inspiration to fall upon her. And never, never, not even in the fires of Kôr, had Ayesha seemed so divine as she did now in this moment of the ripe harvest of her love. My eyes wandered from her to Leo, who stood before her pale and still, still as the death-like figure of the Shaman, still as the Khania's icy shape which stared upwards from the ground. What was passing in his mind, I wondered, that he could remain thus insensible while in all her might and awful beauty this proud being worshipped him. "Hark!" she began to sing in a voice so rich and perfect that its honeyed notes seemed to cloy my blood and stop my breath. "The world was not, and in the womb of silence slept the souls of men. Yet I was, and thou—" Suddenly Ayesha stopped, and I felt rather than saw the horror on her face. "Look! Leo swayed to and fro as though the stones beneath him were but a rocking boat. To and fro he swayed, stretched out his blind arms to clasp her, then suddenly fell backwards and lay still. Oh, what a shriek was that she gave! Surely it must have wakened the very corpses upon the plain. Surely it must have echoed in the stars. One shriek only, then throbbing silence. I sprang to him, and there, withered in Ayesha's kiss, slain by the fire of her love, Leo lay dead upon the breast of dead Athene. End of chapter 23 of Ayesha, The Return of She by H. Rider Haggard. Read by Lars Rolander. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H. Rider Haggard. Ayesha, The Return of She. Chapter 24. The Passing of Ayesha. I heard Ayesha say presently, and the words struck me as dreadful in their hopeless acceptance of a doom against which even she had no strength to struggle. It seems that my lord has left me for a while. I must hasten to my lord afar. After that I do not quite know what happened. I had lost the man who was all in all to me, friend and child in one, and I was crushed as I had never been before. It seemed so sad that I, old and outworn, should still live on, whilst he in the flower of his age, snatched from joy and greatness such as no man hath known, lay thus asleep. I think that by an afterthought Ayesha and Horace tried to restore him, tried without result, for here her powers were of no avail. Indeed, my conviction is that although some lingering life still kept him on his feet, Leo had really died at the moment of her embrace, since, when I looked at him before he fell, his face was that of a dead man. Yes, I believe that last speech of hers, although she knew it not, was addressed to his spirit, for in her burning kiss his flesh had perished. When at length I recovered myself a little, it was to hear Ayesha in a cold, calm voice, her face I could not see, for she had veiled herself, commanding certain priests who had been summoned to bear away the body of that accursed woman and bury her as befits her rank. Even then I bethought me, I remember, of the tale of Jehu and Jezebel. Leo, looking strangely calm and happy, lay now upon a couch, the arms folded on his breast. When the priests had tramped away, carrying their royal burden, Ayesha, who sat by his body brooding, seemed to awake, for she rose and said, "I need a messenger, and for no common journey, since he must search out the habitations of the Shades," and she turned herself towards Oros and appeared to look at him. Now for the first time I saw that priest change countenance a little, for the eternal smile, of which even this scene had not quite rid it, left his face and he grew pale and trembled. "Thou art afraid," she said contemptuously. "Be at rest, Oros. I will not send one who is afraid. Holly, wilt thou go for me, and him?" "Aye, I answered. I am weary of life and desire no other end. Only let it be swift and painless." She mused a while, then said, "Nay, thy time is not yet. Thou still hast work to do. Endure, my Holly, 'tis only for a breath." Then she looked at the Shaman, the man turned to stone, who all this while had stood there as a statue stands, and cried, "Awake!" Instantly he seemed to thaw into life, his limbs relaxed, his breast heaved, he was as he had always been, ancient, gnarled, malevolent. "I hear thee, mistress," he said, bowing as a man bows to the powers that he hates. "Thou seest, Simbri," and she waved her hand. "I see. Things have befallen as Atene and I foretold, have they not? Ere long the corpse of a new crowned Khan of Kaloon," and he pointed to the gold circlet that Ayesha had set on Leo's brow, "will lie upon the brink of the pit of flame, as I foretold." An evil smile crept into his eyes and he went on, "Hadst thou not smote me dumb, I who watched could have warned thee that they would so befall. But, great mistress, it pleased thee to smite me dumb, and so it seems, O Hes, that thou hast overshot thyself, and liest broken at the foot of that pinnacle which step by step thou hast climbed for more than 2000 weary years. See what thou hast bought at the price of countless lives that now before the throne of judgment bring accusations against thy powers misused, and cry out for justice on thy head." And he looked at the dead form of Leo. "I sorrow for them, yet, Simbri, they were well spent," Ayesha answered reflectively, "who by their forewritten doom, as it was decreed, held thy knife from falling and thus won me my husband. Aye, and I am happy, happier than such blind bats as thou can see or guess. For know that now with him I have re-wed my wandering soul divorced by sin from me, and that our marriage kiss, which burned his life away, there shall still be born to us children of forgiveness and eternal grace and all things that are pure and fair. Look thou, Simbri, I will honour thee, thou shalt be my messenger. And beware, beware I say how thou dost fulfil thine office, since of every syllable thou must render an account. Go thou down the dark path of death, and since even my thought may not reach to where he sleeps tonight, search out my lord, and say to him that the feet of his spouse Ayesha are following fast. Bid him have no fear for me who by this last sorrow have atoned my crimes and am in his embrace regenerate. Tell him that thus it was appointed, and thus is best, since now he is dipped indeed in the eternal flame of life. Now for him the mortal night is done, and the everlasting day arises. Command him that he await me in the gate of death, where it is granted that I greet him presently. Thou hearest?" "I hear, O Queen, mighty from old." "One message more. Say to Atene that I forgive her. Her heart was high and greatly did she play her part. There in the gates we will balance our account. Thou hearest?" "I hear, O eternal star that hath conquered night." "Then, man, begone!" As the word left Ayesha's lips, Simbri leapt from the floor, grasping at the air as though he would clutch his own departing soul, staggered back against the board where Leo and I had eaten, overthrowing it, and amid a ruin of gold and silver vessels fell down and died. She looked at him. then said to me, "See, though he ever hated me, this magician who has known Ayesha from the first, did homage to my ancient majesty at last, when lies and defiance would serve his end no more. No longer now do I hear the name that his dead mistress gave to me, the star that has fallen, in his lips and in very truth is become the star which has burst the bonds of night and re-arisen shines for ever, shines with its twin immortal to set no more, my Holly. Well, he is gone, and ere now, those that served me in the underworld, dost remember, thou sawest their captains in the sanctuary bend the head at great Ayesha's word and make her place ready near her spouse. But oh, what folly has been mine, when even here my wrath can show such power. How could I hope that my lord would outlive the fires of my love? Still it was better so, for he sought not the pomp I would have given him, nor desired the death of men. Yet such pomp must have been his portion in his poor shadow of a world, and the steps that encircle an usurper's throne are ever slippery with blood. Thou art weary, my Holly. Go rest thee. To-morrow night we journey to the mountain, there to celebrate these obsequies." I crept into the room adjoining. It had been Simbri's, and laid me down upon his bed, but to sleep I was not able. Its door was open, and in the light of the burning city that shone through the casements, I could see Ayesha watching by her dead. Hour after hour she watched, her head resting on her hand, silent, stirless. She wept not, no sigh escaped her, only watched as a tender woman watches a slumbering babe that she knows will awake at dawn. Her face was unveiled, and I perceived that it had greatly changed. All pride and anger were departed from it. It was grown soft, wistful, yet full of confidence and quietness. For a while I could not think of what it reminded me, till suddenly I remembered. Now it was like indeed the counterpart almost of the holy and majestic semblance of the statue of the Mother in the sanctuary. Yes, with just such a look of love and power as that mother cast upon her frightened child, new risen from its dream of death, did Ayesha gaze upon her dead, while her parted lips also seemed to whisper some tale of hope sure and immortal. At length she rose and came into my chamber. "Thou thinkest me fallen and dost grieve for me, my Holly?" she said in a gentle voice, "knowing my fears lest some such fate should overtake my lord?" "Aye, Ayesha, I grieve for thee as for myself." "Spare then thy pity, Holly, since although the human part of me would have kept him on the earth, now my spirit doth rejoice that for a while he has burst his mortal bonds. For many an age, although I knew it not, in my proud defiance of the universal law, I have fought against this true weal and mine. Thrice have I and the angel wrestled, matching strength with strength, and thrice has he conquered me. Yet as he bore away his prize this night, he whispered wisdom in my ear. This was his message, that in death is love's home, in death its strength. That from the charnel house of life this love springs again, glorified and pure, to reign and conquer for ever. Therefore I wipe away my tears, and crowned once more a queen of peace, I go to join him whom we have lost, there where he awaits us, as it is granted to me that I shall do. But I am selfish and forgot. Thou needst rest. Sleep, friend, I bid thee sleep, And I slept wondering as my eyes closed whence Ayesha drew this strange confidence and comfort. I know not, but it was there, real and not assumed. I can only suppose therefore that some illumination had fallen on her soul and that, as she stated, the love and end of Leo, in a way unknown, did suffice to satisfy her court of sins. At the least those sins and all the load of death that lay at her door never seemed to trouble her at all. She appeared to look upon them merely as events which were destined to occur, as inevitable fruits of a seed sowed long ago by the hand of fate for whose workings she was not responsible. The fears and considerations which weigh with mortals did not affect or oppress her. In this as in other matters, Ayesha was a law unto herself. When I awoke it was day, and through the window place I saw the rain that the people of Kaloon had so long desired falling in one straight sheet. I saw also that Ayesha, seated by the shrouded form of Leo, was giving orders to her priests and captains and to some nobles who had survived the slaughter of Kaloon, as to the new government of the land. Then I slept again. It was evening and Ayesha stood at my bedside. "All is prepared," she said. "Awake and ride with me." So we went, escorted by 1,000 cavalry, for the rest stayed to occupy or perchance to plunder the land of Kaloon. In front the body of Leo was borne by relays of priests, and behind it rode the veiled Ayesha, I at her side. Strange was the contrast between this departure and our arrival. Then the rushing squadrons, the elements that raved, the perpetual sheen of lightnings seen through the swinging curtains of the hail, the voices of despair from an army rolled in blood beneath the chariot wheels of thunder. Now the white draped corpse, the slow pacing horses, the riders with their spears reversed, and on either side, seen in that melancholy moonlight, the women of Kaloon burying their innumerable dead. And Ayesha herself, yesterday a Valkyrie crested with a star of flame, today but a bereaved woman, humbly following her husband to the tomb. Yet how they feared her. Some widow standing on the grave mould she had dug, pointed as we passed to the body of Leo, uttering bitter words which I could not catch. Thereon her companions flung themselves upon her, and felling her with fist and spade, prostrated themselves upon the ground, throwing dust on their hair in token of their submission to the priestess of death. Ayesha saw them and said to me with something of her ancient fire and pride, "I tread the plain of Kaloon no more, yet as a parting gift I have read this high-stomached people a lesson that they needed long. Not for many a generation, O Holly, will they dare to lift spear against the College of Hes and its subject tribes." Again it was night, and where once lay that of the Khan, the man whom he had killed, flanked by the burning pillars, the bier of Leo stood in the inmost sanctuary before the statue of the Mother, whose gentle, unchanging eyes seemed to search his quiet face. On her throne sat the veiled Hesea, giving commands to her priests and priestesses. "I am weary," she said, "and it may be that I leave you for a while to rest beyond the mountains. A year or 1,000 years I cannot say. If so, let Papave, with Oros as her counsellor and husband, and their seed, hold my place till I return again. Priests and priestesses of the College of Hes, over new territories have I held my hand. Take them as an heritage from me, and rule them well and gently. Henceforth let the Hesea of the Mountain be also the Khania of Kaloon." priests and priestesses of our ancient faith, learn to look through its rites and tokens, outwards and visible, to the informing spirit. If Hes, the goddess, never ruled on earth, still pitying nature rules. If the name of Isis never rang through the courts of heaven, still in heaven, with all love fulfilled, nursing her human children on her breast, dwells the mighty motherhood whereof this statue is the symbol. That motherhood which bore us and, unforgetting, faithful, will receive us at the end. For of the bread of bitterness we shall not always eat, of the water of tears we shall not always drink. Beyond the night the royal suns ride on, ever the rainbow shines around the rain. Though they slip from our clutching hands like melted snow, the lives we lose shall yet be found immortal, and from the burnt out fires of our human hopes will spring a heavenly star." She paused and waved her hand as though to dismiss them, then added by an afterthought, pointing to myself, "This man is my beloved friend and guest. Let him be yours also. It is my will that thou tend and guard him here, and when the snows have melted and summer is at hand, that you fashion a way for him through the gulf and bring him across the mountains by which he came, till you leave him in safety. Hear and forget not, for be sure that to me you shall give account of him." The night drew towards the dawn, and we stood upon the peak above the gulf of fire, four of us only, Ayesha and I and Oros and Papave, for the bearers had laid down the body of Leo upon its edge and gone their way. The curtain of flame flared in front of us, its crest bent over like a billow in the gale, and to leeward, one by one, floated the torn off clouds and pinnacles of fire. By the dead Leo knelt Ayesha, gazing at that icy, smiling face, but speaking no single word. At length she rose and said, "Darkness draws near, my Holly, that deep darkness which foreruns the glory of the dawn. Now fare thee well for one little hour. When thou art about to die, but not before, call me, and I will come to thee. Stir not and speak not till all be done, lest when I am no longer here to be thy guard, some presence should pass on and slay thee. Think not that I am conquered, for now my name is Victory. Think not that Ayesha's strength is spent or her tale is done, for of it thou readst but a single page. Think not even that I am today that thing of sin and pride, the Ayesha thou didst adore and fear. I who in my Lord's love and sacrifice have again conceived my soul. For know that now once more, as at the beginning, his soul and mine are one." She thought a while and added, "Friend, take this sceptre in memory of me, but beware how thou usest it save at the last to summon me, for it has virtues," and she gave me the jewelled sistrum that she bore. Then said, "So kiss his brow, stand back and be still." Now as once before, the darkness gathered on the pit, and presently, although I heard no prayer, though now no mighty music broke upon the silence, through that darkness, beating up the gale, came the two-winged flame and hovered where Ayesha stood. It appeared, it vanished, and one by one the long minutes crept away until the first spear of dawn lit upon the point of rock. Lo! It was empty, utterly empty and lonesome. Gone was the corpse of Leo, and gone too was Ayesha the imperial, The divine. Whither had she gone? I know not, but this I know, that as the light returned and the broad sheet of flame flared out to meet it, I seemed to see two glorious shapes sweeping upward on its bosom, and the faces that they wore were those of Leo and of Ayesha. Often and often during the weary months that followed, whilst I wandered through the temple or amid the winter snows upon the mountain side, did I seek to solve this question. Whither had she gone? I asked it of my heart, I asked it of the skies, I asked it of the spirit of Leo which often was so near to me. But no sure answer ever came, nor will I hazard one, as mystery wrapped Ayesha's origin and lives, for the truth of these things I never learnt, so did mystery wrap her death, or rather her departings, for I cannot think her dead. Surely she still is, if not on earth, then in some other sphere. So I believe, and when my own hours come, and it draws near swiftly, I shall know whether I believe in vain, or whether she will appear to be my guide as with her last words she swore that she would do. Then, too, I shall learn what she was about to reveal to Leo when he died, the purposes of their being and of their love. So I can wait in patience who must not wait for long, though my heart is broken and I am desolate. Oros and all the priests were very good to me. Indeed, even had it been their wish, they would have feared to be otherwise, who remembered and were sure that in some time to come they must render an account of this matter to their dread queen. By way of return, I helped them as I was best able to draw up a scheme for the government of the conquered country of Kaloon, and with my advice upon many other questions. And so at length the long months wore away, till at the approach of summer the snows melted. Then I said that I must be gone. They gave me of their treasures in precious stones, lest I should need money for my faring, since the gold of which I had such plenty was too heavy to be carried by one man alone. They led me across the plains of Kaloon, where now the husbandmen, those that were left of them, ploughed the land and scattered seed, and so on to its city. But amidst those blackened ruins over which Athene's palace still frowned unharmed, I would not enter, for to me it was, and always must remain, a home of death. So I camped outside the walls by the river, just where Leo and I had landed after that poor mad Khan set us free, or rather loosed us to be hunted by his death-hounds. Next day we took a boat and rowed up the river, past the place where we had seen Athene's cousin murdered, till we came to the gatehouse. Here once again I slept, or rather did not sleep. On the following morning I went down into the ravine and found to my surprise that the rapid torrent, shallow enough now, had been roughly bridged, and that in preparation for my coming, rude but sufficient ladders were built on the face of the opposing precipice. At the foot of these I bade farewell to Oros, who at our parting smiled benignantly, as on the day we met. "We have seen strange things together," I said to him, not knowing what else to say. "Very strange," he answered. "At least, friend Oros," I went on awkwardly enough, "events have shaped themselves to your advantage, for you inherit a royal mantle." "I wrap myself in a mantle of borrowed royalty," he answered with precision, "of which doubtless one day I shall be stripped." "You mean that the great Ayesha is not dead?" I mean that she never dies. She changes, that is all. As the wind blows now hence, now hither, so she comes and goes, and who can tell at what spot upon the earth, or beyond it, for a while that wind lies sleeping. But at sunset or at dawn, at noon or at midnight, it will begin to blow again, and then woe to those who stand across its path. Remember the dead heaped upon the plains of Kaloon. Remember the departing of the Shaman Simbri with his message, and the words that she spoke then. Remember the passing of the Hesea from the mountain point, stranger from the west. Surely as tomorrow's sun must rise, as she went, so she will return again, and in my borrowed garment I await her advent." "I also await her advent," I answered, and thus we parted. Accompanied by 20 picked men bearing provisions and arms, I climbed the ladders easily enough, and now that I had food and shelter, crossed the mountains without mishap. They even escorted me through the desert beyond, till one night we camped within sight of the gigantic Buddha that sits before the monastery, gazing eternally across the sands and snows. When I awoke next morning the priests were gone, so I took up my pack and pursued my journey alone, and walking slowly, came at sunset to the distant Lamasery. At its door an ancient figure, wrapped in a tattered cloak, was sitting engaged apparently in contemplation of the skies. It was our old friend Kou-en. Adjusting his horn spectacles on his nose, he looked at me. "I was awaiting you, brother of the monastery called the World," he said in a voice message very ineffectually, to conceal his evident delight. "Have you grown hungry there, that you return to this poor place?" "Aye, most excellent Kou-en," I answered, "hungry for a rest." "It shall be yours for all the days of this incarnation. But say, where is the other brother?" "Dead," I answered. "And therefore reborn elsewhere, or perhaps dreaming in Devachan for a while? Well, doubtless we shall meet him later on. Come, eat and afterwards tell me your story." So I ate, and that night I told him all. Kou-en listened with respectful attention, but the tale, strange as it might seem to most people, excited no particular wonder in his mind. Indeed, he explained it to me at such length by aid of some marvellous theory of reincarnations that at last I began to doze. "At least," I said sleepily, "it would seem that we are all winning merit on the everlasting plane," for I thought that favourite catchword would please him. "Yes, brother of the monastery called the World," Kou-en answered in a severe voice, "doubtless you are all winning merit, but if I may venture to say so, you are winning it very slowly. Especially the woman, or the sorceress, or the mighty evil spirit, whose names I understand you to tell me are She, Hes and Ayesha upon earth, and in Avicii, Star that has fallen." Here Mr. Holly's manuscript ends, its outer sheets having been burnt when he threw it on to the fire at his house in Cumberland. End of the book. Ayesha, The Return of She, by H. Rider Haggard. Read by Lars Rolander.